Fucking trolls, man, I just wanna chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I can catch up on back taxes. Making large stacks, refunding chargebacks in my lap. Sounds like hack, hack, hack. 50-bit here, 50-bit there. 50-bit bitch, raise your hands in the air. 50-bit here, 50-bit there. 50-bit bitch, raise your hands in the air. I need that money, I really, really do. I need that money. I need that money. Really, that money. Really, that money. That money. I'm the one had a successful channel. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one, me, Reed.
All right, let's get this all started. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Let's see. There we go. Got it. First time. So I haven't done a restream in a long time. We'll see how this goes, especially because I did happen to change my YouTube channel. So that might be restreaming to nobody today. That's okay. Oh, but I wanted to actually take a look at this Turkey Tom video. I haven't had a chance to. So let's do this before we do. I'm only going to do the restream on this. Let's be honest. I'm not doing any of the gameplay. Let's take a look.
Plenty of YouTubers and streamers have failed and had their careers cut short, but one man refused his fate. He's been relentlessly targeted by trolls, or detractors, as he would put it.
You're a loser.
Some of whom were outright demented and obsessive. He accidentally streamed himself throttling his turkey.
Oh, the camera's on.
He's been copyright strikes, demonetized, had accounts of his terminated, he went bankrupt, and yet he's still standing.
Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and having a great time with my audience, and you can get bent.
Who's often been compared to a cockroach due to his impeccable survival skills in the realm of online content creation. No matter how objectively wrong he is, no matter how destitute his life becomes, no matter how much he has to kneel and beg for money on his streams,
let's get some super chats, let's get some tips. What is going on?
He will stand his ground, and through his screeching, nasally tone, mouth off to anyone who dares to criticize him. You may think you've seen egotism and delusion before, but you have seen nothing if you haven't witnessed the one-man army, Phil, wage his crusade against his detractors, which include trolls, the IRS, his gambling addiction, and ultimately, reality itself.
Okay, I'm gonna start my new attack. Clip this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. I received $1 tip so far today. Wow, this has been a great podcast, huh? Don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
Jesus,
Can't do it. I can't. Now stay in that miserable slumber, NPC. You are literally a bum to me. Now share this on your poverty, weirdo.
Cracks, you're gonna keep coming back. Why? Because you keep smelling the syrup.
Just get banned now and speak up so I can ban you now so I don't have to listen to you ever again. Unless we get 50 subs by the end of tonight, now it will be 49. You're never getting text messages in your support ever again. It's the worst support I've ever gotten ever in my history of streaming for games. I've never gone $5 a whole stream.
A lot has happened since my first video on Darkside Phil. I titled the video A Decade of Failure, and unfortunately, it looks like 10 years is turning into 20. We'll begin today's video in 2023 AD, which came to a close for Phil in a very dark manner. DSP was the victim of the vile crime of robbery. His words, not mine. But our courageous hero downplays the severity of this vicious attack, saying it wasn't a big deal and that he's fine. When he went on stream to reveal the full extent of this robbery, he explains that what actually happened is he left his shopping cart unattended for 2 minutes as he waddled through the entire supermarket to get cranberry sauce. And when he finally got back, the cart was gone along with his reusable shopping bags.
Why would you look for a cart of someone else's shopped groceries and take that cart?
He then recalls having waddled.
Probably what he did was a grocery store person probably saw that and said, oh, somebody left, just a cart unattended to, and guess what they did? They took and put everything back, dumbass. Like, it's one thing if it's, oh, I'm just going to go down an aisle. But he probably waddled across the entire fucking grocery store like an idiot.
For several minutes more in search of his forsaken cart, cranberry sauce in hand, as the realization set in that some heinous criminal had made away with his loot. The fact that rapscallions would engage in such foul thievery at the local Walmart in this day and age sickens me and is also a massive shocker.
Walmart is crazy today. She's hungry.
In all seriousness, Darkside Phil's story has continued down the beaten path. As dedicated detractors continued their work in tracking DSP's year-over-year downfall, his losses weren't just measured in finances, but also in aura, as he accidentally exposed himself on stream as being a victim of the dreadful Norwood Reaper.
Norwood alert! Norwood alert! Oh!
Frankly, I have empathy for Phil here. My recommendation, the Tower of Babylon hairdo. Nobody will suspect a thing. Let's not forget, however, that no weapon formed against Darkside Phil shall prosper, as despite suffering from a shortage of money and hair follicles, to this day, he remains the immovable object he's proved himself to be in every way. For example, in December, he weighed in on the gaming news of the time regarding the Game of the Year awards, which he confidently stated would go to a mainstream AAA game like Starfield and definitely would never go to a computer RPG like Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3 is popular right now, but once Starfield hits, you're likely not going to hear anything about Baldur's Gate ever again. Baldur's Gate 3 could literally be the best game of the decade, and it's still not going to get as much attention as a game like Starfield. You have to understand this.
To the surprise of millions,
George
DSP
at
was
least
actually
understood, like,
wrong, and
maybe
Baldur's
if I
Gate
just
1
do
Game
exactly
of the Year.
the
Phil handled the
other thing
situation
that I'm
with all
supposed
the
to do.
poise you can expect him to have.
That was the thing that
I'm
George
addressing
eventually
directly
figured
people
out.
who are
Is that,
ridiculous
yeah,
or unfair.
you
That's
do
why I
the
address
opposite of your
nonsense.
instincts,
Were you
and it
foaming at the
always
mouth
works.
today to come to my stream to say I can't wait to call out Phil on being wrong because Baldur's Gate 3 won Game of the Year? if you were, you are.
As far as I'm concerned, Baldur's Gate winning just proves that the gaming industry is conspiring against Phil. Whoever picked Baldur's Gate to win the award just to spite him is probably the same person responsible for tweaking every single game that comes out just to make sure Phil sucks at them and rages.
I wasn't pushing a single button in the game. What a piece of shit.
This is one of the things people latched on to DSP for in the first place. His constant rages at games and his inability to accept that he is simply bad at them. He'll blame the game mechanics, his controller, his internet, the mailman, literally anything other than himself.
You idiots at
It's that one
Nintendo.
bit in
It's just
Blues
endless
Brothers where
kids with
John
items
Belushi
giving
is
people behind me.
blaming
There's no
everything for
driving
him not being able to
involved.
get
You're
to
so
the
dumb.
wedding.
His lack of skill is only
Gary
matched
Fisher.
by his lack of impulse control, as he has emotional meltdowns
It-
every
you know,
time
it was-
he
I
loses,
can't remember. It
and
might
he
have been
loses a
a
lot.
wedding
I'm
or
not
Coke
doing it
party. I
wrong.
can't
It
remember
just
which one it
doesn't want to
was.
give me footing there.
Some of his crash outs, however, are more questionable than others. For example, this one.
No skill or effort in
John
anything you've
Belushi
done.
and Carrie Fisher in the same set. Jesus
Zero.
Christ.
Zero skill or effort. Just stand there and throw Sonic Boom. The
That shit
game
would have
doesn't
more
work
white
right
powder
online.
than
You
a
can't react
ski
to
lift.
numbskull idiot. So if you want to do that, then why even play a fighting game? You could play a shoot 'em up. You don't have to play a fighting game to do it. Go play R-Type.
Buffoon, you mouth drooler.
The person beating him here and being called a mouth drooler who puts no effort into gaming is Spliced Helix, a father and gaming streamer who was diagnosed with MS in 2011. His condition clearly doesn't stop him from destroying DSP and Street Fighter,
I've seen,
though.
I've seen folks on the internet that
No skill or effort in anything he's done.
Obviously, Phil probably had no idea he was calling a guy with MS a numbskull idiot, but it is pretty funny and
YouTube
ironic
chat
to know
is a
that
little
he
cut
got
off.
smoked
Let me-
by him.
Numbskull idiot.
As far as I'm concerned, it was either a level playing field or Phil was actually at a disadvantage here. No able-bodied person consistently has Phil's output when it comes to the quality of his playthroughs, or play troughs, as he put it in his channel's promo. It would be one thing if this was an isolated incident, but it turns out that Phil does a lot of friendly fire during his Street Fighter streams.
What does this mean? This is like something that someone who's mentally slow would do. Oh, look, I beat you, so now I'm going to scroll my menu. Why are you doing that? You look like a moron. You look like you have like a mental incapacitation. Why are you doing that? You're not taunting me. You just look like really incredibly stupid.
Big ups to
like, dude,
Helix.
I won a match. I do this, dude. Like, why would you do that? It's the same as, oh, I won. Let me play with my fidget
don't
spinner.
have use
There
of their
is an
arms and
argument
legs
to be made,
and use, like,
however,
their
that
tongue
Phil
to play
is
video
actually
games. Like,
good at
big,
Street
hard
Fighter,
video
but he just
games.
keeps
Like,
getting
it is
distracted
possible
by the scantily
with the
clad
dedication.
characters. If you're a Street Fighter gamer, then you may think I'm referring to Cammy or Chun-Li here, as they've been the focus of a lot of gooners for the entirety of their existence. But it's much more likely we're talking about the Russian wrestler Zangief, for multiple reasons. DSP has proved himself incapable of resisting the temptation to ogle at muscular men.
Or World Tour, I think.
And oh, yes, there's nothing wrong with that as a dude
Hey, now,
if you're gay.
a stud. You know, I looked like that once in my life.
If you're gay or bisexual and you want to ogle men,
All right, I
that's
guess we got to
fine.
make our avatar. This
I'm
is
not
going to
gonna-
be very exciting.
I'm
If
not
you
gonna
want
tell
that,
anybody.
that's fine. Enjoy it in your own time, your own space, in your own playthrough.
Just
or go to someone
someone
else's
played
porn dog
Honda with
stream
a flute
where they're doing that
recently?
kind of
Awesome,
stuff. You're not going to
that's
find that
cool.
content here.
Oh,
Time and time again, he's made it
that's the
clear
thing with
what he
Phil, like,
truly enjoys in
Don't
life.
sew in the
then,
closet.
McDonald's nuggets were
admit that
actually
you're
like
gay or
sucking.
bisexual,
You would
and
bite
people
into
will
it and it would be like a
fucking with
juice
you
of
on
mush.
that.
Meat in your mouth.
And it was salty, but it tasted really good.
Setting aside these
Dying
instances
and
of
Elder in the guy, and
DSP showing side
crouches.
effects of
He
being on heart
does the same
medication,
thing.
the fact of the matter is, images of
I'm sorry, did
huge,
he use
sweaty
Vito from
wrestlers
the-
are
Really
Vito
good.
Spatafor.
McDonald's nuggets were actually like succulent.
You would
A succulent chicken nugget. This is begging manifest. Like, okay, chicken nuggets have never been succulent. Okay, kids like them because their palates and all that. Even palates is a bit presumptuous and pretentious. But you know, their taste buds and all that hadn't fully developed. They liked it because it had salt. And it wasn't the big super flavor. Like, I like chicken nuggets. I'm not going to argue. But McDonald's chicken nuggets are just like, okay, they're there. That's what they are. They're not like, oh my God, they're so good. It's like, dude, I'm hungry. I need something. You know, get me some chicken nuggets. You know, if I want, like, they aren't really that great. I much prefer, you know, personally, cooking some regular chicken, get some spices in there and stuff like that. Like, oh, believe me, I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna try my hardest to work on a this is how you don't play a fire red. Just what the fuck. But yeah, I'm sorry. McDonald's was always mid-food, but affordable mid-food. I mean, if the fact is that you could get like a 20-piece chicken McNuggets for $5, you know, it's mid. It's always been mid, the quality. But you know what? It's affordable. That's why Burger King in the 80s was beating the fuck out of McDonald's, because it was a little bit better than mid. I'm not making it either. Definitely, this is how you don't play with it. Yeah, I saw him having trouble with Misty. Like he always has trouble with type advantages because he won't grind. Like the fact is he had an oddish, but you know the problem is the thing about Charmander is really hard in like the red versions because you get oddish. Oddish only really has like absorb. It doesn't really have like Vine Whip or Leech Seed or any of the other early stuff like Bulbasaur and Bellsprout had. Hell, I use blue, but you need something. And his Pikachu was nowhere up to snuff.
Bite into it and it would be like a juicy.
He got rid of the King Mask.
And it was salty.
Wisdom. Do you remember?
He tasted really good.
Setting aside these instances of DSP showing side effects of being on heart medication, the fact of the matter is, images of huge sweaty wrestlers are historically something DSP will spend thousands of dollars on. I mean, literally. One of the main reasons DSP has gotten so much flack for e-begging on his streams and constantly guilt-tripping his audience about his bills or whatever else he needs money for is that he has been repeatedly exposed over the years for spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on a mobile game called WWE Champions. His original account on this game had the same handle as his YouTube. They call me DSP, but he eventually changed it to Down from the Rafters to try and throw people off his trail. Detractor simply continued to track the account's activity and match it to DSP's on-stream activity. And obviously, whenever he was busy on stream, the account was active. And whenever he was gone, suddenly things started moving.
If you want to go with the challenge and you have type disadvantage and you want to go for the challenge, I respect that.
I really do. I need that money.
If the fact is this is what you're doing it for the challenge and you know that's what you're doing, go for it.
Thanks for the money, dummies, because that's exactly what you are, a bunch of empty-headed idiots.
See, this is the thing that
absolutely nothing out of it.
He doesn't want to actually talk about it because guess what? Someone just pulls out. Yeah, you were while you were doing all this, save the house, all this stuff, you were spending tons of money in WWE Champions. And he's like, oh, their figures are way too high. He doesn't know what he spent. That's an addict. He doesn't know exactly what he spent. I saw there's going to be a new free-to-play Pokemon-like game on PSN, like Temtem, actually. I mean, I have not been playing any of the Fire Red or Leaf Green remakes. I've been playing Pokopia. That's been fun as shit. I'm just like going around like with this derpy little Ditto face and just doing Pokemon stuff. You know, that's been fun as fuck. You know, get a little, you know, doing some Animal Crossing stuff.
Instances, a Twitter user named TJ Gamebox noticed something interesting. During one of DSP's bathroom breaks during stream, he instantly fired up WWE Champions and started burning through his bank account, spending $2,000 in one single bathroom break before he stopped. The sheer depth of this man's addiction is hard to explain. And this was not an exceptional circumstance either. Multiple times throughout 2024, DSP's account was documented as having spent up to over $2,000 in one single session. His behavior in the community is so infamous that talking about DSP is strictly forbidden in the WWE.
Yeah. Like that I'm not surprised. But the thing about it is that there's nothing you would actually be able to do. Nobody can give him an intervention. He doesn't love anyone else enough for them to be able to give him an intervention. Like his parents tried to intervene on his spending and he got so mad that he stormed out and moved across the country. Like that's the lore I've always heard, was that, you know, one of the big things was the big one was his mother getting involved. See, and this is my theory is that his mother is one of the reasons that he has his spending problems. Because I think she had a spending problem. She was always watching QVC all day. Okay. And I think the fact was that when she got concerned about his spending, but also his money was going down when he left for Washington. He could have stayed in fucking Connecticut and found a small little house, but he always fucking wants to flex. Here's your team right now. Level 44 Lapras, nice. A 44 Vaporeon, okay. 44 Hypno, 44 Charizard, 44 Arcanine, 47 Dragonair, okay. That's an interesting team. It's a bit fire and water heavy, but I can see that. I mean, Lapras is gonna bring some ice. You've got the Hypno with the Psychic, and you've got Dragonair who can probably do a couple other things. That's got some interesting going for it. I like that. Personally, you know, Gen 1 I was always a Jolteon fan, but I get Vaporeon. I get it.
We do not speak his name.
Imagine if you were such an insane gambler that the MGM Grand in Vegas banned its customers from even mentioning you. Now, despite how bad gambling is for gambling addicts, I'm not trying to moralize about gamblers here. I probably would be deathly addicted to gambling if I tried it, so I don't want to judge too hard.
No, I lost it all.
However, most gamblers either spend their own money or they are gambling streamers, and their viewers know that every penny and dime they donate is going straight to the house. DSP, on the other hand, conceals his addiction by misplacing his dopamine starvation onto his streams. One of life's hardest tasks is trying to psychoanalyze whatever is going on in Phil's mind. It appears to be mostly vacant, albeit with some thought-resembling observations peppered throughout. I will say, I think one of the things a lot of people miss about Phil's aggressive e-begging episodes, such as this one.
This game is the worst support I've ever gotten ever in my history of
evolving.
I've never gone $5 a whole
the
screen.
Moonstone.
So
is that his emotional charge in the donations comes from his attachment to WWE champions. I'm sure that his debt and his nostalgia for the times when his online content actually made any money has something to do with it, but nowadays I suspect that's a much smaller factor than his need for juicers. I doubt he's ever going to get to the point where he's debt-free and won't constantly be looking over to the tip amount as he streams, because a gambler is never satisfied. Credit where credit is due, though. He does a really good job of misdirecting and making everything about him being an e-beggar or a man-child. But beyond that, in his deeper psychology, I think he's just yearning for that mythical Hulk Hogan pull.
Oh my gosh! This isn't happening!
Everything else is a sideshow, a hobby. I don't even think he can find joy in other stuff as much as he just tolerates it. For example, he used to be into fighting games, but he's clearly worn out and tired of them altogether. He doesn't seem concerned with even trying to be good.
Turkey Time brings up a really good point. Phil has no joy left in him anymore. The Game Boy battery's long dead. Yeah, no, I when I was a kid, I had the Nintendo Power Guide that had all the Pokemon, and yeah, and I think well the first gen Pokemon Yellow still runs on some of the move rules. It did change some of the moves, but I think, and if I recall correctly, a lot of the stone evolutions, I remember Pikachu, when you evolve it into Raichu, stops learning any other moves. That was actually a plot point in the anime. That's how Pikachu beat Raichu in Lieutenant Surge's Raichu in that. Fuck, man, I'm feeling old. But that was how it was in first gen. But I don't know. The thing about it is, I know that Fire Red Leaf Green added some of the other things from later gens, so I don't quite know. I held up evolving my Pikachu to level 50. Yeah, that was the thing. Like a lot of the stone ones, like yeah, it would lock your moves. You wouldn't learn any more moves. So yeah, Pikachu. I think Vulpix, Ninetales, Growlithe, Arcanine was the same way. I think as far as only ones with the, even I think like Gloom and Weeping Bell going to Victory Bell and all that would do the same. I think the only one you really wanted to evolve quickly was Eevee, because you could quickly start getting the moves that you wanted for the certain evolution, if I recall correctly. But it has been a long time.
Or at the very least, not being a terribly sore loser.
This is such trash gameplay, see? So you want to teabag me, huh? You're a trash player. You're a trash player playing pattern cami online with lag, dropping half my moves.
And that's the shit that he was shitting on Dale for doing.
What a loser.
The funniest part is he's gone out of his way to denounce what he just did on stream, which is quitting the match when you see that you're about to lose.
Because if you're pulling the plug on a fighting game online, that means absolutely nothing. And you somehow value your online rank. I mean, and there is no way that anyone can dispute it. The moment that you do it and you pull that plug, and if you're doing it publicly, that's even worse.
He doesn't care that he's a hypocrite, just like he doesn't care about ingratiating himself with the fighting game community or any community, even his own. One of the running gags and consistent elements of Phil's stream is that he'll often reward a big juicer, I mean a donation, by wearing some silly article of clothing. The thing about this is, even this pathetic excuse of a reward for donos is something he's unwilling to do, even when he does get huge tips and blows way past his goals.
So I got a $100 tip. Amazing. The thing is, I would actually like to start playing, so please let me play for a bit. We can worry about hats and stuff later. I really want to play Street Fighter tonight, and if I keep getting distracted, we're never gonna start. Let's play for a bit. It looks like I received another $25 tip. As I've said, I'm playing Street Fighter. I'm just trying to get warmed up. I'm trying to get back into the character. The first thing I should do is not slap on a bunch of clothes that are
Easter with family.
Sweat.
I hope
already
those who celebrate Easter had a lovely Easter.
You know, adrenaline level. I can tell you right now, I already feel sweaty, and I'm just sitting here.
I got to spend some time with my family, which is
rewind.
As I've gotten older,
what did he say?
I'm just sitting here with absolutely nothing on whatsoever.
Last time he had nothing on stream.
Spending that time is very important for me.
The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
Let's hope he's not going to air out the old almonds again anytime soon. After complaining and dragging his feet like a kid for an hour, he eventually put on the hat, and 15 minutes later, the vest. But not without complaining some more.
Alright, I'll get the vest on for you guys.
Oh, dude, you gotta wear a retail shirt. I'm sorry, dude.
Sweating profusely like an idiot because I'm wearing dunk trying to play a fighting game. Whatever. I wish people would just be understanding and understand when I'm playing a fighting game. I'm already cheated, but no, everyone.
I mean, yeah, if I probably played it and give me a little bit, I could probably put up a decent team.
Doesn't he have air conditioning? Where does this guy live? The Sahara Desert? How could a vest and a hat make it so hot that you can't even sit down to play a video game? He's up over $200 and whining about how it'll make him worse at Street Fighter, as if he didn't suck already. Despite his terrible attitude, not only toward his viewers not sending him money, but also towards the ones who actually do send him money, he consistently struggles to figure out why he occasionally fails to make money on stream.
On the YouTube side of things, we got nothing. We got no contributions whatsoever. No memberships, or no super chats, nothing. So let's get the tips.
Although Phil is not an evil person per se, it's moments like these that truly make you understand why he's so hated. From the shameless begging to pouting at the camera like he's owed something, it's actually hard to believe that this is a middle-aged man and not a 13-year-old mad at his grandma for not paying for his V-Bucks. One of the most impressive characteristics of DSP is that, for all his faults, he truly does not discriminate between people. Whether you're one of his supporters or a detractor, he will treat you like a total idiot regardless.
You need to make your viewers.
He doesn't discriminate. He will let anybody in there.
At least he doesn't play favorites. Obviously, I'm being a little bit facetious here. He does discriminate, not among his viewers, but for whatever reason, against women.
I don't want to come across like a woke, but like, dude, women have it hard, and I empathize with them.
Now, you probably know me well enough to know that I'm not one to clutch pearls over this kind of thing.
I did it because I like it. Hell, I love it.
But one thing that Phil has in common with Elliot Rodger that I don't is that Phil wrote his very own incel manifesto. Back during his days of glory, when Phil still had human DNA and was a part of the fighting game community, he was relatively active on a gaming forum with an account called Punisher, where he randomly posted what I can only describe as his screed. I don't want any of you girls here to think that I'm writing about you, because I really don't know any of you well enough to make a judgment call. Well, 99.9% of you anyway, so don't take this personally. It's just that every woman I've ever known has let me down. Are there really, truly interesting?
Every woman he's ever known has let him down. That also would, the way that you wrote that would include family members, Phil. What the fuck? Let's go through this video. Is so dumbfounded by Phil being Phil. Yeah, I mean, that's why you had people like, you know, VTubers versus DSP in Tears of the Kingdom, showing how he just cannot figure these things out. A super elite box themed around Eevee for yourself. Oh, nice.
And wonderful women. Every woman I've ever known was either 1, extremely selfish and self-centered, 2, too busy feeling sorry for herself to do anything else, 3, too annoying and or geeky to stand for more than 30 minutes, 4, too stupid to listen to advice they ask for, doing stupid things and then complaining to you because they went totally against what you told them, 5.
Okay. 4, that is something that Phil does. Phil does that a lot of times.
A total 6, a total tease, leading you on and then crushing you under their boot when you finally let on that you like her. 7, a total liar. 8, so demanding that she expects you to read her mind like some kind of psychic and never do anything unless it's with her. Don't be fooled. If she says you can go do something and she doesn't mind, she's lying and you'll pay for it later. 9, too full of herself. Or 10, just plain crazy. Every single woman in my life fits one or more of the above, and every single one has let me down.
Phil, oh, like, yeah, the thing is, if you read that shit, you're just like, holy shit. Dude, because that also, yeah, that includes your fucking mother, dude. What the fuck? And he's basically been manipulating and just kind of sponging off his parents for years.
Want to know why so many guys are so uninteresting, full of themselves, thinking they are the shit? Because women demand it. If a guy has no confidence, then that's no good. Women always whine they want a nice guy and there are none of them left. Give me a break. Women walk all over nice guys. Use them, abuse.
Yeah, it's the manifesto is Phil projecting himself onto the, yeah, there's this, and it's one of the reasons why, like, SRK really understands, just we're not going to deal with this motherfucker anymore. And he was so mad that they wouldn't listen to him anymore. It's like, and the fact that his username was Punisher shows he was really into this fucking, like, edgy, edge boy fucking bullshit. Like, you know, wearing, like, the long leather coat. Like, motherfucker looked like he would have fucking shot up a school. If he was born 10 years later, he probably would have been doing some violence at school.
Use them, play with their hearts, but in the end, they always screw them over. Cheat on them, break up with them, tell them, let's just be friends, or you need time apart, but then run off with some other guy, blah, blah, blah. The fact of the matter is, the women of America have become... I like how he says women of America. It makes him sound like he's recording a propaganda video for ISIS.
Part of the
women of
Lords.
America have become so selfish, dishonest, and full of themselves,
with
they have no idea what it is they really
right.
want from a man. This is why so many guys have become that same overconfident people. Because if we're nice guys, we get walked all over and thrown away because we're too boring or whatever other stupid reason you give. At least if we act like total dicks, we can get laid once in a while. If you could make up your...
Okay, here's the thing about that, though. Just remember, the people that we know that Phil has dated, that we know of, we are sure of, were both fans of his online community, were fans of his before he dated them. And so the fact is, yeah, I mean, think about the other thing he tried to, remember, he tried to impress this one coworker by buying her boyfriend's condo for way over the market value to try to flex. Like, so dumb. It's one of the reasons he never sold the Connecticut condo, because he was always, even when he had it for over 10 years, was still underwater on that mortgage. Such a fucking fool.
Minds what you wanted out of men. Maybe more guys would try to be like that, but instead you're never satisfied.
Hold on.
And you go on for...
I'm not... Who are the Iron Ravens? I do not know the Iron Ravens. Are you talking about the Blood Ravens? I don't know the Iron Ravens. That might be a chapter I'm not familiar with.
Forums complaining that all guys
There's
are the
many
same
chapters.
overconfident.
I'm not familiar with them all.
Well, maybe if you weren't sleeping with or dating
cool.
that type of guy, and or cheating on / turning down that nice guy for that whole stereotype you so loudly proclaim to be so bad, so many guys wouldn't be trying to be like that in the first place. So yeah, Poon is good, video games are good, but women are a waste of time and the #1 cause of BS and drama that men don't need.
I rest my case.
You rest your case?
After reading all of this over, I agree completely. Phil, I crown you king of the men and destroyer of women. You are my god. I will say, after reading this, that clip of Phil drooling over a buff dude makes slightly more sense. He wouldn't have to complain about BS and drama if he was getting the salty burst of meat in his mouth that he truly yearns for. But let's not dwell on the past too much, considering this post is from literally 20 years ago. Phil continues to give people plenty to laugh at in the modern day. In mid-2024, he decided to stream himself, quote-unquote, fixing his joystick. And by that, I mean he was trying to combine an Xbox joystick with a PS5 joystick and became extremely perplexed when they turned out to be incompatible.
Like, why the fuck did they do it this way? Besides, they're morons. And they didn't test to see if another brand's joystick would fit inside the combo base.
Why on God's green earth would Sony or Microsoft care to make their joysticks parts compatible with the parts of other brands? They are competitors. Not that Sony or Microsoft are geniuses, but Phil sure is doing his damnedest to make them look like they are in comparison. Could it be that I'm incompetent at assembling electronics? No. It's the professional engineers who build them that are wrong. He's so goofy that he actually started calling the manufacturers of the controller scam artists right before doing what he does best, snarkily complaining about not getting enough money.
So, thanks Rare Tricks for the last super chat. And I received $1 tip so far today. Wow, this has been a great podcast, huh? Everything's going my way today.
Parts that you want.
How could possibly things go any better for me today, right?
Honestly, Phil should look into a career in financial domination. He'd make a lot more money than he does with gaming. To the surprise of no one, his joystick was now at fault for every single time he lost a match.
Yep, that's not good at all. Couldn't get a standard combo.
Fortunately, he did eventually get his stuff together and started streaming normally again instead of having his viewers watch him fidget with busted electronics for hours on end. Not that his normal streams were much better, as he just went back to his routine of moaning about donations, and somehow even getting donations couldn't stop him from complaining about donations. In one instance, someone gave him some money to complete the daily goal and have him put on the vest, only for him to remark that he hasn't worn the vest in over a month.
From Okie Dokie, let's get a vest on player. Wow, this is the first time that I'm wearing a vest on stream in almost a month, I think. It's been a long time. Like when we first started with this DLC, I think there was a stream or two, but it's been a while.
But the thing is, this isn't true. Just 4 days prior, he wore it because the goal was met. Not even giving this guy exactly what he wants can satisfy him. One of the only redeeming qualities of Phil's actual streams is whenever one of his detractors managed to interact with him directly through whatever game he's playing. Such as when he was matched up against a guy named DSP Hates N-Words. But our hero is unshakable. Even in the face of adversity and mockery, he continues to stand up for what is right. Being the ethically upstanding streamer he is, in August of 2024, he went on a long rant against paid shills and basically any streamer who will compliment a product just because they're being sponsored or rewarded by a brand.
It doesn't matter if a content creator outright has a contract that says they have to be kissing a game's butt or not. They likely are going to be more positive about a game they get early, they get exclusive access to, they make money on.
Where I was, it wasn't $5. It was
just
like
common
$20.
sense. It's not even disputable in any way, shape, or form. You cannot be unbiased.
And then, half an hour later, he said this.
They thought at the time this would be like the future of games on streaming, and that's why they paid me money to promote the game and try it, but I don't think it really went anywhere.
If there is such a thing as being immune to cognitive dissonance, this guy is the most advanced case ever documented in human history. No sense of shame, no hesitation, not even a glimmer of concern for how people may use this against him. For other streamers who get into drama, you'll see them tie themselves up in knots trying hopelessly to defend themselves. But Phil is so adamant about digging his own grave, he never has the time to lie in it. Even if you take the sponsorship question out of it, literally everything Phil does is for money. He wouldn't do anything at all if he could. There is not an ounce of passion in this man's body, yet he confidently grandstands about sellouts. If Phil had discipline or public speaking skills, he could be the statesman of the century, the new Napoleon. I don't think I even need to say that if a company showed up and offered Phil money to promote something, he would jump at the opportunity. He just hasn't done that because no company wants to associate their product with him, which is why he's attacking people who do get sponsored, because he's probably jealous. I honestly think that something was really bugging Phil around the middle of 2024 because he started to show signs of cracking under pressure. For one, him begging for tips ramped up a lot. if that's even possible. And even after
Or at
making
least a 50-50 shot for a
$1,200
shiny
in
Pokemon.
one single day, he came back the very next
That's my
day
hot take.
acting like he'll be stressing super hard if his daily goal isn't met.
Remember, my goal for today is 50 bucks of tips on stream. Everything else is great, and thanks to those who did contribute in other ways. 50 bucks by the end of the stream would be appreciated. Sooner rather than later, even better. That way I don't have to think about it. Anything is appreciated tonight, whether it be super
Somebody
chats,
doesn't think about it.
memberships,
Oh my
gift
God,
memberships,
Phil,
or tips.
come
But the
on.
goals that I'm talking about are the King's Tips goals, as you can see. The goals are 50, 100, and 150. So if we hit 150 bucks tonight in tips, boom, we have done it again.
Now, we don't hit it right away. I'm going to have to be mentioning it, of course, over the course of the night.
He also seemed to blow up at increasingly smaller bits of criticism in his chat. Even innocent suggestions were enough to set him off really
This is a
bad.
man
In
who
one
is loving
instance,
life,
someone simply told
playing
him
that
that it would
Mario
be
Kart.
better for him to set up his RGB lights off stream instead of starting up a stream and having a bunch of dead air as he tries to get them working. And this is how he reacts.
Hey, enjoy your ban. And seriously, I mean it. Anyone who's gonna come in here and be toxic and negative, just get banned now and speak up so I can ban you now so I don't have to listen to you ever again. Seriously. Like, why don't you do this before the stream? Why don't you do this? You're a waste of life. No one cares about you.
Like,
shut up.
This is why
Stop.
he has
Usually,
really
you only
20
get this amount of
fans
rage
and
from
one
DSP
whale.
when you beat him
Because,
at Street
yeah,
Fighter.
why are
To
you
his
doing
chatters, he
setup
usually
streams
gets
and stuff like
dismissive
that
and
there?
insulting,
Like, it's
not
one thing
mad
if
like
it's
he
a
got here.
practice
It
thing,
was a
oh, I
clear
changed
sign that
something, I'm gonna do
something
a
was
quick
amiss. And this
test
was only
stream.
compounded by the
But yeah.
fact that soon after, DSP took part in a stream with 3 other people. Kino Casino, which is a drama live stream that covers whatever is currently going on in the e-celebrity gossip world, and Null, the owner of gossip forum Kiwi Farms. For someone who spent years railing against detractors and essentially blaming them for everything that goes wrong in his life, it's interesting to me that he seemed very comfortable rubbing elbows with people who are largely known for their documentation of figures like Phil. To be fair though, neither party was particularly hostile towards him. They did
I mean, okay, Turkey Tom, let's be honest. The casino were doing that, one, to felt RTU, and 2, to get, more lulz. They were milking him. But the other thing you have to understand is, Phil loves detractors. He just hates his own detractors. I mean, look at it. With that whole thing with Wingo and with LTG, he is all fine with detractors who are not him. Who are not his detractors. He believes them. And we did that with Keemstar. He believed everything that the detractors at Keemstar said 100%. He believed it. But then when about him, well, you can't believe everything they say. And people try to, point that out to him. And his brain was just like, he just didn't understand. Phil approves domestic violence. Yeah. Oh, that Wingo bit pissed me the fuck off. Like, this is a dude who brought up his wife's restraining order against Subaru Man. And brought that up for sympathy. One, I already have issues with that because you don't bring that shit up just for sympathy points for you. And the fact that his wife's, whether there was some kind of incident with that, with his wife, and then he is okay and kind of using Wingo pushing his wife, putting hands on his wife in a violent manner. He put that on a super chat. That is disgusting. That's disgusting. It's not like a scene of like something. That was real fucking life. That was fucking disgusting.
take the time to ask him about his WWE Champions account, though, which got an interesting response.
So was that down from the Raptors account yours?
No, it's not.
No?
It's really not mine. I do have another account, and I do spend money on it, but that is not my account. And they have been who this guy is, because people have asked me over the years.
If it is you, you're the best in the world!
So what he's saying here is that he does play WWE Champions, and as another part of the interview has him clearly state, he was deeply addicted to mobile gambling games and spent way too much money on them. But the Down from the Rafters account isn't his. To make this story even less believable, he inadvertently admits to playing the game for exactly 7 years.
This is a new account that I'm starting fresh, and it's not going to be as entertaining as if I were playing the game for 7 years, but I'm not going to show you the account on which I've been playing for 7 years. I already said I'm not showing you my personal information. Some idiot just said you oddly know way too much about the game. What are you talking about?
The money that he had, he could have paid off his mortgage. He might have, if he hadn't been on this, he could have paid his mortgage, paid off his Connecticut condo mortgage maybe, or get it to the point where renting would actually very closely get it to where he could fucking sell it at a somewhat profit. Like, this destroyed his income. Like, if he hadn't been doing this kind of gambling shit, his house would be in a better condition. He probably would have had enough that he could then sell that Connecticut condo or just be able to have it rented. And yeah, he didn't want to do it. He could have had his parents basically manage that bit. And he could have gotten passive fucking income on that. But he's an addict and he doesn't understand. He wasted, because it's JPEGs. And as soon as Scopely shuts that server down, they're all gonna be gone. It's not gambling at a casino where you can win big. There is nothing there. Like,
did I say I've never played the game? I said I played it for 7 straight years on my real account, you dummy.
Which is exactly how long the Down from the Rafters account has been active.
Does
he expect people to truly believe that this is just another coincidence?
I think not.
Yep.
To me, it just seems like he's doing the oppositional defiant thing of just saying his detractors are wrong for the sake of not giving them the satisfaction of being right. Even if he is incapable of fully proving them wrong. He's not a good...
Tom, do not just do that thing if you're not going to bring up the whole thing about Derek and the fact that that's why he wouldn't ban Derek because it give the detractors a W. Come the fuck on. Don't do that. Pokemon cards, I have a potential return of any of the cards. Yeah. So, man, those scalpers in the Pokemon cards really kind of ruin it for anyone else who wants to collect. You know? Because it's like, yeah, they're the ones who scope out, buy the stuff, and then sell reseals, scamming other folks, which I find kind of disgusting as well. But then again, I lived through the fucking baseball card bullshit, the comic book bullshit, like these resellers trying to get people to buy up worthless stuff, selling it, oh, hold on for 30 years, it'll be valuable. Listen, your fucking holographic Zubat is not going to be valuable after 30 fucking years. You know, that's not how that works.
Enough liar or resilient enough to keep up the facade as if he has no idea what WWE Champions is and isn't spending money like a maniac. So he does a partial admission to try and eke out a victory. Then, to try and further own his detractors on the issue, he did a WWE Champions stream, inching step by step closer to becoming a gambling streamer.
Yeah, it's better than,
getting a character, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6 stars. What? I got a 6-star character on the first pull, and it's a Steiner brother, and that's a good character. He's pretty good. We got Rick Steiner right out of the gates. We got a 6-star Steiner right out of the gates. The first pull. That's a rare pull.
How
that's
excited
not
he is.
like a common shitty character. He's actually good.
These streams are some of his most excited.
This arc of owning up to it
him.
and embracing the accusations had him develop a delusion that his public perception had changed, that most people were now laughing with him and not at him. He even retweeted reputable sources such as Poopy N-Word Man talking about his redemption arc. While it's true that admitting you have a problem is the first step to fixing it, you still have the other 11 steps to do, all of which ideally get you to no longer have that issue. By publicly gambling on WWE Champions, he's just making it worse.
A bunch of scummy tabloid people who have absolutely nothing to actually say about anything.
So what they do is they literally make up.
Although Phil was leaning heavily on the idea that he was owning up to it, he continued to lie for no reason, and very poorly at that. At the beginning of September 2024, for whatever reason, he decided it was time to set the record straight as far as his WWE Champions problem, only to add even more questionable wrinkles into his story.
I'm about to tell you the actual truth. However, there's still people who aren't going to believe it. There's still people who will never be satisfied no matter what I tell you. They're going to say I lied. And so this is only for those who actually are capable of like rational.
Like, here's the thing. You've lied and lied again. Why shouldn't anyone believe you now that you tell the truth? It's the fucking boy who cried wolf. You keep lying about WWE Champions. Guess what? When you start telling the truth, no one's going to believe that that's the truth. Because they think you're going to be lying.
Thought and considering the truth and things like that. You already know I have a history of spending money on mobile games. I've already admitted it, okay? Everything that I said in that segment on stream was a lie. Literally, every time someone asked me about WWE Champions, I lied. Because to me, my personal spending, things I was doing off stream, was no one's business, okay? And every time someone brought it up, I'm like, this is so stupid, this is dumb, you know what I'm saying? And I just lied to get it out of the way. And I tried so hard.
Again, you said you lied. So this is why. Why should anyone believe you when you've constantly lied? This is the thing that Phil doesn't understand. If I recall correctly, even he misunderstands the whole thing of the boy who cried wolf. The idea is there is a thing called trustworthiness. If you are not trustworthy to someone, they're not going to believe you. Like, the fact is that, to quote wrestling manager Jim Cornette, I wouldn't believe Phil if his tongue was notarized. Like, the fact is there's nothing he can say because he's lied so much. I couldn't believe him on anything. He won't give any evidence of his claims. He just says, trust me. But you've given nothing. You've given nothing to give. Why should anybody give you any kind of trust? Why should anyone trust you? You've done nothing to earn that trust. All you've done is you've lied, and I say, yeah, well, I lied in the past, but now I'm not lying. Well, no one's gonna believe that. Like, you can't just have source. Trust me, bro. We don't do that shit no more.
For so long, to lie about it, to get people to just forget about it. But I forgot, well, not really forgot, but I definitely underestimated the nature of these people who stalk me.
For starters, how much...
Yeah, like, the way also that he keeps using the words wrong, like, you could tell this is just him trying to change the, move the goalposts.
Can we trust that Phil, as someone who has just admitted to pathologically lying about this subject, is now telling the truth? Yeah. And to make him even less trustworthy, he can't even keep his approach straight, since literally, while he admits to having lied, he complains about how obsessive people are about verifying the things he says, calling them stalkers. Given that DSP lives off of other people's donations, and that he's literally admitting to lying to everyone here, I think there's obviously a decent reason for people to not trust anything that comes out of his mouth and double check every claim he makes. He continues with his on-stream confession.
Yes, the They Call Me DSP account in WWE Champions is my account, okay? That's mission number one. It is. It always was. So I never in my wildest dreams thought that it would ever blow up in the way that it did.
It may be hard to pick up on here, but he's lying by omission, being deceptive instead of outright lying. The account did not blow up. This was not an acute issue that just turned up overnight. People had been bringing up the account for a very long time in the specific context that for years, Phil was begging for money online so that he could pay his bills, his mortgage, his taxes, etc., suggesting that his life could be ruined if he failed to pay. All the while splurging thousands on a mobile game. The problem isn't the game, or that he gambled some money on it. It's that he gambled a lot of money on it while telling everyone online that if they didn't donate, he might go homeless. He's now acting as if he doesn't know that this is the context and source of the criticism, which is impossible because otherwise, why would he lie about it? In another part of his confession, he mentions other mobile games he's been public about playing and how no one took any issue with them. But that's because he didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars on them and then lie about it, which is what he did with WWE Champions. To add insult to injury, he then attempts to misdirect the entire thing.
And I'm not here to tell you I didn't spend money on the game. I absolutely have spent money on WWE Champions. Okay? A good amount of money on WWE Champions over the years. I'm here to fess on this, right? This is the big moment. My detractors, seeing that there was this name that said They Call Me DSP and had spent money in the game, went on this insane stalker spree, basically trying to get me like banned from the game.
Notice how he pivots to talking about this, but is incapable of actually saying how much money he spent on the game, leaving it at a very vague, a good amount of money over the years. In my last video about Phil, I brought up the confirmed figure of $45,000 that he had used on microtransactions, which was largely made up of WWE Champions purchases. Now, the thing about that figure is, it only accounted for a bit under 2 years, from 2020 to 2021, but Phil has been playing the game since since before then and has continued playing since then. If he spent up to $40,000 over less than 2 years, how much more did he spend in total? We'll probably never know, and he'll probably never say, but it is pretty telling that he's now dropping $2,000 on it during random bathroom breaks like it's nothing. Finally, Phil admits to what everyone had been claiming for a while now, that the They Call Me DSP account had its name changed. But strangely, he does his best to avoid mentioning the Down from the Rafters handle specifically, which suggests he still doesn't want anyone to look into that account and is very insistent on trying to get everyone to just forget about it. This is what he had to say on the matter.
Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right? Because it's kind of what my detractors have always said, all right? Now I'm going to tell you the part of the story absolutely nobody knows whatsoever. As of today, I don't have any control or ownership of that account anymore. I sold it. At the times when I was like desperate for money, I sold the account. I have nothing to show you to prove, you know, they'd call me DSP and then the names that change, you know, that last name was Down for the Rafters. I can't show you anything. You got
like the thing is, he said he can't show you anything because he doesn't have. He's like, well, I don't have any proof, but he's expecting you to still believe him. Like, no. Phil, why didn't you tell side scrollers? You know what? Yes, I used to be Down from the Rafters, but I sold the account. Here is all the DMs, the stuff. I sold it. Craig would have verified it, would have said, yeah, he sold it, you know, 2018, 2019, and everybody would be like, huh, all right, and move the fuck on. Is it can't or won't? He won't. The thing is, he won't do it because it's not true. It's not true. He has always kept that. He never sells anything. It's the reason he never tried to fix up his condo and sell it in Connecticut. He didn't try to sell his condo in Connecticut when he moved all the way out to fucking Washington. He doesn't want to sell anything that he has. He just wants to hoard this shit. He would never sell that account. That's because this is just a way of trying to deflect any responsibility and accountability. That's all this is.
morons in the chat, really morons in the chat. Show proof of sale. You really think right now I'm going to open up a PayPal account and show you anything? I'm going to open up a bank account and show you anything? You're an idiot. No one would believe it anyway. They just say I photoshopped it, or you know what I mean? I lied about this, I lied about that, right? So it's this simple.
You were given a chance.
You can believe my story or you cannot.
There are a lot of things that I find interesting about this part of his
He
confession.
literally cannot understand
I like
why
how he
no one trusts him.
with,
Up to now, all right, all this kind of makes sense, right?
which suggests that it's about to stop making sense. Surprise, surprise, it does. It's as if he's banking on you believing in the lie he's about to tell, just because what he said so far has been true. Secondly, the excuse that he sold the account because he was having money problems is no excuse at all, since he was having money problems throughout all of his account's existence. It doesn't make it any more believable. Lastly, isn't it interesting how he only stops to do a double take and respond to the chat when they start asking for the one thing which would verify his story to be true, followed by the classic pathological liar tell of
no one would believe it anyway.
The honorable mention moment of this non-confession is how he rushes out a mumbled "down from the rafters"
And the names that change, you know, that last name was Down for the Rafters.
right before he looks at the chat and gets pissed off.
You got morons in the chat.
If he knew that he was incapable of providing anything to prove what he's saying here, and then boldly doubles down on how unimportant it is since people would just choose to think that he's lying, then why bring up the situation at all? My guess is just to try to control the narrative and proceed to act like it's addressed when, in fact, he's addressed nothing. It impresses me not only how much he thinks he can fool people, but also how little effort he puts into actually doing it. If he's fooling anyone, it's himself, as he actually thought that this confession was so solid that he then decided to publicly hop on a call with stuttering Craig, which only served to humiliate Phil, as Craig dismantled his narrative with no effort.
You're wrong about all that.
Okay,
right?
fair enough. But you asked me for my opinion, so that's there you go.
Sure. And that also tells me where your head's at. We were mad because we were lied to.
Phil claimed that he had emailed Craig and was just about to privately show him the receipts that proved he had sold the account. But then Craig did a stream where he engaged with detractors, and that made Phil permanently change his mind. Of course.
See, the bullshit was Craig was trying to get him to do that on stream. And then what did Phil try to do? Phil tried to cut his internet and make it look like his trolls were trying to DDoS him. To basically, oh, they're DDoSing me, I can't do anything. And everybody can say, yeah, he didn't want to fucking show that shit. That was what happened. He didn't want to show it. He didn't want to show that, yeah, he didn't have the receipts, that he didn't have that, or that his account was not down from the rafters. And then, yeah, the thing that now he had sold the account. He never said that he had sold that account to Craig. He never said that. Everything has been a lie. And the fact that then he said to fucking Craig, it doesn't matter. You asked for an answer. Who cares if it was a lie? This is the thing. He doesn't care if he lies to people. He expects them to believe him. Like, why would you do that? Why would you believe someone who just keeps lying to you?
The notion that Phil had receipts ready on hand that he didn't use to clear his name just because Craig was too mean is such an insult to Craig and everyone else's intelligence that this conversation could only end in one way.
I've been doing this for almost 20 years.
Said are bullshit or
but people have a pretty good idea of me and my character.
Show the receipts.
For you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect, Phil. Go yourself, because you don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect.
He is laughing about when Craig is saying this, he's not being in anger, but it's like, dude, you wasted our time. You treated me that poorly, dude. You know, we gave you a shot of being, you know, coming clean, and you spat in our face. What the fuck else is he supposed to say?
It's such an insult to Craig and everyone else's intelligence that this conversation could only end in one way.
I've been doing this for almost 20 years. But people have a pretty good idea of me and my character. And for you to attack my character, I mean this with all due respect.
Yeah.
Go yourself, because you.
Yeah, look at it. He's laughing. What is this guy? But yeah, Stuttering Craig, he's been on the internet. He was one of the founders of Screw Attack, and you shit on his character, and you shit on that because you won't show your receipts, and they rightly said, we think this dude's lying. And yeah, I get curious if DSP gets nervous. Like his name. That laugh is definitely a nervous laugh. That was a because he has said that sometimes when he gets nervous, he does different emotions like laugh. That was a nervous laugh. That was a nervous laugh. Him figuring out they won't respect him. Because he always thought he could go back to side scrollers and be like, kind of like how he thought he could be the third chair in the casino. But what he doesn't get is that people don't respect him because he doesn't respect anybody. Phil said he sold the account, and then that violates TOS for champions. And Phil would have no problems if the account got deleted. Yeah, he would have no problems with that. But the fact is he can't prove it because he never sold the account. You know? And he doesn't want to even admit what site he used, which, you know, fine, tell us what it. He is terrified of the outside world. For some part of his brain, what it really is, Sudden Fool, is he's a coward. He is such a coward. He will stay and hide in his little snort fort. It's one of the reasons he moved out there. So that because he always talked, oh, we'll do collabs and all that. No, it's so he could hide from his fans. The detractors are not the people he's hiding from. It's his fan base. He doesn't want to interact with them. Like, go to if you've ever seen some of the folks at videos like cons, like I'll tell you, I met James Rolfe at a con once. One of the nicest dudes ever. You know? And the fact is, I said, oh, hey, I like your stuff. And you know, he asked, yeah, that's how I was enjoying the con. I was like, you didn't have to ask that. That was so nice. I told him I was having a great time. He's a massive bish. Yeah, he runs off the moment. Yeah, the fact that, yeah, that was the thing. The moment something gets wrong, that's why he was in the bathroom crying and hiding when fucking, like, when the fighting game community folks wanted to kick his ass. I can't remember if that was Jaha or that was somebody else. There was someone else who wanted to kick his ass as well. I know Jaha, he put his hands on his back because he wasn't gonna. And here's the thing, I will say this, and I know, like, that being said and all that, were like, oh, Jaha should have done this. If he had done this, he would make himself the ultimate victim. He would have had Jaha arrested, and he would have been like, oh, they beat me all, and basically would have gotten Jaha banned from, like, Evo and shit like that. I mean, eventually then they would have probably also banned Phil from Evo and things like that. Like, yeah, Jaha was wanting to kick his ass. Here's the thing. He would talk shit, and it wasn't like... This is one of the other big things. Phil didn't understand wrestling wasn't real. If he had told VIscant, hey, listen, VIscant, let's do a match, and let's do some, like, wrestling promo where we kind of talk shit to each other, and then just kind of swerve it. And if he had said that beforehand, VIscant could have been like, that sounds fun, or, yeah, you know what, I'm not feeling that. But instead, he goes at this because he doesn't understand not everyone was a wrestling fan, and that wrestling was not. As wrestling was, while it was mainstream popular, most folks knew it was a little, it was a work. That's the thing he didn't get. Like, if I remember, John Rambo had to tell him wrestling was not real. That wrestling was a work. So it's like, and he kind of still believes it. It's why he does this always, this whole persona. It's just a fucking him trying to be a heel, and then the consequence. He's a chicken shit heel. That's what really Phil's whole persona is, a chicken shit heel. And the thing about a chicken shit heel, wrestling's a soap opera for men. Yes, it is. Listen, sometimes you need a soap opera where a motherfucker beats someone up. Okay, sometimes you just need that. It's like, listen, I don't care for your soap operas like Days of Our Lives or General Hospital, but they've got an audience and they got times, and I respect that. And I'm like, I don't watch, but you folks have fun, all right? Yeah, Phil, don't call us a bitch for something that's the thing. Like, he can't. He's a crybaby. He acts tough the moment push back. Oh yeah, that's the thing. Like, he's pushing back on some of these Evo folks, or some of the fighting game folks that are like, motherfucker, I got a second place in Evo, and he's like, oh, I didn't do that. No, why are they going after me? Like, oh my god, fucking cry bully. I bet you that's what he did in school. He would bully people, and the moment that they had any pushback, he would cry to mom. He waddle to Mama Linda like, meh. Because the fact is, Mama Linda and Daddy Dave would do anything because they wanted to buy Philbo's love, until the fact is when they divorced and they could figure out who got what. Instead of what if karma had happened, what it would have been, which is they divorce and nobody wants custody. They just leave Phil behind somewhere. Whoops, forgot him. But he's such a crybaby.
Don't know. I've gone out of my way, Phil, to treat you with respect via email the entire time. I've gone out of my way to treat you with respect and be courteous to you continuously.
Honestly, this is a complete blunder on Phil's part as far as his PR goes. If he really wanted to, he could rebrand himself as the WWE Champion Streamer Guy. It honestly couldn't get much worse than his current state. Instead, he's chosen to exist in this limbo where he suffers from all of the negative reputation of being a degenerate gambler who wastes all the money he's given, while also facing the scrutiny of pretending to be normal or redeemed, as he put it. No character development, no self-reflection, just more of this.
Let's make the tip still happen and continue the King Street. Oscar, you think the begging is incessant? Well, then maybe you should contribute, and I would shut up about it. But, instead you're just going to sit there and whine like a little. This guy said in chat, I counted at least 50 begs last night. It was a sight to behold. Like, part of the game, you stupid idiot. That's part of the game. That's how it's played. If you don't like it, then don't sit around and watch it. No one cares about you. The king will not be bothered by such rabble.
The down from the rap.
The other thing that we kind of have seen with this is he's a fake gamer. He doesn't know a lot of this other stuff. I mean, go watch him play Zelda 2. Go watch him play some of these other retro games, and he is so bad at them. Like, he said he played Pokemon Blue back in the day, but you watch him play Fire Red, he has no fucking clue. It's not even like, oh, I played Blue back in the day, so I don't know which Pokemon are coming out. Okay, and you're a little rusty on the type mismatch, but the thing about it, you play a little bit and you knock the rust off. It took him how many hours to actually get to Brock and Pewter City? In 12 hours, he had only beaten Lieutenant Surge 3 gyms. In 12 hours. What the fuck, dude? Kids can be faster. Yeah, he's always been a fake gamer. Like, it really was. And instead of just saying, listen, I was into Street Fighter and then I got into 7th gen gaming. But he wanted to do that King of Retro thing. He wanted to always think he's the best. But it's like, dude, like, fuck, man. You could have just been like, oh, yeah. I need to get back to my Tears. Oh my god, that Tears of the Kingdom thing. He was so mad about it's like Minecraft. Just like, motherfucker, have you seen someone build a fucking ship? But like the fucking Titanic in Tears of the Kingdom. Like, yeah, hour 12, you're way past Surge. Yeah, by hour 12, you should be like getting near to beating Giovanni and Saffron, getting Team Rocket out of there so you can go fight Sabrina, if not further along. Like hour 12, you should be, getting close to getting all the badges and you should be well on your way through, the fucking, the Seafoam Islands to get to Cinnabar Island and work through Blaine and all that shit. Like, I used to love to play a game along with Phil to see if I was faster than him. Oh, one of the other big ones? Metroid Dread, where he took like over 12 hours to beat the game, and he's like, anybody who was beating it faster was just speed running the game. It's like, no, Phil, you move slowly. This is why your streams fizzle out, because your whales are getting tired of you intentionally moving slow just to drag out and get more money. It's the exact opposite. Remember when he started, he would just blaze through a game and just get to the credits and then boom, return everything to get another one. Now he's dragging it out to try to get more stream bucks. But yeah, Wet Floor, you're doing it where you are working on leveling everything up and getting your team ready for the Elite Four. Like, I mean, once you get everything ready for the Elite Four, like Giovanni in Viridian is gonna be a fucking cakewalk. Like, you're just gonna walk all over that dude. You're gonna stomp on his balls. Metroid Dread never started my playthrough. Really should move my Switch down. Dread. I need to try Dread on the Switch too. See how it runs. See if it runs even better. It ran pretty well on the Switch. I want to see how it would run on a Switch too. Dread's probably my favorite Metroid game. That was such a good game.
After's account kept moving sizable amounts of money regularly whenever Phil was off stream, while Phil himself, for reasons I have yet to comprehend, insisted on trying to
this bit pisses me off. That whole thing, doing the fucking King arc and then trying to get Jim to be on his podcast before it's too late. Fuck you, Phil. You don't care that he was dying of some cancer that he's been dying of the past 10 years. I don't fucking know. Like, fuck you. You were doing that, like, yeah, I feel it'd be a grave error if I didn't have a conversation before it's too late. Fuck you. Dude, such a dick.
Reach out to Detractor figureheads, this time aiming for Mr. Medicare, a famous lolcow critic who had targeted him prior. When this didn't work, as Medicare just ignored him, Phil managed to outdo himself in stupidity. He tried to do a collab with Low Tier God.
But you just see it pulsate like moving liver.
Suck it in front of your son.
Now, if you don't know who Low Tier God is, he's another streamer who's in his 40s, and his main claim to fame is having abandoned his child.
I've abandoned my boy!
He also went viral not too long ago for telling someone to off themselves.
Your life literally is as valuable as a summer ant.
And he's also well known for being racist, but against himself. Now, an additional wrinkle between Low Tier God and Darkside Phil is that they've both been compared to one another due to both of them being broke, being really into fighting games, and being completely unable to deal with losing. And for all of these reasons, it's not really shocking that when Low Tier God demanded Phil pay him for a collaboration, Phil was totally unwilling to do it. When it comes to money, Phil only swings one way. So Phil then attacked him on stream, which I can only assume is because he wanted some drama out of it.
Kind of sits around on his stream by himself, isolated. Doesn't really collab with anyone.
I'm
doesn't
gonna
really
need to
do
grind a
much
little bit off
besides
stream.
sit there and rage fighting
probably the
games
best
and
thing
suck
for you to
half
do.
the times. I've seen some of his content. Sometimes he plays really well, and other times he's awful, right? And what's funny is people are like, yeah, he gets lots of views and subs. And you look at his stream and you're like, the guy's terrible. Half the time, he's losing and he's so upset and he bans all these people.
Well, he got what he wanted because Low Tier God did what Low Tier God does. His last message to Phil was him trying to charge him $5,000 and getting no response. But after Phil spoke about him publicly, Low Tier God went over their Twitter DMs on stream and wrote Phil a new one.
This was my final response. I said, I'm gonna let you know one thing. Don't ever in your life talk money to me. You cannot compete with me in any category in life. I promise you. I'm showing you in any category you can possibly think of.
This desperate attempt to create some beef to clip farm my name is
as pathetic
Here's the
as
thing,
your
I don't
entire
like Dale,
internet
but
presence
Dale
and
is
demeanor.
winning on this, because yeah, Dale's like, no, do not fucking try to do that shit with me.
I do not need your bum ass. You need me.
Now stay in that miserable slumber in PC. You are literally a bum to me.
Now share this on your
so much difficulty with the teleporting
fatality.
Shit.
Regardless, Low Tier God succeeded, and Phil quietly retreated into his mobile gaming streams, the only thing he had left at this point. But even then, his gambling piece was short-lived, as in late September, a clip of him playing Oblivion and struggling to deal with a lock went viral on Twitter.
This system is complete. It's the worst lock pick I've ever seen in any game.
Scumming.
Just to explain what's going on here really quickly, if Phil paid any attention and tried to learn how the game works, he would have known that you're supposed to press X only when the spring hits the top. Otherwise, your pick breaks. Instead, he just spams X, breaks all of his picks, loads, and then does it again.
It doesn't make any sense. The system doesn't make sense.
Every time that Phil gets more attention, he also gets more detractors. Almost exactly 1 month after this tweet popped off, a Twitter user named Fronny the Tracker made a tweet sharing his beg counts playlist, where he tracked how many times Phil begged his audience over the course of 1 month, with his conclusion here being over 3,000 times, all of which are contained in 43 videos.
Let's get some contributions in. I'm seeing a lot of great names in chat. Today would definitely be a lot of a good time for Get the Memberships. But in addition, of course, the King's Tips. We're trying to continue the King Street. We know it's going to continue. It's just a question of who are going to be the first people to contribute. And we're about to find that out.
Now, Phil saw this, and he needed some kind of response, some kind of way to own this person, to destroy them, and to dispel the allegations that he was perhaps the most prolific e-beggar of all time.
Go ahead and get a new super chat in, because that Spawn Killer top super chat has been there
and the fact
over
is
an hour now.
So his response was,
you have to know where to go.
This post was made at 2 a.m., by the way. What a life this man leads. It's important to remark that the criticism of his begathons doesn't just come from detractors. Phil has an audience of a little over 100 regulars who are consistently active in the chat and who genuinely try to help him, or at the very least, enjoy watching his stuff. A few of them criticized Phil's insistence that the daily goal be met every day, which led Phil to constantly complain and whine and sweat it whenever the donos weren't coming in.
Any contributions are greatly appreciated. For chats, memberships, get the memberships or tips.
Most
I
folks
wish,
will have
obviously, to continue the King Streak. 11 now. It will be straight stream hitting this tip's goal. Please send a tip tonight. You can do that by looking at the description of the stream, or just type exclamation point in the chat.
But Phil wasn't hearing it. Here's how their conversation went. So here we have this guy saying the goal should be a pot that grows over time, not a streak, and when we hit certain numbers, we do something special. And Phil responds by saying, yeah, except the stuff you guys say doesn't work. I can't just play games I like. I'd go out of business and lose everything. I love RPGs and can't play them because this is my job. It's a double-edged sword having your hobby become your job for sure. Now we have a response that says, Phil, I think you should try again. It'll be rough for a short period, but we like seeing you enjoying stuff. That's when the passion comes through, when the conversation becomes easy. And Phil says, I've been working my butt off this year, if you haven't noticed. So how about you stop trying to just unload on me, acting like I'm doing everything wrong, and realize the world isn't perfect. I'm a gamer, and making game content with subpar games and all the indie games and RPGs you guys ask for do not bring in viewers or money. Phil, I don't know what more they can say. These are your real fans who care about you, and you just won't listen. I have listened, but the things being said are just nuts. No. Dropping major AAA games to play only indies and RPGs won't save anything. It will literally end my business. The facts don't lie. No, bro. The streak needs to just go. It's making the entire stream atmosphere so toxic. Okay, no streak. Back to making $50 a stream and barely getting by. Sounds like genius. Somehow, Phil manages to be even more irritated off stream than he is on stream. It seems like every piece of constructive criticism gets interpreted as an attack. He won't give anyone an inch. And he thinks he's right. despite being aware of the looming possibility of making next to nothing off of his streams. I'm convinced that if he lost every single one of his viewers, he'd only become even more confident that he was right all along.
Like finding opponents to play?
Surprisingly, this one time, Phil's defiance of what the remnants of his fan base wanted actually had consequences. One of his most prominent moderators, named Iron Chef Sakai, began expressing his frustration with Phil during one of his reaction segments because he kept pausing the video to do nothing or eat. In the face of this, Phil reacted in his usual manner.
Iron Chef Sakai, could you please actually moderate over on Kick for a change? There's people in there outright saying stuff that you should be moderating and you're not doing it. So, you know, please moderate. If you're not going to moderate, we don't need to have you as a mod over there. Because you're just sitting there, there's people right next to you doing it, you're not doing it.
And just like that, a mutiny had begun on Darkside Phil's ship. Sakai proceeded to further attack Phil in the chat. See, I would normally tip, but why would I want to drop a tip or sub bomb while this stuff is being talked about? Why isn't this a drama channel? Just rebrand, react to drama, easy money. Why are we here? Everyone should just walk out. He stays ignoring his mods. Like, who does that, man? I'm gonna go live and talk about some insane stuff about you if you try anything. I could care less, Phil. I came for the video games, not the BS drama that you say isn't drama content, but it's all drama content. I've pulled you through so many streams, dude. I'm not gonna back down. I'm done going on about this. Just hit play or ban me. I don't care. Now, on one hand, Phil is free to do whatever he wants to do on his own streams. And just because someone in his chat wants him to do something does not mean that he should or has to. But part of Sakai's indignation here is that despite claiming to not be milking for drama, Phil kept repeatedly trying to get the attention of everyone who gave him the time of day. Even Mr. Mediker, who had repeatedly ignored his request for a conversation, was still regularly targeted by DSP as he desperately tried to get him on a call. I actually don't know what he expects will come out of this, but I don't think he's ever been this delusional in his entire online career. Now, in a stream from December 2024, he dropped this generational rant on his detractors, where he subtly implies that by being so hated for over a decade, he has somehow greatly benefited the world.
That's what happens. Remember, before all that happened, I used to be someone who could make a video about an impending law or bill that was going to be passed in the United States that could very negatively affect a ton of people, and people would listen. I made that bill about SOPA, PIPA, S.97A, all that back in the day, over 10 years ago. Those videos got hundreds of thousands of views and got people talking about the subject. They got more people informed and involved and active in our government, and to stop it, and none of that passed.
I'm gonna stop him right there to clarify that SOPA and PIPA were two intellectual property related laws that were widely opposed in the early 2010s, and at that time there was an enormous wave of content criticizing these laws. Phil was just riding that wave, as he's tried to ride every single wave since, and he is deliberately misconstruing it here to imply that he somehow contributed to these laws not passing, which is ridiculous and absolutely not the case. Even in his heyday, when he wasn't as maligned as he is nowadays, he was still just a YouTube gamer guy with very little to offer besides playthroughs recorded by a camera pointed at his television. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but I don't think we should pretend that Phil ever ascended past that point to some kind of orator, some kind of man of the people. But let's allow him to finish his statement.
And then all of a sudden, oh, Phil's a joke because this is how you don't play, because of this reason or that reason. It's like, you pathetic excuses for humans. Allow me to repeat myself. You pathetic excuses for humans who thought that it was in everyone's best interest to try to make someone a living joke for a decade, who used to actually try to go out of their way to help people. You know, as long as everyone can laugh at this meme that they recognize, that's cool. Forget about the fact that, you know, I've been around for 16 years. I'm well informed on internet, gaming, YouTube issues. I could definitely give informed takes and things like that. Who cares about that? Instead, we have to laugh today collectively at something like a bunch of brain dead cows, sheep, have to have this herd-like mentality of just dunce-level intelligence.
Calling his detractors brain-dead cows and pathetic excuses for humans is honestly far less absurd than acting like he's ever gone out of his way to help people. I'm really at a loss for what he's even referring to here, because if he means that giving his opinions online is somehow helping the world, then the detractors have clearly done nothing to stop that, because Phil is still going. Now, if he means something else, then I'd like to know what he's talking about, because as far as I'm aware, never in his 16 years of his career has he done much of anything besides obnoxiously playing video games on camera, which is still exactly what he does. The only charity that Phil is interested in is raising funds for Phil. This isn't to say that he's evil or something. Everybody wants to make money, but this is only egregious because he continuously doesn't play it straight. There are people out there like Bellular News or Linus Tech Tips who do play it straight and try to be informational, and then there are people out there like Tom Dark who are there to capitalize off of the slop and very little else. Both are totally fine, but the problem is Phil wants to have his cake and eat it too. He wants to put barely any conscious thought into what he does and still rattle off Homelander-style speeches at his detractors like they're doing something evil by attacking him.
Because for a greater part of a decade, you're the ones who degraded human existence and fried everyone's brain cells with your idiotic...
Well, I'm still here, and I'm happy with what I got.
It's just so trivial, nonsensical garbage.
I don't give about what the trolls say, what idiots on Reddit say. You can make up whatever you want. You can make fun of me whatever you want.
You got your laws, you got your laughs, right? You made a buck on the internet, right? Yeah, and now we're all dumb. Now look at the world, right?
Look how stupid people are on the internet. Because this is what you did. You made a joke out of everything.
It really boggles the mind how Darkside Phil is the one who thinks that he's making a stand against the stupidity of the world and enlightening people. Of all content creators to have that sort of pretense, it's so insane that Phil is the one showing it. Personally, I think getting lols isn't necessarily inferior to being informed. At least with the way things are now, you're probably better off watching PewDiePie play Prop Hunt than you are watching the news.
Okay, I got away. Don't worry about it.
I could have been someone to help people with this kind of stuff. I would have liked to. I was at one point. But you just had to laugh. Well, now people have lost their livelihood and their YouTube channels. Is it funny? Are you laughing? What if it was you? It's your fault. You're to blame. Sorry for me. I'm about to drop a little holiday truth bomb on everyone. If I had never made a YouTube video, if I had never had any prominence on the internet, if I had never bothered turning on a camera, pointing it at a TV, and doing really stupid commentary, if I had never made tens of thousands of videos, all right? Here's the truth. Tons of people never would have been YouTubers. Tons of content never would have been made. People wouldn't have been inspired to do what they did, and the world would be a very different place. Okay?
Really
if I never existed, a lot of positive things never would have happened on this planet. Whether directly or indirectly as a result of my actions, my existence has actually prominently impacted the internet and life, quite frankly.
I legitimately don't think he's just saying this because he wants people to think it. I think he wholeheartedly believes it. When you're the kind of person who does good things for others, you'll still do them when you aren't popular or rich, just on a smaller scale proportional to how much you can actually do. In contrast, now that Phil has very little going for him, he doesn't do anyone else good besides himself. The money he gets, he uses exclusively to self-indulge. And back when he used to have some motion, he did things like getting a condo he didn't need and then mismanaging what he had so badly that he went bankrupt. More money or more popularity is not going to make him do more good things. It's just going to make him do even more of what he does now, which isn't something that almost anyone wants more of. If you gave Phil $250,000 today, he wouldn't become an excellent games journalist or an internet intellectual. He would just spend $10,000 instead of $2 during his WWE Champions bathroom break sessions. It's impressive how boldly he guilt trips people and says that it's their fault that he's now incapable of being an online superhero just because they laugh at him. But I guess that's one way to cope about how impotent he is in the face of his own ridicule. To summarize all of this insanity, Phil clearly thought he was cooking here, and he even zoomed in on his face to emphasize his points. But the fact is, if he actually had anything insightful or valuable to offer to the public, people would get over his incidents or how bad he is at video games. But he doesn't. So let's get back to the one thing that Phil can offer people: funny moments. As 2024 came to an end, things slightly changed for the worse. You see, for a while now, Phil has been streaming simultaneously on YouTube and Kick, which I don't really understand since he doesn't have like a huge support base on Kick to justify this. It basically solves nothing, and in fact, it created a new issue, because even if Phil still got plenty of donations on YouTube, he is under the impression that also streaming on Kick should mean that he should be doubling the amount of money he gets, which obviously did not happen. All it did was move a splinter of his already existing audience over to a different platform. But despite his Kick viewers being 1/10 of his YouTube audience, he still thinks they should be contributing comparable amounts of money, which is ridiculous. And so, ever since his dual streaming started, clips like these have become increasingly common.
Over on Kick, we've got one person who supported all night, your future stepdad, and it was one sub. From now on, I'm going to be very abundantly clear with all of you on Kick. Don't ever ask anything of me ever again, because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get nothing. You got an hour left. Get to it. And thanks to those again who supported. And what I mean by that is, basically, basically everyone but the Kick viewers because there was zero support on Kick today. Zero. I'm just going to continue to ban all your sock accounts and laugh at you, okay? It's been a great night, but man, I've only had one contribution in the last hour from Meconium. Are you kidding me? That's it? One contribution? We could do better than that. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some tips. Let's get some subs. Let's get some kicks. And for goodness sakes, let's get some memberships. What is going on? Well, I guess I'm just going to have to take away your moral support messages then.
Yeah, you see, look at this is just him. Like, if you don't
this
give
kind
me
of
money,
faulty
I won't let you
thinking
have
has always
anything.
been a staple of Darkside Phil. Stream on a different platform as if 100 more regular viewers would magically materialize, thinking he can somehow game his way into making more money. Back in the day, he did things like cutting up the episodes of his playthroughs into very short segments to artificially inflate his video and view counts. Or he would tell his viewers to click the ads that appeared on his channel to get his revenue up, which ultimately got his AdSense completely banned. And somehow, this has now been retconned by Phil into his detractors somehow being at fault.
Oh, well, he was talking about how over 15 years you begged for your audience's money. Literally never, ever asked for contributions until my trolls ruined my YouTube channel and made it so I couldn't make a living on ad revenue. All the way up through that when they got me those false copyright strikes, which ruined my channel and made it so that I couldn't make a living on ads anymore, that's when I had to start asking for crowd support. Before then, I never did.
The funniest part of this is that despite it being true that one of his old channels was heavily damaged by copyright claims, Phil himself is known to have abused the copyright system against his trolls. But he wants you to feel bad for him when he suffers the same fate. It may be tempting to pity Phil as a slowly degenerating old guy coming up with new demented delusions every day because he's struggling to adapt and survive in a constantly changing gaming and streaming environment. But it's not tempting enough that he actually warrants any sympathy.
Look, what am I supposed to do?
What do I do?
Are you kidding me? This game is ass. This game is complete ass. They're absolutely insane, dude.
The most you can ultimately do is laugh at him, which is more than a lot of people get, in fairness.
Hate all your genders and shove. Don't care what your gender is, you're dead now.
But I think that deep down, Phil knows this, even if he can't consciously acknowledge it. As of late, he's edged closer and closer into becoming a drama streamer, using almost anything as an excuse to start beef or some kind of interaction with other lolcows. Whether it be on his streams, like his prolonged Cold War with low-tier God.
This guy is the textbook case of someone who is an egomaniac.
Or on Twitter, like when he replied to a viral tweet that showed him and Pirate Software. The caption on this tweet is, "These two end up locked in a room together. They cannot leave until they admit to being wrong. Who leaves first?" To which Phil replied, "Who the f is that?" It's moments like these that make it look like there's still a glimmer of hope for Phil. Obviously not as a genuine streamer, but more so as a self-aware lolcow. Someone you can witness live, struggling against their impulse to put their foot in their mouth. He did have a brief window to go in this direction during his redemption arc with Kino Casino, but the opportunity slipped away as Phil went back to morally grandstanding over his haters. Fortunately for him, he did get a second opportunity, and this time around, he came even closer. In October of 2025, Phil did an interview with none other than Wings of Redemption, who honestly has a lot in common with DSP. They've both been running gaming channels since the very early days of YouTube. They both had a few incidents of their own, which led to them attracting a fan base of hate watchers and trolls, and most importantly, despite how hated they are, these guys are probably the most normal and human lolcows available. While I don't think the contents of this interview really concern the narrative of Phil's story, it is a great watch if you're interested in the psychology of these people and humanizing them beyond their funny moments. If you look at the comments, plenty of people share this sentiment and express that despite being trolls of theirs, this interview was much more enjoyable to watch than anything else Phil had ever put out. Right around the same time this came out, and there was a minor but noticeable warming up on Phil from the Detractor community, popular streamer Asmongold reacted to one of his clips on Twitter, getting well over 1 million views off of it.
So nobody gave him any bits at all?
I'm going to be very abundantly clear with all of you on Kick.
I remember
don't ever ask anything of me ever again.
He actually was on that.
Don't ask me to add messages, emotes, pop-ups, nothing.
What?
Because until people on Kick actually support the content, you get nothing.
As you can imagine, this introduced a ton of new people to the ever-expanding DSP universe. And to capitalize on this, Asmon followed up by doing his own interview with DSP. A lot like the situation with Wings, if you check the comments, there's plenty of people who thought that Phil came off way better than expected. Granted, he did tell some of his usual lies to make his past misdeeds look less bad. But regardless, the same effect was achieved. Once again, a door was opened. An opportunity presented itself. All Phil had to do was change once and for all. Clearly, it was his streams, and more specifically, the way he sets his streams up so that he necessarily ends up begging for money and guilt-tripping his viewers, that regularly produced extremely hateable moments. If Phil, at this exact turning point, decided to take advantage of this situation, he could actually find himself some success. Did he do it? This is the point in the video where I say,
of course not.
Despite repeatedly telling Asmon in the interview that he wasn't looking to become a drama channel or to purposely rage bait people, this is what Phil was up to just a few months later.
All right, clip this and put it on Reddit for me, okay? Hello, Reddit readers. Hi, everyone who sits on Reddit all day reading it. Normal people don't sit on Reddit all day watching out-of-context crap and think that it's fact and talk about it and make it go viral. No one cares. You're a loser. You'll always be a loser. That's why you sit on Reddit all day. Enjoy your live stream fails. I'll sit here making content, making money, and having a great time with my audience, and you can get bent.
This is the textbook thing to not do if you find yourself in a situation where you're getting hate online. But unfortunately, it's all that Phil knows how to do. He literally lives for the next moment of getting a popping spread on live stream fails, another reaction from Asmongold, or a low-light clip of him being horrible at video games going viral after decades of playing them for money.
Music festival in Beyond.
What the? This is insane. Yes. What the? What is going on? How you play this shit?
Not knowing how to shoot in fucking GoldenEye.
How do I fire my gun?
The first guard. Oh, that was so funny.
Undoubtedly, in the future, Phil will get more opportunities to try and seize a slightly bigger audience of people who only know him from the funny clips. And undoubtedly, he will keep fumbling every single one of them. He still thinks it's worthwhile to keep trying to scrap out his livelihood from e-begging and arguing with random trolls online, all while doing bare-bone gameplays that wouldn't succeed even if it was prime gaming YouTube in 2011, due to how bored and uninterested he always is during these playthroughs. Will Darkside Phil survive? Probably. I doubt he's ever going to stop making a living off of what he's doing, but he'll also never improve. Ultimately, this is the nature of Darkside Phil. It's almost like his genetic fate to be in the same spot he's been for the last 15 years. Never improving, never ascending, always, constantly, every single day, molding.
No one would believe it anyway.
And begging, obviously.
We're only at 20-something bucks.
I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And until next time, leave me alone.
All the ladies there. That's what Cobbs is doing. That was pretty good. I mean, I don't know that I'd agree with the whole thing with the Wingo and DSP on that, but it was a pretty good one. All right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna just do a little intermission. I'm gonna actually, we'll be right back while I, Okay, there we go. We're back. All right, let's see. We're a little bit late, so let's take a look at what we got. Raw Phil, you have much better. I'm gonna take Raw Phil's chat out because I don't need that. We can now move this. On break. Okay, so we're still on break a little bit. Yeah. Let's see where we're. Because the fact that, you know, here's the thing, he streamed on Easter, which is kind of like, dude, just take Easter off, like you take Christmas off, you know? Spend time with your wife. Your wife found religion because she thought she was dying. Go to church with your wife and enjoy the time you have, you know? Have a nice Easter dinner, or if, you know, you don't want to cook or anything, have a nice, you know, big brunch, Easter brunch, and just have something small afterwards. I don't really give a shit, you know. Tradition's tradition. You do it your way.
Good morning, everybody. Hello and welcome. It is that time of year again. April 5th. What the heck? Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's do that again. That doesn't count.
Wow! Oh. No, we gonna have to. He messed up the date on his own birthday. Jesus.
That doesn't count. What is going on, everybody? How is everyone this morning? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. It is that time of year again. It is time for DSP's annual birthday bash marathon here on DSP Gaming. It is April 6, 2026. Indeed, it is my real birthday. I am 44 years.
Come on,
ancient,
now.
super old. Yes. And I'm ready. Well, kind of. I'll be honest with everybody. I'm kind of tired. Why?
Like, here's the thing. Not everybody looks super bad at 44, Phil. Like, some folks look pretty good. It just depends on, you know, if you took care of yourself, you'd look a lot better. Drop the alcohol, you know, the bloat and all that would kind of vanish. You'd actually start looking a lot better, I think.
Because my wife had to work very early this morning. When she gets up super early, I have to get up super early because that means Jasper Kitty is up super early, and he paws me and he's making noise and won't let me sleep. He's right there. He's going in and out of the room right now. So sadly, I did not get a good night's rest the night before my birthday marathon, and I worked out last night.
You'll be 40 next year.
Before I went to sleep, so my body is sore. I'm sore, I'm tired, I'm really ready for the day. But I guess that's what happens when you get older, man, right? It starts to hit you, you start to feel it. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I'm still ready to chill and have a good time with everyone today. That's pretty funny seeing the ghost and the ghost. Look at that. The ghost and the ghost. Although, did you notice that the camera was picking up the colors weird? It is. Oh, wow. You see how the ghost was looking like rainbow colors right there? That's the camera doing that. The ghost doesn't look like that. What it is, I think it's the color scheme behind is actually messing with the camera.
Slow it down
and making the ghost
just
look like
a
rainbows as
little
a transition. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, good morning, everyone, and welcome to a marathon day of content here on DSP Gaming. But just to let you know, it's going to be a way more laid-back day, okay? You know what? Here's what we'll do. Should we just mute the music? Because I have the feeling that we're going to have some music playing in just a moment here, if you know what I'm saying. Well, it's screwed up. I'm going to play it again. It didn't play the animation because there was a doubling up right there. Let me see if I can do it again. Let me try to play that again. See? Because all this stuff was kind of overriding each other.
See, this is why I don't know, having something like
yeah,
today a thing to actually
be a very, very laid back
for you instead of having to.
It did it again. For real, it's still not playing this animation.
Oh my God!
I swear I'm gonna play that animation. It's going to happen. Okay, it's going to happen.
What the fuck?
Don't worry, Joseph. I'll replay it. Look at this. So let's play M's animation played. Apparently, YouTube does not like you, Joseph. I don't know what's going on.
He fucking made a fucking. He did and make is a hard word. He didn't really make this shit. He did fucking animations for his fucking birthday. Like, dude, remember when he used to put up balloons and shit? Like, and everybody clowned him on that? Like, dude, this is still fucking kind of cringe. Like, why are you doing this, buddy? Come on.
I wanted to play your animation and shout everything out. Let's just get right to shoutouts. Let's just go to shoutouts right now. We started off with Alex from Phoenix with a $10 super chat earlier and said, "Happy birthday, King," or as they say in my land, "Feliz cumpleaños." Hopefully you'll enjoy this day. Me too. What I was about to say is today's going to be a laid-back day.
I'm going to turn him down a little bit. Here's the thing about it, Wet Floor. You know, sometimes folks, you know, yeah. You know, I've known folks who started going gray in their 20s or like,
you know what I mean?
Just
so if we end up playing
like really quickly, like when they were mid-20s, had like a shock of like gray white hair, like that silver fucking hair, where you're like, oh damn, you're like, damn, that sucks. But you know, some people can rock it. And I knew folks who were going bald right out of high school, and it sucks. You know, but you know what? That's okay. You know, it happens. But you do what you have. You know, it's a genetic lottery. You do what you do. You know.
So we are now up to 13.
But like Phil,
look at this.
Phil won't
like up their membership. Says happy 44th B-Day
King. He's balding, but he won't actually have his barber or whatever actually make sure that his hairline is even.
Joseph with a $20 super chat says, "Happy birthday! I've got to get to work, but you're still streaming later. I'll be back. I probably will be. I'm gonna be streaming all day long through to like 9 p.m. or later. Usually these marathons last quite a long time.
I mean, let the don't let aging bother you. You know,
super chat so far. Let's go ahead and get you on the leaderboard.
Do what you know. The thing about it is, yeah, people age, and it happens.
The zeros look like 8s. So what I have to do is use the letter O as a 0 on the leaderboard, or else it doesn't look right. So I'm trying to do that.
You know.
Before we continue, because the YouTube leaderboard is easy to track, but I just got 1,000 kicks from Stepdad over on Kick, and he says, "Very happy."
I think when people start going gray in their 20s, it kind of hits them a little harder if they start balding in their 20s, because that could be a little hard, you know, getting unlucky on the
manually play them, and you're gonna have this baloney text down there, and I can't fix it. It is what it is. Thank you for
Like, it really does show that he doesn't have anything to set up to do this stuff automatically. It's like, maybe if you weren't such a raging asshole, Phil.
Continuing on, we've got Bobby Padlock, who became a member. Thank you, Bobby, for the membership.
I still grow a full beard than that patchy crap Phil sports. Well, the problem with the patchy beard with Phil is it's also graying and he's fat with a razor. Like, I can't grow a full beard. Mine has a good bit of big patches in it, and I can't quite get it to work.
See it right here and right here. I'm starting to get a little bit of silver and gray like Mr. Fantastic, but it's not coming in heavy. As you can see, my beard went years ago. My beard has been gray.
See, I honestly don't believe that. I think every time he goes, I think he touches it up. And this is just, it's been a while since he's gone to a haircut, so that's why it's showing. I think he does dye it a little bit more.
This is taking a longer time to go. Thank you, Soul at 2 a.m. Then we have Ozzy with a $5
it's lack of testosterone in Phil's case, and that could be.
Thank you so much.
And here's the thing, yes, I have family members who, their facial hair will go gray, but their regular hair does not, and it's just how it is.
You know, hopefully dinner is good. I'm gonna order some food, and I want that to be good. That's all I really care about.
Ordering food.
I don't think that I'm gonna get cake today. I know some people are gonna be like, wait, you're not gonna get cake on your birthday? What? Well, you know, I kind of goofed, and it's my fault. I'm the one who didn't buy the cake. I was supposed to get myself a slice of cake on Saturday when I was out grocery shopping. I didn't. I forgot. And I personally, I'm not really craving cake, so I don't see the reason to spend a ton of money to order it, right? Like, I could order a big slice of cake for delivery. Why would I do that if I'm not really gonna care about it?
Why didn't you, why not just go to the grocery store, get a small slice of cake at a grocery store, and it costs maybe like $4. Go and get a slice of cake. You can get whatever flavor you want. Like, the grocery stores near me, there's a chocolate cake, you know, with like white icing. You can get chocolate, or you can get like a yellow cake with white icing or chocolate icing, and just get a little candle. Or if you don't want that, go get a cupcake. Go get a little cupcake. Put a little, that's enough, you know, just get something like that. Just something. But no, because he fucked it up, he's not even going to go out. He didn't go out early to go and just get a cake. Like, this motherfucker wakes up like 11 o'clock his time to do this shit.
It's my fault. You know, it's all right. When you get older, you start to finally take responsibility for your mistakes. And there's my mistake. My reason, you know, is the reason why I don't have the cake. So,
oh, Phil! Like, acting like, oh, you'll finally take, like, Phil, like, that's a part of being an adult all the time, is taking responsibility, not when you get older. That's the thing that you're supposed to learn as you become an adult, that you have to take responsibility. Not all 20-somethings are just have no accountability. I mean, there are a lot of people who won't be accountable for their own mistakes, but you can't just put it on young folks. Like, that's just something everybody learns to do. And they should be learning it, you know, before they get out of school. But you never do. And the only reason you can do it now is you can't blame Cat for it, because you already said that. You can't blame Cat, so that's going on.
There you go. It's all my fault. By the way, I missed a contribution, a small one.
You got a beard, handlebar, mustache, somewhat mutton chops, and I let it grow out. Okay.
A sticker of a piece of cake. That's $1.50. So between the two of you guys, it's about $2 more. So thank you guys for that. They're using the cake super stickers in the YouTube chat.
Again.
Okay, the Block did a $10 super chat. It says, happy B-Day, Phil. Hope you have a great week. Thank you.
He has to order it, because he can't just say, like, okay, I'm going to go and go for a few minutes, go to the grocery store. You do that. Like, that's the power of autism right there.
I'm trying on PS5 on the first stream, and that Pokemon Champions game releases on the Switch, so I'm going to try that on the late stream. So we're going to have a good variety of stuff.
You should boot up the stream and be opening a Super Elite Dice. Nice.
Andy has done a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. He says, Phil, happy birthday, big guy. I don't get to hang and stream so much these days, but I do hope that you have a great marathon stream and a 44th year. Thank you to Andy. I appreciate that. Look at this.
I also hate his...
I'm so happy that I started using custom animations and music. It's so much better to have this nice stuff playing.
But they're not even custom. I mean, are they really custom when you just went to a place and just stole them from other people? Like when you did it on... And look at that.
To me.
Ah, what in that? Like, how could you, for a birthday stream, you're just going to do that? What a fucking narcissist. He's laughing.
Very nice. Supportive support is our first support over on Kick today when it comes to subs. Supportive support.
What a fucking narcissist. Yeah, like, he didn't make any of this stuff. Anything he ever does on that is to only do AI. Like, listen, some of my notifications would be stolen and all that, but I also don't change them for every game and all that kind of stuff.
Maybe later today if I'm in the mood.
Like, there is a bit of consistency, even if it's not that good.
You know, you get older, you just don't want that stuff anymore. I'm just being honest. Like, you don't really desire it. So if you don't...
Like, really? Like, you know, here's the thing. For my family, every year we get we get each other the favorite desserts for birthdays, and it's not always cake, you know. It's just, it depends on what they really like. But the fact is that, you know, one of the things is, you know, when we do that, we would have like cake for a birthday, you know, for my father's birthday, we always have cake. You know, why not? Because it's, you know, it's a tradition, everybody, you know, and the fact is it's always whatever they like. So, you know, whatever my father whatever kind of flavor my father likes, that's what we get. That's what we make. And that's fine.
Don't desire it, why go out of your way to get it? You know what I mean? Like, even if you got me the most delicious.
Well, here's the thing, Phil. If you don't care, just say, I'm not really, like, here's the thing about it. If you don't care that you didn't have a cake, and you're just like, you know, I didn't really want a cake this year. That's all you have to say. Oh, I don't have a cake? Yeah, I just didn't really feel like having one this year. I'm just not feeling it. Maybe you're like, I'm trying to be a little healthier, so I'm going to try to cut the sugars out and all that. Whatever. But the way he keeps going on and on and on about this, he cares.
Cupcake in the world, I probably take 1 bite, 2 bites, like, okay, you know, I'm just not into it.
We go out for supper at the choice to celebrate.
Well,
yes.
If I eat the cupcake right now, it would kind of be counterproductive, right? Okay. Oh, we
actually you think the cupcake is counterproductive? Wow. What is it going to stop your sick gains?
An incredibly generous $100 tip. $100, everyone. For that, we got to go with a crazy animation.
Oh, we got the whale.
Huge celebration animation, if I can find it. Oh, hold on. Cha-cha-cha. Thank you, Milo. I'll shut that out in a second. Okay, here's our animation for the $100 tip. Why not show my favorite RPG of all time for a $100 tip, right?
Pizza or Chinese. Yeah, look, that's the thing. You can always, you know. Hold on, I'm on here.
Can find it. Oh, hold on. For that, we gotta go with a crazy animation. It won't even be birthday themed. It'll just be our huge celebration animation, if I can find it. Oh, hold on.
It won't be birthday themes. He picks up a birthday animation. Look at him. He's dancing to the birthday theme.
Cha-cha-cha. Thank you, Milo. I'll shut that out in a second.
Wow.
Okay, here's our animation for the $100 tip. Why not show my favorite RPG of all time for a $100 tip, right? Very nice. So that's an anonymous $100 tip.
Yeah, there's no energy. Like,
here we go. Thank you so very, very much to whoever that was. Incredibly nice of you.
To whoever that was.
And I actually have gotten a $1 tip. Happy birthday, Phil. You say your present today is a deeper appreciation for your wife and Jasper, the gift that keeps on giving. I always have an appreciation for my wife and Jasper. It's like I told you guys.
No, you don't.
I'm not going to lie. Things were pretty rough for a long time there. For many years, life was not going well for me, okay? Basically, my work wasn't feeling as fun or rewarding anymore. And obviously, my attention on me was dwindling. Like, people weren't tuning in anymore, right?
Attention on me was dwindling. Attention on me. Really?
And, you know, I didn't know how I was going to get out of it. It looked like it was at a point where maybe I was going to lose everything. And it was my wife and Jasper Kitty who were my support and got me through that. Because if I didn't have that support behind the scenes, I probably would have lost it all.
So you know mad,
but I was able to talk through it, you know, stay the course, make some important decisions, and here we are many years later, and things are great.
Yeah,
when it comes
look
to
at
everything,
this.
when it comes to, you know, having a great positivity and fun and just an awesome time every time I'm on stream with all of you, with the fact that my content has dramatically improved.
This would be the time where, you know, you would, you know, where you would have a stream with Kat here, you play some co-op games and show how much, you know, that relationship really means to you. This would be a great time of having her come in, having her play, you know, would do some co-op games and stuff like that. Have a good time and kind of show and you know, show up the haters that, hey, yeah, you actually are, you know, this is, you know, you being, you know, thankful for the life that you have, but he can't do that.
It's quality.
He doesn't care about his family.
Everything, my studio and setup and all the equipment I use, the ability to play whatever game I want, jump between projects at any moment's notice, just hang with you guys, have a good time. You guys love hanging with me, which I really enjoy. You know, it's a much different feeling than it was just, you know, 5-6 years ago. And I'm very happy. Thank you so much that things have turned around. Actually, I would take that back. I would probably say 7-8 years ago. Okay, thank you for that. So,
he doesn't care.
Definitely Jasper and my wife for sure are my support, my rock behind the scenes that keep me going. If I didn't have that, if I was by my own, I don't know how to do this on my own. I'm being honest, I don't think so. Okay.
You don't care about Jasper.
I think it was
you say
some kids here, but it was a smaller amount.
Like, he paused at you early in the morning and you just don't care.
Oh, it was really small. That's why I didn't see it. When you do kicks that are very low, I can't see them on my Okay, so I'll keep going here. We got Milo X1 who gifted a sub on Kick. Thank you to Milo for the gifted sub.
That's awesome.
I appreciate that very much, Milo. And then we have Pizza Time 90 popping their membership notification saying happy birthday, have a great day. Thank you so much.
I think the thing
Shooter, how are you? Sorry, your animation didn't play. I'll play it for you. T Shooter with a $5 super chat.
The thing about Phil is that all he has to do is he just
contributions are overriding each other, and therefore the animation's kind of like glitched. So let me try that again.
Yeah, this is why he has to do them manually instead of most like Stream Elements or Streamlabs, where they will always
on DSP's 44th birthday
It'll
marathon
always
event
work out.
and go from there. First of all, let me check something. It looks good. Last night, I did my entire stream of RimWorld. At the end of the stream, I went to host someone, Matt TV, and when I went to host him, I noticed the partner income and multi-stream were off, and I was like, I didn't do that. It's supposed to be automatic. It was a kick glitch because now it's on. So there you go.
Partner. Oh, he's been streaming without multi. Oh, he's eventually gonna get kicked out for doing that.
A marathon like this, where I'm gonna be streaming all day long to have that.
Oh, Night Trees. Oh, you haven't touched Pokemon cards since you were 12. That's cool. Yeah, I remember. I remember when the first gen of Pokemon cards came out. I didn't really do much on them afterwards. Never really were my thing, but you know, I'm glad that folks like them, and I'm glad that you got the cards for the kids to enjoy. Because that's really what the big thing is. Let the kids enjoy that shit. Not shit, but let them enjoy the Pokemon cards. Let them get the favorite Pokemon cards that they like. And the favorite Pokemon they like. But here's the thing, like To
be honest, do I make a ton of money on a Kick Partner program? No, but it does add up.
When he's doing this, I'm gonna say he's doing it on purpose, purposefully making sure he's like it. So it's like, I'm only streaming on Kick so he can get more money off of them. He has been told multiple times to change that. Eventually, he is going to get caught, and they're going to be like, okay, we're taking this away from you because you just keep forgetting to do that, and forgetting in a convenient sense. No, we're going to take it away from you.
Over time. So, especially when I do like a marathon like this, where I'm going to be streaming all day long, to have that enabled actually is significant. So I want to be sure it was on today. Everyone watching on Kick all day today, thank you for being over there. I hope that you guys will hang out no matter what I do.
It's significant because he probably got an email saying you better keep that on.
Let's take a look and see what we got. Kick you out. All right. Wow, we got over 100 viewers on Kick. We got around 300 viewers on YouTube and climbing. Who's here today? We got King Michael. We got Scrully, Rot Spots, Game Boy, Steve Roberts, Noble Phoenix. Shout out to Noble Phoenix for 5 months as a member. Just happy birthday. Coffee Break, John Nepper, Norwood. Who else? We got Greed Goblin.
Norwood alert. Norwood alert.
I'm no one. Tudojoya, J Kuma Ellis, Pink Link, Bosnian Hog Hunter, Sky Joggers here. How y'all doing?
That Norwood is such a troll, and he doesn't really get it.
Actually hooking around the
moon. I love that.
Which is supposed to be like the furthest human manned spaceflight ever, I believe. So we got some epic stuff going on to coincide with the King's birthday. You understand? This is the more momentous occasion, but it's cool to have other minor things happening simultaneously with my birthday.
I hate that he tries to act like, oh, you see, I'm putting on an act of being egotistical when he is that egotistical.
What's the colonial choice today? Of course I'm wearing Dior Sauvage for today's birthday stream. It's the only one I would wear on my birthday. Are you kidding me? Come on.
He's been doing dual stream for a while. As far as I know, he hasn't checked the box letting me know that he's dual streaming. Yeah, no. The thing is that Kick has to go in and tell him, you're dual streaming, but it's not saying you're dual streaming. You need to do that.
Bull-headed leech. Who could that be? Wall Run Enjoyer, Felipe Baxter, Ortega, Captain Cody, Pod of Greed, Garcia's here.
Always Pod of Greed.
Who else do we got? Stepdad of Horses here.
He's always doing that, and it's because he's trying to...
for WWE Man Real. I thought you were the fake Waste Cash for WWE. Very nice.
Phil, that's just because you did DSP Gaming Real, because you didn't early on get into Kick.
I banned the fake account. Oh, well, I got to ban all imposters. I mean, come on. There we go.
Yeah, even before the Kick Meltdown saga. Oh, it's going to be bad.
No. You want to know what my
present was? He should have taken up with PPP and getting a steak deal.
For delivery yesterday morning. Okay? Tons of stuff that we need for the house. Protein snacks. Looter for Jasper Kitty. Like a humongous order we placed. I mean, we wanted this stuff yesterday. It was supposed to show up yesterday morning. Okay? Yesterday morning comes, it's not here. I check Amazon and it says it's been out for delivery since 3 a.m. Like, it's supposed to. My wife and I placed a large.
No, okay, hold on, I gotta hear this.
Do you want to know the truth? This is not me bitching. I'm just telling you what's going on. So my wife and I placed a large order on Amazon on Sunday for delivery yesterday morning. Okay, tons of stuff that we need for the house. Protein snacks, Looter for Jasper Kitty, like a humongous order we placed. That we wanted this stuff
for Amazon. Why not just go to like Costco? Do a Costco run. Like, you know, as normal people do on Saturday, go on a Costco run. Or maybe have a day off that's not a Saturday and go do a big old Costco run. Because you could probably get like cat litter and stuff like that. Like, not go there.
Yesterday. It was supposed to show up yesterday morning. Okay. Yesterday morning comes. It's not here. I check Amazon and it says it's been out for delivery since 3 a.m. Like, well, it's not here. So, of course, I contact Amazon customer support. I get contacted with someone in India in some kind of a chat room farm because you know they're all sitting in a room in India on PCs talking to people, right? And I explain the situation. And I say to them, listen, I'm not even exaggerating. This is probably the 5th time in 2026 that I ordered something from Amazon and it doesn't show up on time.
Oh, my God.
And never show up at all. Can you do something for me? And they say, no. So what do you mean no? No. The package is only missing now, but it could show up. You have to wait another 24 hours. And if it's missing for a day and a half, then we can initiate either a replacement or a refund. And I said,
yeah. Yeah, because the fact is that he probably hadn't finished his route. So, oh my God, he is Karening at some Indian dude in there. But that's the thing is like, yeah, you have to wait a little bit. People get delayed. Holy shit. You knew a former friend who had a hollow Charizard? Nice. Dude, I remember Charizard was the shit. That was the card back in the day.
That doesn't help me. I need the items. That's why I ordered them, and I need them now. That's why I ordered them overnight.
I need them now.
Well, we can't do anything to help you. Oh, okay. Well, can you...
See, this is the thing about Phil. Because he decided that he needed them now and he waited till the last moment. Instead of, you have a whole day off to go to a Costco run and get, okay, you need cat litter for Jasper. Like, here's the thing, Phil. Get a fucking... Get a fucking, notepad or something like that and write down a list of things you need to get at the Costco. And you go maybe once a month to the Costco run where you get the big stuff that you need. The cat litter, maybe toilet paper, stuff that you don't need to go every week at the grocery store for. But every month or so you need to stock up on a few of those kind of items. Oh yeah, you were the man. Yeah. Oh, I remember Wet Floor. Yeah, you were the man if you had a Charizard.
Direct me to someone who can help me? Because if you have no power to help me, I don't know why you're employed, right? If you don't do anything.
Wow. Oh, wow. Karen fucking alert there. If you can't help me, I don't know why. The fact is, Phil, like, here's what it is. That's why you have to wait for like 48 hours, because there probably been people who, if it didn't show up immediately, would harass them until they got a refund, and then the delivery truck just showed up and gave it to them, and then they just took it and basically got it for free. They are making sure that it never showed up.
Then why do you work there? Okay, so they directed me to someone else. Okay, this person's name was Dan. As I'm typing the story to Dan.
Okay. Phil, his name was not Dan. Okay, come on now. His name wasn't Dan. That was just his call center name. Okay? A lot of folks who are not from Western, from the Western Hemisphere countries have call center names. Dan. That's that.
What's going on? Dan says, oh, I'm going to direct you to someone else who can help you, and directs me to someone else named Sean. Okay? So now it's like, what? So now I'm at the third person, okay? And the third person's like, all right, listen, I want to help you, but we don't have power to. Our hands are tied. We're actually forced to not help you. Like, no exaggeration, we actually can't. We have to wait. That's the company's criteria, is that the package has to be missing for a day and a half, and then we can do something. And I said, well, how does that help the customer? I ordered something, paid for it to be delivered overnight because I need some of these items right away.
Karen Maxing.
But some of them I needed right away because we were out of stuff. How are you helping me by telling me I have to wait a day and a half because you lost?
You are out of stuff and you decided to do overnight. An emergency on your end should, like, just because failure to properly, organize stuff and get what you need should not be an emergency on your end. Oh, I don't have enough litter for Jasper Kitty. How did you not know a week or so in advance? Like, growing up when we had kids, we knew we needed cat litter. And because one of the things our chore was to do is clean the cat box. So when we got down to like one, we would say, hey, we got one left, and let my parents know so we could go on the grocery store list and they could get extra ones so they could put them up and we would have them. And we were told this is what you do. That way it would be known and you never run out of stuff. You don't run out of toilet paper. Oh, hey, we got a few rolls left. Okay, let's get more toilet paper. Oh, we're running out of paper towels. Okay, that goes on the list. Like, I miss that. Yeah, it's like, why not buy some of those cars from forth? No, I get you. Nah. I think I had maybe a little bit, but I had a few, but I don't think I kept them. I think I might have given them to other friends and stuff like that. I was never into into those kind of collectible card games as a kid. So, to me, it's like, yeah, no, that's, but it's good that people
lost the package. And of course, they have no answer for that. So I said, so what are you actually going to do? And they said, we'll credit your account some money. Okay. So I said, so what am I expected to do? And they said, you got to wait till tomorrow morning and the package will be there. And I said, the package will not be here. Because every time this year, there's been 5 other times in 2026, and we're only in April, okay? There's been 5 other times that this exact thing has happened, and the package never showed up, and I had to get a replacement or a refund. I said, why don't you just do...
How about you stop buying from Amazon, you fucking retard? Like, I'm sorry, if Amazon fucks up your order that many times, get it from somewhere else. Like, why? Why would you ever? I know, SCP. I couldn't. This dude, he's. I know I'm like an hour behind, but this fucking Amazon thing is fucking gold. He say I ordered it 5 times and they fucked it up. Then why are you still buying Amazon? Like, oh, you need cat litter, you need stuff around the house. Guess what? Go to a BJ's, go to a Sam's Club. You know, fuck. Go to a Costco. Like a lot of those places. Like I go like one's called BJ's Wholesale. And you know what I'll do? I got a list. I go online. I put the list in. Boom, this is what I need. And I, because I'm a lazy fat ass, will have them bring that stuff out to my car. And I'll bring that and take it in it. But the fact is that I always have a list of things that I need. That way I don't fuck it up and miss something. So if I need toilet paper, that goes on the list. And this is what he should do. And I know some of this was like me growing up. It was like we had lists of everything. There's a grocery list. That way you don't miss something. You don't forget something at the grocery store. It's written down. You know, memory can be faulty, but the list, if you wrote it down, you're going to have that. At least I'm not like Phil here being bitter towards his parents for not buying him the precious Wolverine toy. Yeah, it's like, dude, I understand. I never, you know, as a kid, I didn't always get everything I wanted for Christmas, but you know what? That's okay. I got things that I want. Yeah, you make lists, and yeah, back in the day, it was, you know, writing them down on a notepad. You have a notebook app. You've got a phone that you could put things in. You know, there's a ton of things to do, and it works because guess what? You don't have to always keep it in your mind eye. You don't have to remember it all the time. Especially when grocery stores kind of move things around to kind of keep you always guessing. But
now, it's not coming. I'm telling you right now, it will not be here because I've experienced
this is
5 other
so
times.
Karen
Look at my
Maxing.
order history, and you'll see the 5 other times you had to cancel the order and make me another one. This is ridiculous. What kind of, what kind of delivery service are you running here, and what kind of a business do you operate? Nothing I can do. Okay.
No, there was nothing he could do, dude. Like, this is so disgusting because it's because he didn't plan. His lack of planning, it's an emergency on Amazon because they don't get it immediately. He pays for overnight instead of getting up fucking early and going and getting things. Because he can't be bothered to do anything. He is worse than a sitcom husband.
Fine. He gave me an account credit, right? So I wake up this morning. Guess what? The package isn't here. There hasn't even been an update to the tracking information since 3 a.m. on Sunday. So basically, it's been lost for 2 days, just as I told them. But they don't have any criteria to actually help the customer. Their hands are tied. So you can't get angry at the people who work in customer support. They're just...
But you did! You Karen'd out at them, Phil! You Karen'd out! No, don't say you didn't get mad at them, because you did. You Karen'd at these folks, demanded that they do something for you, instead of saying, we can't do this, you have to wait, because that is it. You fucking Karen'd out at them. Let's rewind the tape, rewind the stream.
Fine. He gave me an account credit right here. Order no check. Package will be there. Now I have to wait a day and a half because you lost the package. And according to the company's criteria is that the package has to be missing for a day and a half, and then we can do something. And I said,
yeah, that's what they said. They don't have the ability. And look,
well, how does that help the customer? I ordered something, paid for
and
it.
And he did not say it calmly. He was right angry about that.
But some of them I needed right away because we were out of stuff. How are you helping me by telling me I have to wait a day and a half because you lost the package? And of course, they have no answer for that.
Yeah, that's you getting angry at the customer or at the customer service person, Phil. Like, you're like, oh, I didn't get it. Yes, you did. Because if you didn't, you would have take what they said and been like, okay, if it doesn't come back in a day and a half, I will call back. But he didn't. Instead, he gets pissed off that he can't just immediately get a refund. Yeah, this is Karen's side, Phil.
I said, so what are you actually going to do? And they said, we'll credit your account some money.
Yeah, see, the thing, what are you going to do? That's you being pissy and a Karen, okay?
Okay, so I said, so what am I...
But also the thing is, he expected it because he paid for overnight. And it's like, yeah, Phil's straight up being a Karen, but then trying to deny that he's a Karen.
...to do, and they said, you got to wait till tomorrow morning and the package will be there. And I said, the package will not be here. Because...
Yeah, and this bit, well, it won't be here. Because
every time this year, there's been 5 other times in 2026, and we're only in April, okay? There's been 5 other times that this exact thing has happened, and the package never showed up, and I had to get a replacement or a refund. I said, why don't you just do it now? It's not...
They said they can't, Philip. Are you deaf as well as retarded? They cannot do that. They don't have the power to do that. That would probably take a manager override, and the manager ain't gonna do it. And they are told to basically diffuse the situation before it gets to a manager. And the thing about it is, if 5 times Amazon has fucked that up and you don't actually do any of that, guess what, Philip? Then that is on you. That eventually, that's on you if 5 times you have done and they fucked up your order. Stop buying from Amazon. Stop having it come to your house. Go to one of the drop pickup locations. They're normally on like gas stations or whatever. Go pick it up there and drive it back. But stop doing that. Stop acting like, well, they're going to, it's like, oh my God, Phil, maybe try changing your behavior instead of unga-bungaing it.
I'm telling you right now, it will not be here because I've experienced this 5 other times. And I even told them, go look at my order history and you'll see the 5 other times you had to cancel the order and make me another one. This is ridiculous.
And the thing is, they see this. Do you know what it is, Phil? They see this and they think that you're trying to scam them. That, oh, it's doing this, you set up a bad thing, so you're trying to scam them. Like, and you're trying to basically pull a little, where it's like, it gets refunded, then immediately gets delivered, so you can get both, you can get it for free. That's what they're trying to do. That's why you have a lot of picture delivery proof, to show that you did get it delivered.
You know, what kind of delivery service are you running here, and what kind of a business do you operate? Nothing.
Like, what kind of business do you operate? And you act like you weren't mad at the customer service guy. You fucking said, what kind of business are you running? This is a motherfucker making minimum wage at most. And probably pennies on the dot. Probably making maybe a few dollars a day. And you're acting like this. Fuck you, Phil. You never worked a fucking day as an actual customer service person. You never treat people like that. Fucking hate when people treat people like that.
I can do. Okay, fine. He gave me an account credit, right? So I wake up this morning, guess what? The package isn't here. There hasn't even been an update to the tracking information since 3 a.m. on Sunday. So basically, it's been lost for 2 days, just as I told them, but they don't...
Hold on, someone say, stop using Amazon. Sounds like you're trying to scam Amazon.
Information since 3 a.m. on Sunday.
Sire, why continue to use Amazon? Like, that's the thing. Why would you use, if they lost your package 5 times in this year alone, in 2026, if Amazon did that to me, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go find somewhere else to spend my money. I'm not going to continue doing that. Because that's a fucking headache having to get a refund from Amazon.
So basically, it's been lost for 2 days, just as I told them, but they don't have any criteria to actually help the customer.
I can't imagine the notes on it. You know, and probably there's a notes on his account that they think he's a scammer. Because I wouldn't be surprised that he did that. Like, I'll say, I had a friend who did that with, like, he ordered some, it was the old Mystery Science Theater DVDs back in the day when Shop Factory putting them out. And he didn't get them. And he called them and said, hey, I didn't receive them. And they credited his account. And he comes into work today and finds out, oh, he had accidentally had them delivered to work instead of his house. So he instead of, he didn't get a refund. He got another one sent. So he had 2 bits of it. So he gave me one of those, like, oops. But yeah, like, this is obviously, they are thinking that he's a scammer.
Their hands are tied. So you can't get angry at the people who work in customer support.
You can't get angry, even though your whole tirade makes it sound like you did get angry at them. And you used very harsh words and language to try to bully them into getting what you want.
They're just people sitting in a room in India with a checklist of things they can and can't do. It's the people who run the company. You know, Jeff Bezos and all the people under him who basically don't fuck.
Bezos? Oh my God, you don't even know their fucking names.
Can actually do anything to actually make it a good system. They're the ones to blame, not the people who are trying to do the line level cut.
Then why were you being so much of a dick to the people who were in line? Like, this is the thing. He's a Karen, but his mind is like, I'm not a Karen. I didn't yell at them. And just he can't seem to connect what he thinks he is to what his actions show. His actions show that he is a Karen. And I wouldn't be surprised that some of those things did get delivered and he demanded a refund and then they got delivered, so they think he's a scammer and they won't do that.
Customer support. So I never get angry at the people who are line level because they're just like me. I used to work jobs.
Look, yeah, where is my package? You still haven't told me. He literally memory hold what he just said, that he didn't get mad. But you could tell by the language, he did get mad.
Like that. And when people yell at you, like, well, I can't do anything. I don't wish I could, you know?
I bet it's either a fault of a third-party seller or a different delivery.
Don't you think that that person...
There's blood on your hands. King doesn't have his protein bars. Like, are you telling me you can't get your protein bars from the grocery store? Like, again, maybe don't use Amazon.
Who works line-level customer support that if they could help you, they would? Why wouldn't they?
Either that or they banned his address in Amazon. They won't deliver to his address. That would be hilarious. And yeah, for a birthday party, he's complaining about Amazon. Wow.
Right? Do you think that, I'm going to hold back and not help the person who needs help? Of course not. That's not the case. You never get angry at the line level person, but overall, yeah, you're disappointed at the company, right? So once again, this morning, I had to be, chatting with India again and told them the situation.
Wow. More chatting with India. Jesus. Phil, you are never going to beat the racist allegations, dude. Just say you were dealing with customer support. You don't have to say that they're Indians. Okay, we know that most companies have transferred their customer service overseas to save costs. How about instead of just saying, "Oh, I had to talk to Indians," like that is beneath you? Fucking hell, dude.
Okay, well now, because 2 days have passed and your package is still missing, now we can order you the replacement. I said, okay, so it'll be here today, right? Oh no, it can't come today. The earliest it can come is tomorrow morning. I said, but what? But I needed it 2 days ago. Why couldn't you just get it to me yesterday when I wanted?
They're not helping you on purpose. Oh no, sir, not Phil again, sir. Oh my.
When I needed, oh sorry, we couldn't.
Again, the thing about it, this is a lack of planning on his part, and he believes that constitutes an emergency on Amazon's part. The fact is he could go to have a Costco membership and go and get fucking cat litter. Go do an emergency grocery store run. Get fucking cat litter for your cat, so he's not pissing and shitting in the house, and then deal with anything else. Like, oh, we don't have protein bars. How am I gonna have my sick days? Phil. Nobody cares about your goddamn protein bars. All this stuff. If what you need in Amazon is that important that you had to have it overnighted, then, and it didn't show up because guess what? Something happened, delivery driver, whatever. That is not, like, that happens. Then start using other things. Go to fucking Target, go to Walmart, start using other businesses. If Amazon is fucking up too much, then what you do, if you want to actually be part of the solution, is buy from other places. That's what you do. You don't give money to stores that are treating you that are fucking up when they say, you just don't. It would be like if, let's say, you're buying clothes from some clothing outlet, and or you order from the catalog, online catalog, and they fuck everything up. They get you the wrong size and everything like that. Don't buy from them again. Especially if they don't immediately oh shit, sorry, here's a here's some store credit. We'll take this all back. We'll get you everything squared away.
So they reordered everything again. Here's the best part about all of it. Ready?
Vivi mug.
So, like I told you, it was a whole bunch of stuff that I had ordered. Okay, one box had like 5 items in it, and they were sending another item in a separate box. Well, the other item that was in the separate box was still coming. All right, it even had a tracking number. It was en route. It was supposed to get delivered today. So they said, okay, so we're gonna get you all the replacements for the stuff that's missing. The dude canceled the whole order. So when he canceled the entire order, the item that actually was en route to my home got canceled. So now it was gonna arrive today. Now it's not arriving today. It's gonna arrive later in the week.
Yes, because that's what happens when oh my God, Phil, that's what happens when you cancel a whole order, Phil. Sir, do you not get it? Again, yeah, he eats protein product. It's obviously he's eating protein products to kind of, because he wants to believe he's bulking up. But dude, you're not doing anywhere near the workout where you really need to be hugely increasing your protein intake. Dude, no. Because if he was, we would start seeing the gains. We would start seeing the muscle growing. And here's the thing. Muscle, not only having muscle mass takes a lot more calories than fat. So as you're doing that, and let's say you keep the calorie count the same, you start to then burn the fat that you have. So you would start to less. But no, he's not bulked up. He's doing he's just doing curls. He's doing vanity muscles, like his shoulders, his triceps, nothing, no bench press for the chest, no kind of, sit-ups and stuff like that to really tone the abdominals and the obliques, nothing to tone the legs or anything, no squats to get those glutes up, nothing.
This is great. Amazing. So anyway, it's not a big deal, but that's the crap I've been going through this week. It's like, what is this nonsense? Oh, by the way, I told them this is unacceptable. This is what you always do. You make a big scene. That's unacceptable. You made me wait multiple days. What kind of company? And they gave me a second credit on my account.
He said he doesn't get mad at the customer service folks and then admits that he carried out to get more money. Fuck you, Phil. Fuck you. And you're like, well, I worked in customer service. You fucking carried out at these motherfuckers. These folks who, yeah, they're across, they're in the Indian subcontinent. They're working, very low wage, having to deal with folks like that. And you fucking carrying out of them. And they're doing everything to fucking make sure you will come back and still work. Like, I worked retail stuff like that. I worked at a movie theater. Yeah. You know what happened to a movie theater if, the film broke or something like that? You know what they did? We're going to hand out passes like they're fucking candy. Here you go, passes, free passes for a movie to kind of get people to come back. That's what you did. One time we had a bulb break in one of the projectors and it was going to be gone for the rest of the day. We canceled everybody's thing. It's like, oh, you have a ticket there? Okay, let me see that. Okay, here you go. Here's a refund and a free pass. Because it was like, yeah, we were sorry, because if you know back in the day when you had film projectors, if the bulb broke, you were fucked. Because you have to wait for the bulb to cool down so that you could replace it. And it was expensive. Oh, you're talking 5 figures for those bulbs. Because they'd last a long fucking time. But, but a film break, you'd probably get a free pass out of that, And when that happens, hey, guess what? You're like, okay, that happens. It's life. Yeah, I mean, I've had Amazon packages where things happen, and it's like, okay. And you're just like, oh, here we go. And you just send a little, like, hey, I didn't get this. And you're like, okay. And then you send all this stuff like, okay, yeah, we'll send you a receipt. Okay. If you're nice about it, things just work out.
So now I got a whole bunch of credit against my Amazon account for them completely botching this order and having no method to actually help me with it. So there you go.
Yeah, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. I hate this action because it really is why people become more Karens. I hate this because this is how people become bigger Karens, is that they Karen out and then they get rewarded for that behavior because the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So they keep doing this. They keep acting this way. This is why you have fucking Karens who will bang on the door and yell and scream because their coffee shop doesn't open 5 minutes before they state that they're going to open. Like, oh, it opens at noon. Let's say it opens at like 10 o'clock. Like their restaurant opens at 10 o'clock. 9:55 is still closed. They're like, let me in, blah, 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 blah. Or the fact is, like, it's closing at 9 and they say kitchen closes at 9. They get it at 9:05, demand to be fed. And it's like, yeah, no. And they just raise a fucking stink. Oh, sorry. That just hits my goat. Like, he's laughing about it. He's laughing about being a Karen. Okay. He's laughing about being a Karen.
It's not acceptable that the company operates that way. I said, I understand that you're doing everything you can do in your power to help me, and your hands were tied, but this is not acceptable. My order was supposed to arrive yesterday. It didn't arrive today, which I knew it wouldn't. I told you it wasn't coming, and I wanted a replacement, and you refused me. Now you're
also the fact that you overnighted something on Easter Sunday. Again, lack of planning, and he feels that constitutes an emergency on Amazon's part.
Issuing the replacement, but it's not going to be here again for another day or two. And by the way, for the record, it could just happen again. It could just not show up again, and then I got to do it again. And what are they going to do? Keep giving me credits on my account? I mean, how much credit are you going to give me until you realize your process is broken? Fix it.
Then maybe stop using Amazon.
King Michael, thank you. He says happy birthday. How you doing, King Michael? It's good to see you, man. Thank you, Gordon. Gordon, wish me happy birthday as well.
And Kick is all just showing, like, yeah, how bad what he's saying
I'm
is.
seeing a $44 tip. This person, happy B-Day for you. Happy birthday, Phil. Thank you. $44 tip. Let's get a nice animation for that. I only have a $30 animation, but that's fine.
But yeah.
Thank you so much.
That was a fucking Karen thing.
So that would be, let's see, oh, I gotta do math now, and I ain't get enough sleep. This is not good. I gotta do math.
I can't do math.
135, right?
Valedictorian can't do math.
I'm just gonna, normally I do it in my head, but I'm actually tired today, so I'm just gonna pull out the calculator.
He can't do math in his head because he didn't get too much sleep. He drank too much gin.
Hold on. Is this number lock right here? It is 191.
Oh, is this number lock? Oh my god.
Wait, isn't that what I said? Oh, I did get it right. Oh, cool. I actually did have it right.
This motherfucker.
Okay, so thank you so much, whoever that was. And that was $44 tip for my 44th birthday. Thank you, thank you. Okay. All right, so let's talk about today. Oh, I said 135. Okay, I was tired. It was 2:35. All right.
The worst for me when I had something ordered that was at least getting a package delayed by 3 days.
The stream's on for 45 minutes. Why am I only talking to you guys for like 20, right? Because I have music.
Yeah, like, now I've had where a package got basically delayed by some like bad storms and stuff like that, and then things got...
Okay, here's what we'll be doing today. What's up, Roy? How you doing? What's up, Jade? How are you? This is going to be an archive stream all in one part. I'm not going to split this up. This is a casualized event. This isn't like a serious playthrough or anything like that.
Casualized event.
So, how's it going to go today? Here's how it's going to go. First off, today, when I feel like it, I'm going to have a drink. I have right next to me a brand new, sealed, unopened bullet bourbon that I'll take some shots of over the course of the day if I feel like it. All right? Not even opened yet. You can see I just bought it at the grocery store. So we got bullet bourbon to take some shots of. Okay. In addition, I have various different flavored cold waters. I don't have any here in my fridge downstairs.
You can buy
I have a new one. It's called
booze at the grocery store?
It's supposed to be coffee with vodka mixed together. Sounds interesting. I also still have the one White Russian left from that box from last year.
Remember, he is a cured alcoholic. He's a former alcoholic.
I do have some of the Long Island iced teas because I don't like them. Remember I had one last marathon? I was like, oh, I don't really like the flavor. So I want to drink them, I will, but I still have them. So I got all those different flavors of water. For those who don't know, water is essentially a can, like a soda can, but it has an equivalent of 2 alcohol shots in it. Okay, so there you go. So at any point during today, if I feel like drinking, I will. But also, if I feel like having a coffee or whatever, I also will. I still have my filtered water here with me. All right, and this stream is going to run out
coffee
all the way
all this
today,
like
probably till like 9:30
p.m.
He
looks so bad because he drinks and doesn't hydrate.
The only exception will be if somehow the stream gets flagged for demonetization for no good reason on YouTube. Then I'll restart the stream and there'll end up being 2 streams. All right. Okay, I don't think I'm going to lose my mind and start swearing like a sailor today. The more laid back day, I don't think I'll be too upset and say dumb stuff and
I don't know. You were pretty upset with Amazon
or anything like that. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, I'm definitely not playing Street Fighter 6 today. Sorry, everyone. No Street Fighter 6 today. It's out of the question. All right. It's my relaxing birthday stream. So what are we going to do today? All right. Well, number one, I would like to play old school fighting games if we can find any competition for them, which is doubtful. All right. When I say old school fighting games, there are 4 games that come to mind.
He is full on siege moding.
Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Capcom vs SNK 2, and Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Get your hand out of my face.
Big 4. Those were the games that in the late 90s and early 2000s held up the entire competitive fighting game community.
Look at his chair shaking.
Was not consistently putting out any new games of quality. Okay, they just basically gave up on the fighting game division and they were focusing on Resident Evil and Devil May Cry and stuff like that. So, how can I play those games? Well, I own various retro collections on Steam, including the Capcom Fighting Collection 1, Capcom Fighting Collection 2,
no one's going to be playing them, Phil.
And the Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. So among those 4,
play them on
all those games exist.
Phil.
Problem being, I don't know if I'm going to find anyone playing said games. We may jump in there and find absolutely no one playing, or the 1 or 2 people we can even find have insanely horrible connections, okay? So if that's the case, if we try to play these games and it fizzles out and it sucks...
anybody who plays them has horrible connections, instead of... There's no one there, and you need to go on fucking
switch to the Switch 2, and on Switch 2, there's another version of Street Fighter called Ultra Street Fighter 2: The Final Challengers. The problem with that game is
I don't care about Street Fighter.
Number 1, it lags and it always did. It always was a laggy mess. But number 2, that game has broken characters like Violent Ken and Akuma, selectable even in ranked play, which makes no sense. They're meant to be broken characters. It doesn't. It shouldn't be
Phil, you played broken characters in Super Turbo. That was kind of the way you got to 4th place. You kept playing broken characters
to be playing
in a broken game
over the course of today. I don't know how successful it'll be, but if none of that works, then we're gonna go into Super Mario World, my favorite platformer of all time, and we're gonna chill and play some of that and see how far I can get in it. So that's kind of the plan. The plan is I like to play retro fighting, but I don't know how long I'll be able to. I might play one and chill with you guys for a while.
I mean, it's a marathon. You should be able to beat Super Mario World.
Mario will always work. Okay. There you go. And again, this is in tandem with me doing what I want to do. People said, for once, Phil, you control the marathon. Stop letting everyone else control it. You choose what you want to play. So here we go, and we'll see how this goes and go from there. Okay? Some shout-outs. We have more shout-outs to do. And then we're going to talk about the rest of the day, because there's other stuff going on today, too. So we have Kelly with a HUF 400 super chat. What in the heck is an HUF? I have no idea, but we're about to find out. Hungarian forint. That is the equivalent of $1.21. There you go.
You see, if he had a thing that it would actually then convert it all
how much
for
do you make
him.
a day these days on average? Well, for my first initial question or answer,
See,
it's
he's
none of your business.
236. He's hoping he wants more.
That's just being honest. Like, it doesn't matter. Why would you care? And why do you need to know? That's answer number one. Answer number two, I don't know. I don't actively care because overall I'm doing so well for myself. I don't need to keep track anymore. That's the truth.
Yes, you do.
Like just last week, right? Yeah, some streams did better, some streams did worse. But I mean, I had a day on April Fool's where I made bank because I did a silly event.
Phil, every time that you talk about certain things, every time you don't get $150 a stream, you start threatening to wage quit a game. Like, this is why the wage quit exists. So we know that this is what it is, okay? Phil, we know that.
Where I reacted to Detractor videos on Friday alone on the Street Fighter stream, I made like over $700. Like, why do I care what I'm making in a day? I don't need to count it.
He's gonna be pissed if he doesn't get like $1,000 for this stream. He wants $1,000. I don't think he's gonna get it.
When was it? Friday? Some idiot kept spamming my chat all day and he goes, "How much do you expect to make on your birthday marathon on Monday?" And I'm like, "I don't expect to make anything on my birthday marathon. I don't care. I just had an insanely good week. Why do I give a shit how the marathon does? I could just chill."
Oh.
And ultimately, guys, this is where I always wanted to be.
Phil, when you had marathons before, your marathons do well, and then the few days after would dry, and you just got pissed. You couldn't understand it. Like, Phil, you're not fooling anyone. You don't have the fan base and the whales that you used to have to be able to always have these big things. And you still want it to be, I want $150 a day each stream, $300 a day total. Like, if he got only $300 a day, and that was it, he would call this a bad marathon. He called it a failed marathon. That's what's going to happen.
I want you to understand that was always the goal, is to be at a point in my streaming career where I don't have to worry about this stuff day to day. We can just relax. All right, so thank you so much for getting me there.
But then why is your house in such disrepair?
Okay? Cool.
Why don't you fix your house?
Did a $2 super chat and said, "Sire, your crash outs are legendary and bringing the tax money." I don't believe that. Oh, hi, Jasper. Jasper Kitty's here today.
Like, this whole thing, him doing all this stuff is because his tax bill is due and he owes a good bit of money. That's what's happening. We all know it. It's not... It's obvious.
We'll see if he gets in the mood to come hang out with all of us. He's right here.
Yeah, if you got $300, yeah, if I...
Cleaning now.
Here's the thing, I don't stream.
I don't think we're gonna have a crash out.
Do you even
if
make
I play
money?
Old
I
School
don't
Street
care
Fighter
if I
Nights
make money on a stream.
Like, I think it's going to run like garbage, and we're not going to have many or any competitive
Then
matches
why
yet.
play if you expect it to be laggy?
At the very least, like, let me put it this way. If I literally get one good set in each game I play today, I would be satisfied. But we might not even get that. It might just be so laggy that we don't get satisfaction. And it's like, well, let's just go chill and play Mario World then, right? And I have the controller charged.
So just
retro
play Mario
SNES
World then.
To play Super Mario World on, so it actually should feel like I'm playing real Super Mario World.
Nothing wrong.
SNES, which would be pretty cool, I think. Very nice. Thank you to Vasil for a 1313 super chat. And he says, "Happy birthday to the King Phil." Thank you so much, Vasil. It's good to see you here today. I want to say thanks for all of you who are here already. You guys are awesome. Like I said, I just want people to come by and hang out with me. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's all about. And I appreciate anyone right now who's chilling and just, vibing and having a good time. We'll do a little bit of Q&A soon because I want to tell you, about other stuff we'll be doing today. Ladies and gentlemen,
I bet one of those people
also
who
just
would
sent
be
me
an
a $44
alternative.
tip.
You don't want to watch film.
Thank you, Jason. Jason said, "Whoa." And I just got a super chat as well. Thank you. I'll shout that out in a second.
Like, this
Jason
is the
says, "Happy
thing.
44th birthday,
Like,
Phil. I'm praying 2026 is a wonderful year ahead for you and your family.
understand that,
I'll be back tomorrow
you
for Pokemon and Retro Rewind. Fighting games are just not my thing. I'll watch the Mario gameplay on demand later. I do enjoy watching you play them. Sounds good. This stream is just going to be an archive stream because this isn't me doing any serious playthrough content. So you can just watch it later, skim through the archive stream to get to the parts that you want to watch. Okay? Thank you for $44. That gets us up to $296. Thank you guys so much. Okay. Let's see here. Big Larry Gaming sent me a $2 tip and says, "Happy birthday, Phil. I saw you don't have Pokemon Champions on the schedule." Yes, I do. I have it for Thursday night. Did you decide you're not going to play it, or is it coming later down the line? I remember you saying you're going to try it. We're going to try it Thursday night. Thursday is going to be a double new release day. We're going to do the Invincible versus Open Beta on PlayStation 5 on the first stream, and we're going to try Pokemon Champions on the late stream. So it's a double testing day to see what these games are.
Pokemon on the late stream.
Honestly. So we'll find out together live. That'll be a fun way to.
You're going to have enough chill that you're just gonna.
Wait a minute.
It's gonna be enough chill.
I shouted out Vasil. Yes, I did. Thank you, Vasil. Camp Kill Commentary with a $5 super chat says, "Happy birthday to the legend." Thank you so much, Camp Kill Commentaries, for $5.
Legend. What legend? There's no legend here. I'm only gonna once he starts actually doing gaming, I'm gonna head on out.
YouTube as well. Happy birthday. Oh, happy birthday to me. Excuse me. There you go.
But that's the thing. It's a birthday. He doesn't give his fans anything they want, and he just expects them to keep giving him money.
Some liquor when I feel appropriate. All right. And
Pokemon Violet. I'm not playing.
Super Mario World. Now, what else will take place today?
I had Scarlet, so I didn't play Violet.
I used the 0, and the 0 looks like an 8. There we go. Now it looks like 3 out of 3. Okay. Well, at some point, I'm gonna have food. What food? Well, I don't want to spoil yet. And to be honest, I haven't 100% locked in. When my wife gets home from work later, we're gonna order, and it's gonna be something good. It's not gonna be health food. Like I told my wife, listen, we eat healthy like every day. you know, I work out. I just worked out last night. I want to eat something unhealthy for my birthday. So we're going to order something unhealthy for my birthday to eat, okay? So there will be some food at some point.
I don't believe
4 to 5
that.
p.m. Pacific time, so in 4 or 5 hours from now, we'll have a meal together. A mukbang, if you will. But I don't consider it a mukbang because I'm not eating a lot, right? I'm not going to eat a sandwich, eat the whole sandwich, that's it. I'm not going to eat 4 sandwiches, you know what I mean? I'm not going to order a pizza and eat the whole pizza. I'm not crazy. You know, I am 44 now.
Well, you are crazy.
So...
But you don't.
So
like, you had Chick-fil-A and had like
we'll find
the
out later.
nuggets.
Now,
you had a whole thing of burgers and shit like that. You had a chicken sandwich and a wrap. You had half a wrap. It was like you had a ton of calories.
Or crumble cookies on DSP tries it. So it's like, do I really want to do another dessert? I'm not really into it. I mean, honestly, I would have liked to have some protein snacks. Show you some of the protein snacks that I eat. Except that's one of the things that was in the Amazon order that didn't get delivered.
Yeah, he ate 3 burgers at once.
And now I can't show you because I don't have them because we're out. We're completely out. And that's Amazon's fault. So it is what it is. You know?
Well, again, Amazon's fault. Oh my god. Phil.
They're claiming the replacement shipped. Is that true? And that's actually, I would have liked to have some protein snacks. Show you some of the protein snacks that I eat. Except that's one of the things that was in the Amazon order that didn't get delivered. And I'm not going to get it. It was supposed to be here yesterday. And now I can't show you because I don't have them because we're out. We're completely out. And that's...
See, this is the thing. Phil doesn't buy anything new until they're completely out. Because he's that stupid and doesn't think ahead to say, hey, oh shit, we've got like a few protein bars left. Let me go put that on the list and go get some so you don't run out. You know, things like, as I said, paper towels or toilet paper. You just gonna wait till your last roll of toilet paper before putting it on the list? No. You go to the store when you still have a few left so that you don't run out and you have something that you can wipe your ass with. What the fuck? Oh, you gonna okay? You do Pokemon Violet. All right, that sounds like fun.
So it is what it is, you know. They're claiming the replacement shipped. Is that true? I'm looking right now, actually.
Look at it, Phil. You're live, Phil. Did you know you're live? This might not be live, but you are, Phil.
Some of it shipped, some of it didn't. What a mess! This is so stupid, man. They screw up so bad with these orders. I don't want to look at this anymore. This is gonna piss me off.
Well,
I don't want to look at it. I'm seriously closing it. I don't want to look at it again. Okay.
Oh my god.
So there will be food, and there may be dessert later. Maybe I'll order myself a dessert later, depending on how the day goes. It depends on how hungry I am later. If I'm craving a piece of cake or a cupcake or something later, or I might not have anything. Okay, we'll see. Maybe I'll get ice cream. Maybe I'll order myself an ice cream or something. I can do that too. But again, do I feel like it or not? We'll see later. All right. Outside of that, nothing crazy because I know people are like, well, what about Asmon Gold and this and that? I don't know. And to be frank with you, I don't really care. Like, I don't have any guests coming on the show or anything. That's not what this is supposed to be about. It's supposed to be a nice chill day where we just hang out with each other. I haven't spoken to Asmon Gold. I haven't. Okay, outside of me doing the public thing last week, which you guys wanted me to do, and him responding saying he may come on or not, I don't know. I haven't spoken with him at all. So
it's not going to audit the cards I get on like Phil. Yeah, Phil and the quartering, when you just audit all the cards. Quartering only cares about the money that he gets from these.
So it's gonna be I'll get a still frame of him to be on the show or something. But I don't care. If he wants to come on and he really does, great. If not, it's not a big deal. I'll be drinking and playing games and having fun with you guys. That's what I want today to be. So
you cordially invited him on the internet. And everyone laughed at you for that.
You're probably the one that was outdated from a day or two ago. Yeah, I updated it as of last night, and I added all that stuff, including Pokemon Champions, to the schedule. So, good stuff. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Let's hang out for a little bit longer. Let's maybe chat, do a little bit of Q&A. All right, and then, actually, I'll play some music now. All right, we'll chat, do a little bit of Q&A, hang out, and then
we'll care about your music.
Which of the big 4 fighting games do you want to see me try to play first? Okay, cool. So,
this might actually be very quick, because I'm like, I'm not going to care about his...
Thank you. Jake says, thank you for all the years when I was sick or mad or sad and watching you play Call of Duty, it made me feel happy. You're welcome. Anyone who ever got any kind of entertainment factor out of my content, whether it was seeing me rage at games, or succeed or have fun, or just be chill, or podcasting, or reacting, whatever it was, you're welcome. That's what it was always all about. Me just sharing my honesty and my real reactions to everything on the internet, and you guys just having a good time with it. That's it. It's all it was ever about. It was never about me blowing up and becoming prominent or famous, getting a million subs, and getting a million views, and this and that. All I ever wanted to do was just kind of chill and share my honest thoughts with people on the internet, and 18 years running, and people still love it. So thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to truly do what I love for a living, and it's just getting better. You know what I mean? The content is getting better. I'm getting better. Everything's getting better as we continue on. Let's see here. What are you talking about? Pingling says Wings said he'd come on for your birthday. Wings is constantly now saying nasty things about me. He's so upset about my April Fool special about him, which, number 1, was not totally serious, to be honest. Number 2, I already had a discussion with him about behind the scenes. He seemed fine, and now it seems like...
Oh, Phil, you, like, understand that you got, well, it was April Fool's Day. No, Phil, you went beyond in that. You were harassing motherfuckers. Why should they ever give you the time of day after that? Like, you were nasty to motherfuckers. Nasty. What the fuck were you doing?
Every stream for the last 2-3 days, he just keeps getting baited by people to say bad things about me. I don't think he wants to come on my birthday stream. Okay?
Why should he?
Big Mac says, I swear some of my favorite streams were when you played Warzone 2 and it was Modern Warfare 2 Reboot. Well, I remember even more better than that was Black Ops 4. Was it Black Ops 4 Blackout? That was really the first battle royale that I sunk a significant amount of time into. Before then, I played PUBG, but PUBG ran like complete garbage on the Xbox. So when I played Black Ops 4 Blackout, that was actually, I tried hard. I actually did well. I won many games, and I think we had great times where, not only was I
This is one of the big things about that thing. Why should Wingo care when the fact is you brought up shit like the whole fat camp and the domestic violence, all that kind of stuff, and throw that at his face and act like you're better than everyone else?
Wings constantly talks nasty about me on his streams because his buddies come in with Detractor stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. I never... Virtual Boy Defeats DSP says, this is what we were trying to tell you. Your joke burnt a bridge and Wings is fair to you, treated you like a friend. Wings constantly talks nasty about me on his streams because his buddies come in with Detractor stuff. I don't know what you're talking about. I never talk bad about him, ever. Besides the April Fool's event, I never talk bad.
Yes, you did. You talk to him like he's a lesser of you. Oh, that you need to do this. You need to do this. Do. Like giving advice that that is not asked of you, and doing all that. Phil, and that April Fool's thing was done with so much malice. He can't understand. But I said it was April Fool's, so you can't be mad at me. No, Phil, here's the thing. In April Fool's, you went mask off and showed how much of a hateful little troll you are. And now people like Jordy and fucking LTG do not ever want to talk to you again. Guess what? That's on you, Phil. That's on fucking you. Okay? That's not on anyone else. That's on you. You burnt that bridge. And the fact is, that's all. And the fact is, yeah, he would kind of make, Jordy would make pointed comments and understand some things about Phil and that Phil probably needed to do. But the thing is that what he has to understand, that wasn't an April Fool's Day joke. That was malicious. That's the thing. Phil is such a narcissist. He doesn't understand that between joke ribbing, which is if you were to, let's say, rib Wingo, be like, oh, he's fat, Oh, Wingo, I heard Wingo got a job. He's a stand-in for the Boulder in Raiders of the Lost Ark or something like that. Where it's like, hey, you knock someone, everyone knocks you back and that kind of stuff. But it was genuinely malicious. And he doesn't understand that you don't get to be genuinely malicious and say, April Fool's, guys, or it's a prank, bro. It's a prank, bro. That's what he's doing. That whole April Fool's thing was him trying to be like, it's a prank, bro, but being dripping with malice and hatred. And then wondering why now no one was going to want to associate with you. Like, Phil, the casino is going to be here this evening, and they're going to go after that Wingo stuff. And oh, is that shit going to look bad?
About that guy. He always talks bad about me. I don't know why he gets baited into it, because I've called him out on it, but he just does it anyway, right? And in addition,
Wings talks objectively and fairly about you. He tries his best not to slander and usually sticks up for you, and yet the fact is you malicious. Yeah, like he will say some things like, oh, I think Phil's doing this. He doesn't really go into big, huge thing. You definitely see he tries to, walk the line a little bit. But the fact is, Phil still is like, but it was April Fool's Day. Just because it was April Fool's Day, you can't basically shoot someone in the fucking knee and make it so they can never walk again and just say, oh, it's April Fool's Day. It's a prank, bro. It's a prank, bro. Like, that's some fucking shit like Johnny Somali, some of these fucking kids who have grown up on the internet. Like, dude, you don't do that shit. If he was anywhere close to Dale or Jordy when he did that shit on April Fool's Day, they would kick his ass. This was some bullying shit.
You say, burn the bridge. What bridge? Was he coming on my show? Were we doing content together? No. The guy literally has no schedule, can't even wake up, can't answer a DM.
Again, look at this. He can't wake up, he can't answer DM. You've been saying this for a while. That is some of the shit that is, you are just nasty to people. And you wonder why people then won't, don't care about you. Phil, here's the thing, Phil, I hate to be the one to say this, but I do fear that Phil will have a heart attack or a stroke on stream. And his dents will be so scared, they will not be able to call an ambulance for him. And he will die on stream because anybody who could have, he has pushed away. And no one's going to care.
There was no bridge to burn. The bridge was already blown out. There was no way to get across this giant ravine.
Yeah, holy shit, this is negative as fuck. I tried to get Asmon attention, but he didn't read kick check, only Twitch. I refused. The bridge was goat seed. Nah, not a heart attack, most likely a stroke. Yeah, mostly it'll probably be most likely a stroke. But again, it's just everybody who could have helped him, who could have been part of his support network, he's completely and utterly burned that bridge. And he burned the bridge with Jordy. Like that shit, you just destroyed that bridge. And you expect Jordy to ever pick up a DM for you ever again after you did that? No, you don't get to wonder, well, why won't Jordy take my DMs after that shit? Like, if one of my friends did something like what Phil did on April Fool's Day to me, it's on sight. I'm throwing hands. Okay, that wasn't a light rib session. That was just pure like, oh, we're going there? Okay, motherfucker, don't do that. His detractors will do it if it comes to that, but he'll blame us instead of thanking us for saving his life. Yeah, but here's the thing. I think some of the detractors have now gotten to the point where it's like, they won't even do it. Some of them may not even call. We're just like, we're not going to care. He probably will, but my thing is, if the detractors have to do that, there's going to be irreparable brain damage. Maybe even worse than fucking Cooking with Jack.
So as soon as it became Warzone, I was like, I don't really like this anymore.
Good God, so, yeah. That would be sad if that happened, but you know. Think about that if he couldn't use his hands and he just kept streaming wanting money. But he couldn't play games anymore.
Thanks for all these single kicks that you're sending. I'm not going to add those up. I'm not going to follow you around and scoop up the pennies off the floor. If you feel like doing 100 kicks or more, then I'll count.
Wow, scoop up the pennies. Jesus Christ.
Black Ops 7 actually brought Blackout back. It's now called Black Ops Royale. Yeah, but no one, this is the problem. No one cares about Black Ops 7, right? Like Black Ops 7, as much as I tried to play it and get good at it, and you know, no one gives a shit. The game is dead. They really screwed it so bad, and I think they know that, and that's why they claim they're not going to do these yearly releases anymore like that.
The only one who said they would call for help is Anne.
Thank you,
yeah,
happy birthday. How you doing? Thank you, Jasmine.
I think a lot of other folks have just gotten disgusted by him over the years that, you know, Anne might.
Thank you, Roman Victor.
But if Anne's not watching or Anne's not paying attention, what happens then? You know?
Cool.
Look at his legs. Look at his legs shaking in a chair. It's vibrating. It's a vibrate mode.
Mark, thank you so much, Mark, for $25 super chat. He says, happy birthday. What did you decide for your birthday meal? I actually haven't yet because my wife had to work early today, so we didn't lock it in. But once she gets home, we're going to order something. We kind of know where we want to order from, but we haven't 100% decided yet. Okay? So we'll see when she gets home. Thank you so much for 25 bucks. That is awesome of you. Thank you.
Yeah, Phil's done for if Anne isn't streaming or watching. Yeah. If that happens and Anne's not streaming or watching, he's done. Because the fact is,
you want to talk about my birthday? You want to talk about good stuff, positive stuff, and not drama? That'd be great.
Well, you did drama a few days earlier, and you think you can get out of that. That's the thing.
For the imposters. You know that. They come by every day, too. I know. I hear you.
He really thinks that he could do all that shit on April Fool's and then not have consequences. Again, he thinks that he could just say it's April Fool's Day, don't mask off, and then...
I mean, honestly, okay? What has age taken from me, okay? Not my looks, I never looked good. I was never a good looking dude, to be honest with you. You know, never ever in my life would I ever consider myself, oh, I was handsome. I don't think so. I think I always look like a butt. Okay, so I don't think that's the case. I would agree with you on eyesight.
I don't believe that.
I need reading glasses. And that's really annoying that I need those. I really like being able to freaking read before. Now when I go out with my wife, I always have to have reading glasses in my pocket because if we're somewhere to read a menu or something, I gotta take out the glasses, I can't see shit. That's very annoying. I'll admit that.
Phil, you needed to wear glasses to drive as a teenager and you didn't wear them. Okay, Phil? So, like, yeah, you don't want to wear reading glasses because it's now the point where even at a restaurant menu, you can't read. And you're not even going to a restaurant. You don't go anywhere because you're so afraid that a detractor would get to you. So the fact is you only DoorDash shit. If it's a heart attack and it's a Widowmaker, 0 chance for Phil, 0% survivability rate. Yeah, I hate being kind of morbid on that, but I do think a stroke is more likely. Because the way his things are grouping makes me wonder if he had a mini stroke already. Especially because alcoholism does tend to increase the likeliness in strokes. Especially gin, for some reason. I don't know.
And I'll say this, you know, in my 20s when I started with my back issues, and now that my lower back is better, now I'm getting neck issues. And it's like, that sucks. Getting older and having like spine issues, and there's nothing can be done.
Strokey has a better chance of surviving a stroke, but then the thing is it permanent damage? Is it going to be like Cooking with Jack, where he starts losing motor skills, where, you know, oh, he doesn't have the use of his left or his right arm anymore? Because like Jack lost the use of one of his arms. He can't use it anymore. And depending on the stroke, sometimes you can't recover from that. So think about it, if he lost the use of one of his hands, he couldn't play games anymore. How would he be able to do anything? I don't know.
My DNA sucks. So I would say, you know, spine issues and my eyes are the biggest problems. Obviously, I would like these chubby cheeky jowls to go away, but I just don't see how it's going to happen because I've already lost so much weight. Like, I'm down to 175. Actually, I haven't weighed myself.
I don't believe you're down to 175.
A couple weeks, maybe I'm even lower, maybe I'm higher, I'm gaining muscle, I don't know. But last time I checked, I was around 175.
You're not gaining muscle, dude. If you're gaining muscle, you would see it. Before my dad died, he had 2 strokes that happened from days apart from each other, and the Widowmaker did him in. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, something like a stroke, it also just destroys your health. So, you know, either another stroke or another heart attack becomes, it just compounds things. And yeah, like those things, you know, they start happening one after the other, and you're just done. It's unfortunate, but Phil needs, like, he wants his jowls to go away, then he needs to stop drinking. If he stopped drinking, the puffiness and the redness in his face would start to vanish. But also, he needs to, like, he's not 175. I'm sorry, he's not. I don't believe him. The strokes happened 10 years ago. Okay. A stroke does major damage to the body, and especially to the brain and the nervous system. That's the thing. If Phil had a stroke, he wouldn't be able to survive, because he'd have to put effort into getting better if he can regain his motor functions. And depending on how a stroke does, so, like, I mean, look at Tim Curry. He's never been able to regain a lot of his motor functions after his major stroke. You know, I mean, he can talk and you know, but he's still, his size drooping and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, he can do, I think, a little bit of voice stuff, but that's about it. Yeah. Thankfully, the strokes happen when your dad's in the hospital. I hate saying it, but that is probably the best place for someone to have a stroke or a heart attack, in the hospital, so that you have the fastest response time. It's not like, though, yeah, but also someone says perhaps more vitamin D. Yeah, get some more sun. Stop the drinking. Like, you look at it. Look at it. His eyes are sunken in, but everything else is red and puffy. This really does kind of, to me, with how the lighting is, kind of says more about drinking problems. If he stopped the drinking, the, you know, alcoholic bloat would vanish. He would probably lose the puffiness in his face, and any working out would actually work better, because the alcohol is, any carbs and sugars in the alcohol is undoing a lot of that stuff.
Like, dude, I've lost so much weight now. Like, I've lost 70 freaking pounds since my heaviest in my life. And
but your heaviest in your life was like a decade or so ago. So, like, you're trying to make it seem like your heaviest was like a few years ago. You lost 70 pounds. Like, dude,
everything is skinnier now. In fact, on my body, all right, the only real place that I have fat at this point is right here around my stomach. It's the spare tire. You know what I mean? The annoying spare tire.
But you said you had rock hard abs, Phil. And Phil, when we see you have the moobs. Like, you have the moobs. If you actually were really working out and doing the bench press, the moobs would start to vanish, and you start to, instead of getting the big, you know, the fatty moobs, you would get like the pec moobs. You get the pecs. Like, that's how that works.
That's the hardest thing to get rid of. It's not big, it's a very small one, but I have it, and the only way I'll ever get rid of that is to basically get a weight machine and do tons of crunches, or to start actually doing cardio. Like,
oh, wet floor, that's awful. Yeah, heart attack. I haven't had a chance to bring him back, but he'd be a vegetable, require 24-hour care. Couldn't really afford it. I know. And I'm sorry, but yeah, that sucks. And sometimes people just don't want to, they wouldn't want to live like that. And I mean, I don't know what your family, that your father might not have even wanted something like that. Sometimes it's like, yeah, you know, just let them go, let them be at peace and be in a better place, and hopefully when it's your time, you get to go meet him again. You know, that's the thing. He was gonna show, yeah, he was gonna show his gunt for $750 last week, and so like, oh, he had rock hard abs. It's like, Phil, like, you don't, like, sorry, we've seen your moves,
running and stuff like that, which eventually I may do. We'll see. Okay.
Like,
but outside of that,
I'm sorry,
the only other thing that's left is this.
I don't think he is at 175 pounds. Okay, because even when he was like, oh, I was 195, I'm super skinny, and then he put in the BMI calculator, and it's like, no, that's still overweight, close to obese, and you're just like, and he's like, dar? So I think he's just making up. I don't think he's near there. Yeah, he might be somewhere between 190 and 180 or something like that. But like 175, he would not have a lot of the visible fat deposits. It would start to become more, you know, you would be getting closer to like normal to underweight kind of thing. I don't know. I don't quite know. And I don't believe he's gone to a doctor to double check that stuff.
These jowls, which you tell me how to get rid of them. That's the problem. That is my biggest regret, is that when I was in my youth, that's when I should have been taking care of my body. Because when you're younger, if you lay the groundwork for the rest of your life, your body will be good. Like my dad worked out a lot when he was in his 20s, and all through his 40s and 50s, he still had a good build, even though he wasn't actively
That's
working out.
because he was in the Marines, dum-dum.
I slacked off. I worked out in my early 20s, and then I just slacked the fuck off and got fat as shit. So now here I am in my 40s, and I'm busting my ass to try to get healthy, lose weight, and it's like, damn. But you know, I'm kind of starting from scratch. And again, in your 40s,
you say you didn't want to end up as like staying in a care home, so he didn't let it happen. He was a caretaker custodian in the care home. Yeah, if you're seeing that and stuff before, yeah, sometimes you're like, I don't want that for me. I get that.
I'm not gonna go to some fucking doctor and say, hey, do you lipo suck my cheek away? You know, fuck it. What are you gonna do? I'm always gonna have a stupid, sagging, chubby face because of the bad decisions I made. What can I do? You know, it's like.
The thing is that if you worked out a little bit, like, listen, if you work out, you could probably, the fat could probably vanish. And yes, some people will have, you know, might have a little reconstructor to kind of move that around and, you know, that. But this is not, I don't think it's fat. It's just bloat. It's alcoholic bloat. Because I guarantee you that that thermos is not just water. He's got some booze in it. Just a little bit. Lipo is not a good surgery. It isn't. Especially for him, he would be much better just going to a doctor saying, hey, you want to kind of work on the face and stuff like that. And here's the thing. Losing weight overall should thin out the face. But either it's not doing that because he's, you know, not really working out or something, or he's like uses something like Ozempic and all that when he doesn't need it. And like, if you were to tell me that Cat was getting Ozempic and he was stealing it and using it himself, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, listen, Robert Tedwin. What a name! I can't even say your name. Robert says you.
How's the Ozempic?
It's not that I think that I'm like hideous and the ugliest dude ever, but
considered bone smashing.
Never in my life have I ever had like self-esteem to look at myself
I
in the mirror and be like,
dumbbells
I look good. I don't think I ever looked at myself once in the mirror and said,
yeah.
I look good. Like never. This has never occurred to me. And it's probably because, you know, my whole life I've looked like this, where my face isn't really symmetrical. It's just not. It never was. You know, my hairline was never even. I always had these issues. And what are you gonna do?
But here's the thing, your hairline doesn't have to be even. Guess what? That's what you go to a barber and have them say, hey, can you even up my hairline? Like, you know, a barber could look at that and say, hey, and you say, hey, could you even up my hairline a little bit, please? And, you know, a barber can do that. Like the trained professional to cutting hair could even up the hairline, you know, and there's nothing wrong with going to a barber to even up the hairline and be like, okay, I want the hairline to at least look a little even. Even if it is, you got the widow's peak. Just make it look a little even. That's the thing. Yeah, oh, Pokemon Go. I did Pokemon Go for a while, but once it went to Scopely, I'm not really, I don't think I want to do that because they monetize way too much.
That's the body I was given. I gotta live with it, right? Vasil saying, not to say proven to help, that weirdo clavicular hits himself in the face with a hammer. I don't think that would help with the jowls, though. I don't care. The facial structure isn't the problem. It's this extra right here. And I don't know what to do. What facial exercises do you do to get rid of the jowls on your face? Because I grew them when I got fat. That's when I grew them. When I was younger, if you look at pictures of me when I was much younger, I didn't have them. Okay? And then when I got...
Well, Phil, you know, stop asking your dents. You have a phone that's connected to the internet. You can look this shit up yourself. You haven't spent a dime. I know, but I'm not like when they went from Niantic to Scopely, I'm like, I do not like Scopely's monetization, and I feel like I hadn't been playing it for a while, and then it was just like that also was like, oh, this is probably going to make the game worse for anybody doing free to play. So I just didn't. I fell out of it. Because I also started living places that didn't have gyms and stuff like that. So I'm like, you know. Yeah. As someone said, guys, booze and pimp. You lose them by losing weight naturally.
My face, and now that I've lost all the weight, I don't know how to get it off my.
Like that's another thing. You know, if you start losing weight naturally, it'll melt away. Or cut, I find it much more manageable than short crew cut. I mean, the fact is that like crew cuts and all that, like, yeah, but and your barber will be able to help you out. You got to trust your barber, you know. And if the barber is like, hey, your hairline's a little off, you'd be like, hey, can you kind of even that shit out a little bit for me, please? You know, yeah. Downtown for me, there's 6 gyms alone. Yeah, I lived in a place where there was like nothing, and it was just like, dang. So it became a lot more difficult to, you know, do that. And then I just kind of fell out of it, you know.
That's the problem. Okay, we have some shout outs to do. Andrew is a name. Did a $1 super chat. Thank you, Andrew is a name for a buck. I appreciate that.
But yeah, the thing is,
a 10-pound super
he
chat.
needs to up his cardio.
Let's see what the
he
pounds
needs
were
to
today.
stop drinking.
From pounds to USD.
Because if he stopped drinking, the bloat would actually vanish, and his face would probably look a lot thinner.
Thank you so much. And he says, well, hold on, let me add that first before I forget.
Oh yeah, 3 rest stops and a few gyms. Yeah.
For that. I appreciate that.
I was in a place where there wasn't much, and it was like, okay.
An indie game called VIscant: The Riven Realms. It's certainly different, and you might like it.
And I kind of
take a look at that quickly. Oh, thank you,
left out of there. So. Again, everything is about a happy birthday to you. It really is just like, Jesus.
What the heck is it? Oh, Lord, that's a lot of menus. Trade Finance Square Wave success as leader of a traveling company in Vegas and award-winning turn-based post-apocalyptic fantasy RPG. You know what it looks like? It looks like Slay the Spire. It looks like what's the other game?
His chair is vibrating. Yeah, because he's got this like he's got this kind of autistic tick or something where his leg shakes all the time, and that's what's causing his chair to vibrate. And people called him out and like, stop shaking your leg. But I think it's just an autistic tick of his. So
see, like this is the where did it go? This is what the combat looks like. So it's 2T, turn-based, and it looks like very stats-driven, very technical. Likely, I would love it, but
it's not. It's just not fun when stuff gets monetized. Hell, yeah, and Scopely is really bad about that.
But personally, I would probably like it.
Scopely, I feel, is really bad about monetizing stuff like that to hell.
Well, thanks for the
suggestion. To me, Pokemon Go, you shouldn't have to monetize. Go to a gym and stuff like a community day or something. You can get whatever the community thing.
You likely will be harassed online. Here is the best way to handle it. Ready for this? Completely ignore it. Never ever respond to it. Don't give them a moment of attention because that's all they want. They want your attention. And if you even respond in any way, shape, or form, they will act like they got what they wanted. You ignore those morons. If they are harassing you somewhere, you block them and you pay no heed and no attention, and they will go away. Period. That is the best way to handle it. Completely ignore it. They are insignificant. They don't matter. Thank you, Mark, for another $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Now, speaking of which, hold on a second here. Today is my birthday. The King's birthday. If ever there was a day, today on Kick, you guys got to send moral support right now. I want to see the Kick chat absolutely flooded with moral support messages right now. Let's go. Yeah, look at that. Every color. I see beige. I see blue. Where's the other colors? There's like 10 colors. I see orange. I see red. Orange. Look at the pink. Beautiful pink. Blue. 2 shades of blue. We have dark and light blue. Look at that. Big, explosive moral support messages. Purple. Purple messages. See that?
Oh my God.
Birthday party. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you guys.
Look at this. This is a dude who is just like, I need to have all this stuff for me because
okay.
I need to be validated. Instead of
I don't know what that means. No, I don't know.
Instead of spending time with his
warden. Also, you have no idea what that means. I have absolutely no clue because I have an intelligence
spending time with his friends.
So I don't know. Like when you're smarter, you don't understand what people say because you can't comprehend the drool speak as they call it. I have no fucking clue.
If Phil decided that he was gonna be like, listen, I'm gonna be gone for my birthday because I'm gonna go spend Easter with my parents and then celebrate my birthday there, I would have been like, okay, that makes sense. Like, he doesn't go and visit his parents. He really doesn't spend time with his wife, even on days where he should. Like you don't have, Phil, you make your own schedule. You do not have to work on your birthday if you don't want to. As an adult, if I choose to, I don't work on my birthday if I don't want to. If I have paid time off, sometimes I take my birthday off so I can spend time with friends and family and things like that. Not all the time, but sometimes. So there's that. But it's like, he's so miserable with everything. He won't spend time with Cat. He won't spend time at home. Just spending time. Like, here's the thing. Why not, instead of Super Mario World, why not get, play some Mario Kart, play some Mario Party? If you got Nintendo Switch Online, especially if you've got, like, the N64, go play some fucking Mario Party with Cat. Go do something. Go do a co-op game with Cat. Have some fun. Like, show genuine fun. That would actually, it would make you feel better. But he can't, because he doesn't care about anybody but himself, so he's always miserable.
What he's talking about. I just ignore it. So what does it actually mean? Can someone explain it?
Like, I'm beginning to wonder if he's ever really felt happy.
Thank you for $5. These trolls are so angry, chat haters never get love. Thank you so much. Can't feel commentary for another 5.
You take the weekend off of your birthday to hang out with your brother and friends. Yeah. Dude, I love hanging out with friends.
Can anyone explain it? I would love to hear what this term means. I don't want to say it for fear that it's something horrendously bad. I would never want to say it. I don't know what it means.
Even if all it is just hanging out at their place, just chilling, spending time. As I've gotten older, I find like somebody's just spending that time is just the thing, because it's like, because especially as I've gotten older, I'm like,
no one is telling me, so I guess it must not be very important.
The older generations started to, folks have started to pass away. Look at that.
On the back of the shirt today, Mushroom Kingdom Pizzeria. Here, I'll show you.
He's got no fat, even though you can still see, you can look at that. He's got no fat, but if you look right here, that's an outline of a moob. Like, men don't have that kind of outline, Phil. Like, it normally is just kind of more straight, especially because you only do dumbbells for curls, which don't do anything for your pectoral muscles. How old is that shirt? That shirt is old. That shirt is like one of his original shirts. It is definitely like, I think he's had that probably almost 20 years. For a white shirt, he should have probably gotten a new one. And here's the thing. Also, look right here. You can see that that this is kind of stretching a little bit over here. Like, he doesn't look like he's actually done a lot of bench presses to really kind of buff that up. Like, because if you were, you'd be something like Andy Worski wearing tank tops and stuff to show off your gains, because you'd be proud of your gains and showing them off. So I think he's still got some fat here. He's still got some moves, and he's got a little bit of a gut. So 175, no, probably closer to 185 to 190, maybe. I don't think he's quite 200. I don't think he's quite 200, but I think he is sub 200, but I'm going to say 180 to 195, somewhere there, maybe.
Piping hot. On the back, it actually has Toad driving a Mario Kart as the delivery guy. I figured I'd wear it today since we're likely going to end up playing Super Mario World at some point. I said, I'll wear a Mario shirt. Why not?
That's an old shirt. Like, I'm sure you could find that design somewhere and get a new color, new shirt.
I've said many times, and I will repeat myself. Absolutely, positively nothing that Review Tech USA does concerns me, because he's an insignificant human. Like, literally, nothing he does affects me or should affect anyone of any significance. So I don't care.
If you don't care, do you know what you could also do? Not mention anything about Dickers. You could just say, I'm not going to give 2 shits about Dickers. Or not even, or here's the thing, you could say nothing. And then anything about Dickers doesn't matter.
What he says does, or, he's just worthless.
Like, to me, I dislike Dickers a lot, so I try never to mention him that much. Not to even give him a bit in my brain.
Oh, you've been sick? I'm sorry to hear that, Jade. I hope you feel better, man. I hate hearing that you can't do stuff you love. Ray Race, thank you so much.
But yeah, the thing is, his shirt's gray because he's washed it so much.
Ray Race, thank you for $2.
He's dancing about the birthday song that he's heard like 50 fucking times.
Thank you, Ray Race, for the gifted membership. That is awesome.
Like, I would only want to hear that on my birthday once, and even then, I don't like people singing on my birthday. If I go to a restaurant, I do not want anybody mentioning it's my birthday and singing. I don't like that. I don't like that. We're gonna do that. We do that at home.
Super Bon John says, let's crack open a Cutwater to celebrate. What time is it? Well, it's past noon. I could have. Would you like me to get my first Cutwater of the day? You know what? Should I try the new flavor? I have a new flavor that I have not tried yet, and I bought it just for today. Should we do that? Yes, people are saying.
And also, if he really was getting a lot of gains, he would not, like, he would not. I honestly am wondering if it's Ozempic or if he's actually starting to have some other health problems because of his alcoholism. Like, starting to have like a bit of ketoacidosis or something. That would, if it was that, that's really bad. He should get that treated as soon as possible. Yep. Hi, Chair-kun. How are you today? Ah, Chair-kun. Why my birthday is just another day. Yeah. Like, especially because
Silly Jasper was so afraid I was going to leave him alone because he was napping.
It's one thing if you're a kid and you're doing it, or if it's like your 21st birthday and everybody's coming out. It's one thing there.
He is a very,
as you get older, it's like, I just want to celebrate it with people I'm close with. That's all I want.
Okay.
You know?
So here it is. It is Cutwater Espresso Martini. I have not tried this one yet. This is a brand new one. There's a nice focus. That's how you get these cameras to focus.
My family, what we tend to do is,
all right, so this thing
for a birthday, we'll do some movie. Sometimes at a theater. If we can't find one nice at the theater, we find something on streaming. And we go home, you know, and then we make some popcorn and all that. And we do like the ones at home because that way, you know, if someone needs to take a piss, they can take a piss and pause the movie. But yeah. Oh, birthday's on Sunday? That's nice. Nice wet floor. That's always good. So you don't have to work. That's always nice. So, you know, you could decide to go out, because also if you can't, if your friends got stuff on Sunday, you can go out on Saturday, day before.
Cheers, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with me here.
That happens. Sometimes, like, you know, if I'm celebrating with family and friends, it's before my birthday. That's okay. Because I'm an adult and I understand this is how it is. We all have our schedules and our lives.
It's a little less sweet and a little more coffee flavor, like stronger coffee flavor, which I like. That is great. I'm not even gonna lie, guys. It is official. Right now, I will determine that the espresso martini from Cutwater is officially my favorite Cutwater of all the ones that I have tried. And that's including White Russian, Long Island iced tea, mango margarita, and Mai Tai. That's my favorite one. That's delicious. It's coffee and sweet, but also liquor all at the same time, and it's the right balance.
So it's basically a mixed drink in a can. Lazy motherfucker. Make a mixed drink like an adult.
Thank you so much. Cheers to you. Thank you, No Cap.
Do you think he's at a point where he needs alcohol to function if he's that?
True Dark Link with a $2 super chat.
Okay, look, he's dancing to the...
Thank you so much.
Thank
you for $2. I appreciate that.
He's dancing to the birthday song that we've heard 50 fucking times in this stream. Unfortunately, I no longer have friends. We just grew apart and stopped talking to each other. I mean, well, that does happen. I mean, you could always try reconnecting. Sometimes people just grow apart, but you know, you can reconnect, especially if something didn't happen where you're like, oh, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You can always try to reconnect or do any of that kind of stuff. You know, it does happen. But yeah, I get it. Sometimes friends, we grow away and grow distant. But, you know, if you can, always try to see if you can. You know, maybe you can. But no, SCP, I actually do think he needs alcohol to function. I think he has a lot of dental problems and a lot of dental pain. Like, if you ever watch him eat some of the stuff in DSP Tries It, he is in so much pain eating because he needs everything to be soft. I think, and because he has admitted he hasn't gone to the dentist since 1998, I think he has a lot of dental issues. Like, his teeth are very, very sensitive. And instead of going to the dentist and trying to find ways to, you know, preserve the teeth or get rid of some of the teeth that are bad, I think he just kind of, you know, he just kind of soldiers on. And I think that because of that, he uses the alcohol to numb the pain. Also, I think he used it a little bit to numb the back pain because he never really fixed any issues that he had with his back. He never went to a doctor or to a chiropractor to kind of figure out what's going on and what would be the best kind of tips and all that kind of stuff. He just didn't want to, he doesn't want to deal with medical professionals because they will tell him shit. So I think at this point, he kind of needs alcohol to function, and he uses it to function. And if he stopped drinking completely, he might go into withdrawals. So, and those can be fatal. So, like, I would probably say cut it down so that you can then go clean. Like, cut it way, way, way down, start really cutting it back so that he could then drop it. And I think then when he dropped the alcohol, I think his body would look a lot better. His face would stop looking as puffy and all that. But I do believe he is self-medicating. Yeah. Oh yeah, wet floor. He is definitely self-medicating with alcohol.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't want to go to a doctor. The doctor's going to tell him he needs to stop.
Super chat says, happy birthday, DSP. Currently traveling. I will be a bigger contribution. Looking forward to the old school fighters today. Me too. I just hope we can get to the matches. I don't know if we will. Thank you, Punk Pina.
And say, I don't like that Hawaiian shirt. Gray Hawaiian shirt is not that great.
You guys, with all the support, very much appreciated. Thank you so very much, guys.
Prayer hands. Prayer hands in the chat.
A $3 tip. He says, happy birthday, Phil. And hopefully you can pull Hogan's. I don't pull Hogan's anymore. I told you I quit WWE Championship.
I don't.
Played for a long time. It seems Asma do a surprise celebration. You know something on Twitter?
Yeah, X to doubt on that.
Exactly.
You still pull Hogan's.
I don't know. But thanks for $3. Okay.
Yeah, he is the firm belief all doctors are quacks. Yeah, and that's why he wouldn't wear his glasses. Because they told him he needs to wear his glasses to drive. He's like, well, I don't need to see a billion miles away. This is why I believe that.
I used to play competitive Street Fighter.
I believe that's why he had that crash when he was in high school. Because his parents could not convince him to actually wear his glasses. So, in a desperate attempt to placate him, they said you don't have to wear them except when you're on the highway. And he didn't want to do that, and that's why he got in a crash.
I want to sit here all day trying to figure this out. I want to use the internet, and it just stuck for many years.
And it's part of why he's scared of why he's scared.
So at the time, I was a big fan of pro wrestling.
The highways ever
since. Catchy, right? Like Triple H or RVD, like a catchy 3-letter name I thought would always work well as something that you could refer to me as in the competitive Street Fighter community.
Again, wrestling.
And at the time, it was just a bunch of factors. There was a song that had come out. It's not even good. I think it's called like Dark Side from some random band from back then. The band sucked, but it was just a song that I heard. And so the name of the song was Dark Side, and I was Phil, and I said DSP, Dark Side Phil, right?
You don't even remember the song. Oh, it must have sucked. Well, if it resonated with you that much that it became your online handle, like, wouldn't you kind of know where that came from? Why you chose that name? Even if it's like, I don't want to get into that, maybe because it's a dumb reason. I get it. Sometimes you pick things that are dumb, you know, dumb reasons or whatever. But, you know, a random band and all this kind of stuff. Like, what the fuck?
Cool, it's an abbreviation. Now, I wanted everyone to know that it had nothing to do with Star Wars. Because even though I did like Star Wars in my youth, I wasn't a huge fan. I thought, if people think that this is like Dark Side from Star Wars, they think it's like some nerdy thing. So rather than that, I changed the spelling to be DR.
Oh, it's a nerdy thing. Again, you do video games for a living, which was, especially in the 80s and 90s, a very nerdy niche kind of a hobby. And now you're like, oh, I don't want to be a nerd. This really does show some things. Like, one, why does he not want to wear glasses? Because glasses are nerd. They make him look like a nerd. And that's why he doesn't wear glasses. He doesn't want to wear glasses. And this whole thing, like, it's obvious he doesn't want to be perceived as a nerd. That's why he picked Punisher for the SRK, because he wanted to perceive like he was the cool kid. He's cool. The Punisher who's cool because he's all in black and he kills people and he's super cool, and Phil wishes he was Frank Castle and he could do that to his enemies and that kind of stuff. In Minecraft, hopefully.
DARKSYDE instead of SIDE, so that way people would know, well, this with a Y, it's not, that can't be Star Wars, right? Does it really mean anything? No, it doesn't. But it caught on. Like, no exaggeration. People were like, it's catchy. They like saying DSP, DSP, DSP. It's a catchy thing. If you're at a tournament, would you rather say, Philip Burnell, you're up, or DSP's up, DSP, get to station 2. It's easier to do. That catchy three-letter name. So that's really
DSP, stop following people. You're gonna get disqualified. Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. You want me to run this tournament for you? He was obviously the guy who made fun of people who played video games, because that's nerdy stuff, until he found out he could make money off of it. Wetfor, I completely agree with you there. Yeah, the way that he plays retro games, like he hasn't played any of them before, you can tell he had very little video games growing up. And the fact is like, he acts like, oh, it's super, like, he's the one shitting on nerdy things. It's like, dude, who cares? Like the whole thing about it is like, yeah, like the RVD thing really does kind of make sense. I'm like, yeah, he was a big wrestling mark and he wanted that 3-digit, like RVD or Triple H. But yeah, he makes fun of nerdy people, even though he might have been doing some of that as himself.
I went with that name. It was just for ease of use on forums, chat rooms, and at tournaments for Street Fighter. And it stuck. And it stuck ever since. It doesn't have a particular reason that I started using it or anything like that.
Well, then why did you just have that whole thing? You could have said, I just picked it. All you had to do is say, I picked it because, you know what, I wanted something like a 3-additional thing, like fucking, like wrestlers, and I picked the name, whatever.
Okay. CyberL, is here with a 5
Yeah,
euro
I really just like the fact that you could tell he made fun of stuff. He's such a tourist of everything.
To be quite frank, I still don't like the combat, but because people explained to me the way to get around.
Why was S Cowboy? Why not just be DP? But yeah, this is the thing. He skinwalks everything. Oh, my relationship with this, and then you could tell, like, because he talked about playing Pokemon Blue. Like he felt that was too nerdy. You know, Star Wars was too nerdy. Yet he claims to play Pokemon Blue, but he has no idea about Gen 1 Pokemon. No idea at all. Like, hell, I actually saw a bit where he claims that, where he did a little quip that his fucking rival cheated by picking the Pokemon that had type advantage. Phil, your rival always does that. Always picks type advantage against you in Pokemon. That's always
The kind of silly combat. The game's combat is silly in my opinion. Holding a trigger, holding a shoulder button to auto combo, you know, interrupting with a stab, and then doing the down move. The combat is not very good. There's so many other games that have better combat than Crimson Desert. But outside of that, which is what I said in my original review, I like the graphics. I like the idea of this big open world.
I like the graphics.
I like some of the RPG elements. Like
Good,
I'm actually enjoying
Phil. That's all you get. Graphics. It's all about the graphics.
So when I finally was convinced to go back to it, I said if I just talk through the combat and people help me to understand it, so we can at least get through the combat segments, then I'll probably like the game.
It's
and honestly,
the
so far,
graphics.
yeah, these 2-3 things I've gone back to it have been a lot more enjoyable as a result of me kind of just saying, screw the combat, we'll get through it, let's enjoy the other elements. So we'll see how it goes continuing forward. Okay? All right, hold on one second, everyone, because I gotta sneeze. I'm about to sneeze, and I don't want to blow my nose on camera, so give me a sec. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Okay, that's better. Thank you for waiting. So Cyber Elk, that was €5. That's about $6 USD, I believe. So thank you so much for that, and thanks for coming by.
Yeah, Pokemon was the original rock, paper, scissors. He's having so much trouble with... He always has trouble with type advantages in Pokemon.
So it's not actually Jai Hayes, it's somebody else. Yeah, it's a brand new account.
I mean, I'll admit, some of the newer types, other than Gen 1, I will have a little bit of trouble with.
Thank you for...
trying to remember exactly what is weak against Steel. Like, I know Steel is really good against Psychic. I know it's weak against Fire. Like, trying to remember that, but I didn't play a lot of Gen 2 and beyond.
I appreciate that.
But, like, Fairy type advantages where Fairy is in there always gets me confused, because it's like, oh, I never really did a lot of Fairy, so I don't know. I know at least Dark is like, okay, Dark goes into the fighting Psychic Dark triangle, so yeah, it's good against Psychic, but weak against fighting. I got that. And Bug also is good against Dark because Karate Bugman. Kamen Rider is that, you know, Kamen Rider is in Pokemon because bugs and fighting are good against Dark.
Happy birthday to me.
Steel is weak against fighting and fire in G1. On G1. But Steel wasn't in G1. Are you telling me? Are you saying G2?
Great birthday and an awesome year. Thank you for all you do and always being here. You're welcome.
Because Steel wasn't in G1.
Everything that I do. I appreciate that very much.
Like Steel wasn't in G1. Steel was brought in because it was Psychic was way too overpowered and needed to be nerfed. So they brought in Steel. They brought in Dark. I think if I remember correctly. Okay, yeah. So Steel's weak against fighting and fire. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, I can see that.
We also have Game Speaking. We did a 20 knock super chat.
I think it's strong. I know it's strong against Psychic. I think it's strong against
my birthday. This is just me being honest. Like, notably, I remember Christmas, getting some really awesome presents.
Like, some other
I remember
things.
Getting the Eternia playset for He-Man. I remember getting various other action figures. I remember when I got my Super Nintendo with Super Mario World. Getting everything. Doing $5 tip.
Oh, what's he talking about now?
And Big Papa Plum says, hopefully you'll have a great birthday and an awesome year. Thank you for all you do and always being here. You're welcome. Thank you for always watching and supporting everything that I do. I appreciate that very much. We also have Game Speaking, who did a 20 knock super chat and says, favorite game that you ever got for your birthday. You know, to be honest with you, I don't really remember much about things I received for my birthday. This is just me being honest. Like, notably,
you don't remember what you got for your... Okay.
Christmas, getting some really awesome presents. Like, for example, I remember getting the Eternia playset for He-Man. I remember getting various other action figures. I remember when I got my Super Nintendo with Super Mario World. I don't think I remember any particular...
He remembers when he didn't get the Wolverine toy.
The birthday presents. Yeah. Just like the other day, people asked me, so what are your favorite birthday parties you've ever had? And I started to think hard about it. And I was like, dude, what birthday parties have I had? I remember one or two that I had at my parents' house where, you know, some friends and family would come over and we had birthday cake and food and stuff like that. I remember once I had a duck pin bowling. You know what duck pin bowling is? It's a bowling alley that has the smaller balls so that kids can basically do it, but adults can like chuck them really hard and it's a big explosion and stuff. So I did duck pin bowling.
Well, you see, and I think I had a birthday party at a bowling alley once. I think I did. And that was fun. And there was a Chuck E. Cheese near me. I think I had at least a couple ones at the Chuck E. Cheese. That was fun as well. But I don't remember a whole lot of them. You know, I don't remember a lot of it. It's been a long time. And yeah, after about 10 or so, after about elementary school, I didn't do birthday parties that much. You know, we have some friends over, and it was not really much of a party at that point. Eternity playset was over $135 in the 80s. Damn, that's fucking, yeah, that is hella expensive. I need to find someone to trade evolve some of the mons. Yeah, oh yeah, trade evolutions. You gotta find people to do that. Yeah, because then you have to get another Switch. Yeah, unless you had like, yeah, because I still have. Oh, you see, because the only other way I could do it is I still have my Switch 1. Because I got my Switch 2, I have a Switch 1, but yeah, I'd have to buy both versions and then just do, yeah, trade mons for that. But yeah, trade evolutions are always kind of rough because you need someone.
Bowling a lot when I was a kid. It was a hobby I did like maybe every couple months we would go. And so we had a birthday party bowling alley.
I do like bowling. Bowling is fun.
I remember having a birthday party at my local arcade, which was my local one that I loved. But I also remember having a birthday party at like the bigger arcade that was like further out in the state that had like rides and stuff in addition to just the games. So I remember those. Outside of those birthday parties, I don't really remember that much, to be honest. I don't think that my birthday was ever really a big thing. It was more the traditional holidays that were more for everyone. Christmas, even Easter. I think actually Easter in my...
That's weird. I don't know that I fully believe that for Phil, but that the birthdays weren't really a big thing for him. Unless the fact is that his parents were doing big Christmas stuff to kind of show off to the other relatives or something like that. You would think, I mean, a kid's birthday is a, you know, big thing and stuff like that. But yeah, as you get older, you kind of forget, you know, you still maybe remember some things. Like I think I did like mini golf one birthday. That was fun. Mini golf's always fun. But you know, I couldn't tell you exactly which ones I did. I'm like, I kind of think I have an idea of this, but I can't tell you.
House was a much bigger deal than my birthday, even though they were very close. Like Easter was yesterday, my birthday's today. Usually it was like that, where Easter would be near my birthday. Easter would be a much better.
Oh, I wonder if his parents or something like that. Of, oh, we're gonna celebrate Easter, but then and kind of like roll them into one. I never liked that. The presents were the most important. Yeah. The gifts were the most important to Dave, but I also wonder if, you know, the celebration was kind of rolled into one. Like, I've known folks who would do that. Like, if they had a birthday real close to Christmas, they'll roll Christmas and birthday into one. That always sucks, because it's like, no, you should have your own birthday.
Holiday, like, for example, always we would get an Easter basket. And the Easter basket would have marshmallow peeps, Cadbury cream eggs, peanut butter eggs, like Reese's, usually a big chocolate bunny, a whole bunch of candy, and maybe a few little toys and things here or there. So we always get that. We also had Easter egg hunt, which was little plastic eggs. My parents would put candy, and usually would be like,
he is pig-splaining an Easter egg hunt, something everyone as a child used to do.
I'm trying to remember now, like those crunchy candies, like Nestle Crunch, but they're like little ones wrapped and they look like eggs or bunnies and stuff. And then later on, as I got older, my parents started putting money in them, like quarters and dollars and stuff like that. And always we had Easter foods. I told you guys this before, like the Easter plate, which is a traditional thing that my mom would make. That would be wedges of hard salami.
I don't want to say it, but remember the story where they had a falling out with Phil's uncle? I don't want to say it, but it was something pretty bad that happened to have a falling out. What did he say? Did he actually? Because here's the thing, Phil, like, it's obvious that Phil does not have a big relationship with anybody else in his family. And I think it's either, and I don't know, but he also never really, he was never really that inquisitive about why that was. So I don't remember what the falling out with Phil's uncle was. I don't remember that. And you know, I don't remember all the lore. Like, I will admit that I am not, like, the biggest when it comes to the lore, but, you know, I don't know.
Prosciutto, cottage cheese, and hard-boiled egg, and you build this big platter design with these, like, wedges of it that you could just eat as, like, finger foods and stuff.
Like,
and I just found out.
I remember as a kid, you know, you always get, like, I remember, yeah, you did the plastic Easter egg hunt. But then you'd also do the little, you know, coloring that, you know, a few days before we would go with cousins and we would, you know, get those paws, little, you know, the paws where you could just dye the eggs and all that. And that was always nice. I always liked doing that. You know, the kind of stuff that, you know, kids do with Easter and all that kind of stuff. You know, and we used to have these, you know, Easter baskets. I remember my parents, my sibling and I would have like each that would look like a rabbit. That had like a rabbit head on one end, and the feet on the other, and all that. When we got older, we didn't do that much anymore. You just have some of the candy on there. Oh, for what it was, just like no idea. Yeah. So there was some kind of falling out, which so there's some kind of falling out because I know that he doesn't really have any relationship with anyone in his family. So I wonder if his parents did something and that caused that, or Phil did something his parents wouldn't apologize for. Who knows? I don't know, and I'm not gonna. I can't really blame Phil because you don't know what the issue actually had, and we probably never will know.
Pasta Easter cake this year. And
I'm sorry, what?
Just found out. I talked to my parents yesterday. They made the pasta Easter cake this year. I told you guys about this before.
Pasta Easter cake? What?
And every time I tell you about it, you're blown away. So I'm gonna tell you the story again.
Doesn't remember birthday parties, but random ass food. Yeah. Again, yeah. Even his parents had to support. Was it Christmas or your birthday where you didn't get the Wolverine toy?
It's a tradition in my mom's family to make a cake out of pasta for Easter. All right? You might say, what the hell are you talking about? Here's how it's made. You ready for this?
That's nasty. Or if his uncle did something that resulted in a falling out, but again, no idea. And Phil's the only one. Well, and part of this is that when you hear how Phil talks about his family, he doesn't talk about his extended family at all. I wonder if, could his uncle be the one that is the parent of his cousin? That could be the falling out. Because remember, Mama Linda and Daddy Dave did adopt Phil's cousin. Basically adopted her. So that could be, I mean, it's a possibility. I'm not saying it is. Let it be for the record. I'm not saying it is. It's a possibility. It's like a Jewish casual baked egg noodle dish. Like, I mean, if you're gonna make a pasta cake, wouldn't that more like be a lasagna or something? That's, I'm not sure. A pasta cake.
You take linguine pasta, you boil it, okay? You cool it down, and you mix it with milk, eggs, and other ingredients such as sugar, cinnamon, and other things. You put it inside of a baking pan, and you bake it in the oven like it's a cake. Then you take it out and you refrigerate it, and then you cut it into squares almost like brownies. And
Phil knows and he won't tell. I mean, yeah, he might not. I mean, the way that Phil's mind works and the way that he is so self-centered, he might not actually know, and he's not that inquisitive in finding out. Like, you know, he doesn't want to know the stories of his family and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised that there's a good possibility he just does not know. They had a falling out and he doesn't know why, because he never bothered to ask. And also because the fact is he doesn't want to reach out to anybody. He has no relationship with his extended family. You know, he only has a relationship with his parents. I mean, I don't think it's like Chris Chan, where Bob and Barbara definitely alienated a lot of their own family members, which is why Chris Chan is alienated from from both sides of the family.
You eat it. I'm not kidding. It's legit a cuisine that my mom.
Yeah, that sounds. I don't know. Like normally, like for Easter, you'd have like either ham or my family. It's always a leg of lamb, and that's so fucking good. Like you don't get lamb that often, but lamb on Easter, yum yum yum.
Always made for Easter, and we always had it in the house. And then when I started telling you guys about it years ago on stream, you all freaked out at me like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Yeah. What for? That would make me wonder why. Like, yeah, it would be something like if there was a falling out on my side. I would like to know what happened.
Yesterday on the phone,
especially if it affected me. Like I can't. Like if I wasn't able to see or talk to a part of the family, I'm like, I would like to know why.
What's going on? What just happened? Oh, we took care of it already. Okay, cool.
But like, I can't think of an Italian that would actually do that.
Okay, what do we got?
Like those two Italian brothers. Not approved.
Thanks for stopping by and thank you for the support and the well wishes. Golden Nobles re-upping.
Especially as I get older, I want to know the stories of like some of my ancestors and stuff like that.
And trolls get mad. Thank you, Camp Kill Commentary for a final
$5 super chat. You kind of want to know so that you can pass those stories down.
This is a long stream. This is not, you know, a normal stream where it goes offline at 4 p.m. I'm here all day long. There's going to be food, festivities, different games, chill vibes, drinking, as I'm about right now, about this much into this. So it's pretty good. I got about a shot in me now. It's delicious. I love this thing. But I'll be here all day. So if you can't hang around now, but you can come back later today.
I do not believe that there's 12 ounce, like, I don't believe that there's,
actually 6 days ago. Well, thank you so much, Cyberel. Happy belated birthday.
That there's like 8 shots in that. I think that's pretty watered down. Yeah, something like that. Like, yeah, if I had an uncle that was, if I had like an uncle or something where we were estranged from that side of the family, I would want to know why. And then if something happened,
when I was in
you would want to like try to maybe reconcile if
possible. It was a year when I was planning a trip around my birthday to go to Atlantic City on the East Coast. I'd never been to Atlantic City before. Okay, so I thought that it would be a fun experience to go to Atlantic City.
Why would you go to Atlantic City other than gambling?
Casino, get some food, get some booze. Who knows, right? Just have fun. And
okay, hold on. We gotta go.
Going to reserve the hotel. Atlantic City. I don't remember exactly, but there was a year when I was planning a trip around my birthday to go to Atlantic City on the East Coast. I'd never been to Atlantic City before. Okay, so I thought that it would be a fun, unique experience to go to Atlantic City with some friends. And I was trying to plan this big trip where we would hang out, you know, go to a hotel, go to a casino, get some food, get some booze. Who knows, right? Just have fun. And I started planning it. And I was to the point where I was going to reserve the hotel. So probably like a couple weeks ahead of time. And basically what happened was one of the people who was supposed to come with me canceled and said that they had another obligation. And then another person who was supposed to come got the flu. So when there was like 5 or 6 of us that were supposed to go, and immediately 2 couldn't go, all of a sudden everyone was like, eh. So basically I had this big thing planned. I was like, wow, I'm actually gonna do something for once for my birthday, do like a big thing with my friends and we'll hang out. And the whole thing got canceled because, you know, people got sick and stuff. And I ended up doing nothing for my birthday at all. Just sat around. Like, well, that sucks. I've never been there, so maybe.
Well, Phil, you know, you could have gone to Atlantic City yourself, or you could have, you know, rescheduled it. You know, I think, yeah, 2 people, 1 person got flu and 1 person got sick. Now, remember, this is also somebody who, when Howard said he had an obligation, couldn't go to his moving out party, he's like, you gotta be there or you were never my friend. Because he knew that, because Howard had seen Phil pull that kind of bullshit and getting out of something by saying he had the shits and he didn't want to talk to Respect the Pack because, oh, I got the taco shits, and then never reschedule. I wouldn't be surprised that someone did that to Phil. Yeah, like, there's Atlantic City, there's a you know, a good bit of stuff to do, but like, if you all just want to go gambling, just dude, go to fucking Vegas. Go to the hotel in Vegas and do that with some friends. Like, you know.
I dodged a bullet because some people say Atlantic City is terrible. I don't know, but I've never been to Atlantic City, so I don't know if it's actually good or not. That was the whole idea, was to go there and try it out for the first time.
Like, I don't know, maybe you can, maybe they have a mascot of the Monopoly Man, since that's all from,
I'm starting to feel a little buzz now, and this is delicious.
You know, from
so I'm very happy that I bought it.
Atlantic City.
I might have everyone because they're so good. Thank you for $5. I think what I'll do, I will save the bourbon for if I get a very large contribution today, all right? I'll be sipping casually the Cutwaters all day.
You already had a $100 contribution,
okay, there you go.
So sip it now.
FF9000 says, it looks like you have bourbon. I recommend drinking it with ginger ale and a slice of lime. No, I'm just going to drink the bourbon straight. That's how you enjoy bourbon. You don't drink it with other. Are you crazy? Bourbon mixed? No.
I mean, if it's not an expensive whiskey, you can have anything mixed.
I'm the Beef's favorite streamer. Am I really? Thank you, Beef Supreme. I appreciate that. All right, how about this?
You can have anything
now, and you guys determine what's the first fighting game that we attempt to
now,
play. And
if it's really expensive stuff, it's not recommended to mix it because,
you know. Hold on 1 second. Let me just do something right now. Thank you to Tim the Tool for $5, and I just gifted 5 memberships to the community because I have the gifted memberships to give now, and this is the big thing of the month. So I just gifted 5 memberships to the community myself, and I can do it again as well. So everyone who just got a gifted membership, enjoy. And Tim the Tool, thank you for $5.
You hardly ever do that, Phil. So let's
2 shots, and I drank half the can. What are you talking about? I'm not actually going to drink this. Are you crazy? I'm not actually drinking this today. I'm gonna have maybe a shot or 2 of it. Like I said, if a big contribution comes in today, maybe I'll have a shot. I'm not gonna just drink that whole bottle. Are you crazy? I'll be in the hospital. I'll be dead. I mean, did have a stomach pump. I have some people who did that in my youth. I knew who drank way too much and got stomach.
Yeah, he's excited to drink alcohol on stream. Definitely not an alcoholic at all. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thing. He wants to say he's a former alcoholic, but no alcoholic I've ever known, recovering or otherwise, would say that, you know, would say a recovering alcoholic would not drink on stream. This is Phil it's Phil not wanting to take responsibility, and that, yes, he is still an alcoholic. You will be an alcoholic for life. For life.
Okay, polls are going up. Please vote. For the record, I have not practiced these games whatsoever, nor am I going to be going crazy. I'm going to just try to enjoy myself, and see what happens. I don't know if we'll find anyone or whatever. If the matches are laggy, I don't care. I don't really care if I win or lose today. I just want to mess around and have some fun.
But yeah, just remember, as soon as gameplay starts, we're heading out, because I just do not care about this gameplay. I'm not gonna watch him play fucking Street. He's gonna play fucking Street Fighter. He's like, I don't want to play Street Fighter 6. I don't want to rage. It's gonna rage.
Are you insane? You're going to kill yourself. That's why I never did it like that. It's always pacing and stuff when I used to have it as a big reward for support or whatever. Dude, that's crazy stuff. You're gonna kill yourself doing it like that.
Well, and here's the thing. Don't have it be a reward and stuff like that. You know, or if you do that, yeah, you know, because then you're going to be like Ann sometimes scamming people out of shots. Like, just don't. No, don't do that. Rainy Mar. The thing about that was, what I always thought about. So here's the thing about that South Park episode that got me was the fact that it was when Randy Marsh then found he was alcoholic and that it's a disease, he kind of used it as a disease to kind of get out of consequences. That's how I always thought that they were going with that. Is that, you know, they were, you know, as a disease, they were using it to kind of get out of the responsibility of what happens when someone is an alcoholic. That's how I saw it, and maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, because Randy just, oh, it's a disease, and then completely and utterly just stopped actually taking accountability for what he was doing. At least that's how I saw it. But then again, that was the thing, like, oh, call it a disease so that, you know, we don't have to actually improve our own behavior. But yeah, alcoholism's a disease, and if you're an alcoholic and you want to actually recover, you need to stop drinking.
What we gotta try to figure out is what version, because
he
Super Turbo is in 2 different games. Okay,
he can't stop drinking.
Collection, and it's also
I think it's the only thing that makes him feel anything.
I don't know if we're gonna find comp in either game. Both of those collections are pretty dead. Like, I would argue that the Capcom Fighting Collection 2 and Marvel vs. Capcom Collection were much more likely to find people. So it's gonna be tough. Either way, I'd like to try to play all the games today anyway, so it's not a big deal, but I'm curious how it's gonna go, trying to find people for Super Turbo. That's the shame. It's my favorite fighting game of all time, and I can't find a way to play it.
You're a light drinker. I don't drink that much, you know. And I don't normally drink alone that much.
I mean, I'll still win. It'll just be a tedious thing.
I might have like a beer after a long day at work.
I mean, that's such a sad, depressing
but you know, after a day at work, I might have a beer. But I'm not. I don't like drinking a lot alone. It's just I'm like, no, thank you.
I just don't. I couldn't do that.
I will say the other day.
Putting on a vest, putting on a hat, taking a shot, and all that to make money.
It was actually no, sorry, it was yesterday. My father had some Crown Royal apple. We tried some of that. I tried a shot of that. Oh, that was good. That was nice and smooth.
Was it alcohol?
And you could really taste the apple in that. I was like, ooh, very nice.
That makes sense. I was gonna say it can't be alcohol induced. It was his diabetes. Okay. Yeesh.
Wait.
Crumcove, thank you for $5. He says happy birthday, DSP. Thank you so much, Crumcove. How does that even happen? How does that even happen? Was it alcohol induced that he lost his foot? How does that even happen? Was it alcohol induced that he lost his foot? How does that even happen? How does do that? Win. And Marvel vs. Capcom Collection were much more likely to find people. So it's gonna be tough. Either way, I'd like to try to play all the games today anyway, so it's not a big deal, but I'm curious how it's gonna go, trying to find people for Super Turbo. That's the shame. It's my favorite fighting game of all time, and I can't find a way to play it.
No, I lost my
Playing against CPU highest difficulty, who cares about that? It's dumb. I mean, I'll still win. It'll just be a tedious thing.
I lost my chat. Where's my chat?
I mean, that's such a sad, depressing thing, man. He said, did you see Blades stump after he got his foot amputated?
You usually have a glass of rum and coke, and that's good enough for me. You drank on your 19th, got drunk, didn't have a hangover out of it. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, you don't have to. You don't have to drink a whole lot if you don't want to, and that's the thing. But like Phil, he makes it part of his. He makes it a part of his whole. He makes it so much a part of what he does as far as. Yeah, because he makes it so much a part of what he does as far as his stream presence. It really is. Like, it is so much this. Like, I've never seen someone else who did that wasn't an alcoholic.
Do you see what I mean? I want to be a positive creator. The reason people tune in is because of my content, because they like to hang out with me, not because they want to see me self-destruct, right? I just don't. I couldn't do that. And I'm so happy that the days of me putting on a vest, putting on a hat, taking a shot, and all that to make money and stuff, that's long behind me. I'm so happy for that because we're getting older. I can't be doing it like that. You know what I mean? I just can't.
Play a game.
How does that even happen? Was it alcohol induced?
how does it even happen that your foot's amputated? It's diabetic.
Who said he lost his foot? How does that even happen?
Alcohol induced?
It was diabetes. Okay, that makes sense. I was gonna say it can't be alcohol induced. It was his diabetes.
Phil, people who are very alcoholic can get alcohol-induced diabetes because of what they drink. It can cause issues with your endocrine system, just like diabetes.
Okay. Yeesh. Crumco, thank you for $5. He says, happy birthday, DSP. Thank you so much, Crumco. Thank you. Okay.
I just wanted to see why people get drunk every day. Don't think it was a great thing and hearing that plus every day. Some people call me a lightweight for drinking so little. Yeah, like some people.
50s 49ers talks. If you give 21-year-old advice to be, use your youth for the important things you can do when you're young, like work out when you're young. You know, eat healthy when you're young, because then it carries over into your later life when your body isn't as spry, isn't as energetic. It's harder to build those things.
Here's the thing: if he went back and gave his younger self some advice, it would basically be to get the money in the bag now and, you know, find ways of trying to get around certain things so you could keep the money longer. Like, and here's the thing, Phil in his 20s wouldn't listen to him anyway, because this guy's got oppositional defiance disorder. He doesn't listen to anybody. So yeah. And people, if they call you a lightweight for drinking so little, it's because they just want to have someone around to drink with. And that's not, in my opinion, super healthy. Like, you know, you shouldn't just be around someone just to drink. It's like, you know, if you want to, you do. If not, it's fine.
Because I'm going to eventually end up hitting a wall and not be able to do anything about it because of my age, and that sucks.
That's not really, I don't believe that's true.
Oh God, I hope you have a good birthday, gang. Thank you so much.
Phil,
you guys all voted Super Turbo, which I'm certainly down for. I just don't know if we're going to be able to play it. So I guess
well, why did you put that as a poll, Phil?
First, which would be in Capcom Fighting Collection 1. And see if we can find anyone there, and if not, then try the older Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. Demolition Daddy, thank you for $2.
Yeah, you went to a birthday. Still, yeah, no, of course he's not.
Again, you guys are awesome. Just coming by and chilling and supporting. I haven't done anything. I really appreciate you. Someone took $2. I like
Thanks, just doing V-botting. I'm like,
arcade run.
no.
Yeah, we've already done it. Again, it's not.
Get out of here.
It's not like
get out of here. No V-bottings over there.
Your inputs and reacts, and it does stupid things like you'll do an input, it'll always do the same thing because it's just programmed to do that. It's not fun to play against the computer in those games at all. Nor is it really entertaining to watch. It's just stupid.
He's literally. It was 1 o'clock his time. He still hasn't gotten to the game. Like, get to the game so I can go, because I'm not watching him play games.
Hold on, let me get the joystick plugged in. Let me get all set up here.
Yeah.
The lights, I guess. Or maybe we can play with the lights. I don't know if these lights will affect it or not, actually. We'll have to see how it looks. And then see how this goes. I don't know. We'll see if we can find anyone. I don't know. We're going to be playing Anniversary Edition. It's Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo Anniversary Edition. This is the version that has all of the
also put it, he has a command at birth, exclamation point birthday in his kick chat. Oh my God.
Okay. All right, let's see what we can do. First off, let's get the monitor moved. Let's do that. That is true. HD Remix, which was on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, was never ported to PC or other consoles. And they tried to make a version of it for Switch only called, that's what I was telling you about, Ultra Street Fighter 2 The Final Challengers, but they ruined it by putting Violent Ken and Akuma as playable characters in ranked. It makes no sense at all. Why would you make 2 boss-level overpowered characters you can use in ranked play? It's the stupidest idea ever. And they never cared, they never patched it, they never changed it, so the game was never even played seriously by anyone, because it was busted. Stupid Violent Ken teleporting through everything and then doing invincible uppercuts. Broken nonsense. All right, let me hook up the joystick.
Yeah, it's almost like rambling like an old man, and it's like, you've been online. Like, you started somewhere around, like, how long has this been on here? Okay. We're still an hour behind.
Okay. But where was like with a $5 Canadian super chat? That's like 3 and change American. Says, happy birthday. Have you ever played an old PC emulated Street Fighter 2 with funny glitches? No. I did back in the day have a PC port of Super Turbo. And the funny part about that was it had completely unique music.
An hour and a half, he's done really nothing, and he's like, again, it's just, his pre-streams just get longer and longer and longer.
But no, I did not play that version that you're talking about. Okay, let's see what happens here, guys. I don't know. Oh, I never booted it. I bought the game and I never booted it. That's interesting. I guess we're gonna have to set it up. Oops.
More time wasting.
That's pretty funny. 2022. Uh-oh, I got it all the way down. So I'm gonna set this up. PC settings. It sets it to 1440p by default. I guess I should keep it like that. Let's go full screen.
Oh my god. We're menu maxing now.
VSync on.
Oh my god.
Network. Voice chat to 0. Input delay. Probably 1 or 2.
I'm gonna corpse max
We'll do 3+.
now.
I don't want 2. We'll do 3+.
Fucking hell.
Music.
He is now gonna be in the menus for a half hour before he starts playing.
I legit don't think I have a back button. Open the in-game menu. This button. How do I do this? Oh, you gotta assign it. Okay, L1.
You gotta assign it. Oh my god.
Hopefully it's left bumper. Start should be, yeah, I have a start button. Coin should be, well, L2, so left trigger. Yeah, there you go. So coin.
It's a dead game. Yeah, it's a dead game collection.
Interesting.
He doesn't want to play Street Fighter 6, but instead of just playing like Super Nintendo games for his birthday, he's gonna play this and think that this is gonna be anybody. He's gonna get anybody.
What? Light kick, medium punch, medium kick, heavy punch. Yes, heavy kick. Yes, that's all correct. And then menu and coin. Yes, that's all correct. That's how I want it. And then start. Perfect. Okay, that's good.
He didn't even set this up beforehand.
Gem Fighter. Nothing else really. Just the Darkstalkers game. Okay. So this is the version I'm gonna try to play, but I'm also gonna do this and just be sure that it's all assigned correctly too. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. And then isn't there game settings? Yeah. Look at this. This doesn't matter though, right? I don't think so. What? I'm so confused about what we're looking at right now.
Yeah, boot up the SNES. Play Mario.
All right.
Like,
let me go for casual or ranked. I've never played before.
Play some of the other games on that. Like, dude, come on. Offline Street Fighter. I have no fucking clue what he's doing.
Let's see here. Captain Cooks, thanks for 500 cases. Phil, I'm wondering, you seen? Oh, here we go again. Did you
Turn the Rogaine on, Phil.
What that means that LTG says, I would like to know, but I legit don't know what it means. Okay. So I almost guarantee you we're not gonna find anyone in this game. I'm not kidding. Oh, whoa, we got somebody. Holy shit.
Oh,
I can't believe we got somebody. It's Evil AJ. It's Evil AJ. My longest running detractor and stalker, I guess you could call him. Well, Evil AJ, thanks for coming out for my birthday. Oh god, Evil AJ, this looks like shit. I gotta fix this, dude. Evil AJ, stick around. I will play you, but I can't play with scan lines. It looks like garbage. I want to fix that.
Oh, get scammed!
You knew it was gonna be
get scammed.
I'm okay with that, but I need it to actually like look visible. Like look like shit. Why does it have fake scan lines? What person would possibly want fake scan lines on their fucking game? Split screen, thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. So how do I fix this now? It's probably to go to offline. You go to the game. I think you have to play the game, and then when you're in the game, then you can
scammed.
Yeah, here it is. Okay. I like the paint. I want no display filter at all. None. There you go. Okay.
Oh, yes, he did. He just quit out. He quit out so he wouldn't play Evil AJ.
It's stupid like this. We have to set it up in single player, and then you're playing single player.
Wow. And he claimed it was because he did. Okay, it's because he didn't actually set any of the settings beforehand. So.
Alright, so now we gotta go online, and you know it's probably gonna be Evil AJ. Like I said, who else are we gonna find? Nobody. We're only gonna find Evil AJ. No one plays this shit.
Oh, get fucking scammed.
For the record, Evil AJ isn't terrible, but literally only plays these games with lag using strategies. Like he plays either Balrog or Blanca and just basically does like lag using shit. So I don't know if it'll even be playable depending on our connection. You're probably the only dude I'll find today too. I almost guarantee I won't find anybody else. Oh, who do I want to use? Oh shit. Maybe I'll start with DJ.
Okay, so we won that round.
There you go. He never played it either. That's funny, he never played it either. Neither of us played this version. He bought it just to play me today.
Maybe he did. That'd be funny if the only person you can get is Evil AJ. That would be hilarious. But either that or he actually starts waking up. Oh, I wonder if he's waking up. I wonder if he's waking up. The thing about Phil is very much as soon as you know the patterns that he's gonna do, he is so easy to just destroy.
Good match. Laggy but good.
Like,
Actually, played pretty well.
Like, he almost got him on that one.
I think we play a set of 10 in this, actually. Gonna go to Vega? Okay.
So...
Thank you, Zombie Wolfpack.
So as soon as he figures out what Phil's gonna do, he's gonna stomp him.
I tried to throw, and I think he tried to give me a max out. I think he saw the animation of like a fireball on his hand.
I'm surprised he's not as salty.
Going the wrong way. Yep, I should have got the throw there.
Uh-huh. There we go.
I jumped, I did medium kick, I did low jab, dropped it, and it gives him the mashed throw.
Yep, dropped inputs. Okay, we might have to watch him play Evil AJ.
Who do I want to use? I want to have some fun. I don't want to just keep doing DJ the whole time. Try Honda. Fuck around.
And we are 2 times speed, so we're gonna fly through this bit. Oh. It's almost like he's baiting those and then hitting him partway through.
I can't get headbutt.
Yeah, because he knows you're gonna when you're gonna headbutt, so he's jumping.
I did a headbutt there, but it might actually stab the headbutt. So I don't know.
Like he's knowing when you're gonna do it, so he jumps and then jabs you to kind of knock it out. He'll run quit out if Phil sees AJ again. Well, the fact is he hasn't like. Funny if there's no one else on other than Evil AJ. That would be funny.
Good match. No, there's no crossplay in this. It's garbage. This collection stuff, they all suck. All these classic collections are awful.
Well, then why are you playing a garbage game, Phil? Sire getting new as he was looking at. I'm gonna explain why the win rate's not working.
Yeah, all he has to do is jump back here the whole round. Honda can't ever get to Vega. That's why Vega is so top tier. He counters many of the characters in this game outright just with his build. That claw has a unique hitbox that is safe at the tip of the claw, so it stops moves that normally would be anti-airs like a headbutt. It just poke right through the headbutt. Oh, let's see. What do I want to use?
Well,
figure out what I want to do. I'm playing with him a long time in this.
Like the thing is, if you know that he has this, you then counter pick him.
What the hell? Ridiculous.
Never let him turtle. He is going to win. I don't know what turtling means. Not in a fighting game speak. I know turtling as in, you know, you're holding because you're, you know, about to take a you're about to shit, and that's, you know, turtlet poking out. But I don't know what turtling means as far as fighting games. Oh god, that would be hilarious if he goes to Street Fighter 3 and just finds Goji tanks.
Went for the spam. You got
that would be hilarious.
He totally went for spam.
Oh, a delaying tactic like games like Street Fighter 2. Oh, I see. Now, I was never into the fighting game scene, so I don't know a lot of those. I know of like a Happy Birthday and a Merry Christmas, but that's about it.
Oh, I had a free throw and it took it away. 100% that was a free throw.
Wow, again. Dropped frames, dude. Nothing I can do, dude. You're mashing like a... Dude, you're mashing like it's a fucking potato, dude. That's what's happening.
Can't move, I'm frozen. Wow, he pressed the wrong button. He pressed the wrong button and he got owned, damn. Got him.
Wow.
Got him.
Yeah, he got you almost to the fucking brink. Let's be completely honest.
2 matches. He's a masher, but he's not horrible at this game, for the record. He never was. He's just an online masher in lag, but he's not terrible. He doesn't understand.
Again, he's trying to walk everything back. Even though the facts, he hated Evil AJ, he hated fucking Goji tanks. He still does it in Street Fighter 6. Oh, yeah.
Oh! He knows this matchup better than me, because he plays Blanca as a main, and lags like crazy with him in other versions, so he knows the matchup better than me. I don't even know some of the stuff he's doing.
Again, it's lag. He can't just be better at the game than Phil. He has to have some advantage. Oh, he's lagging, or he, you know.
Oh, what? Who even knew that? Who knew that a super can counter a super? No one does this matchup ever. I didn't know that.
This is Super Turbo, a game that, you know, you were the best North American player. How do you not know this shit?
I pressed the button. Yep. I pressed the button when he did the hop. It didn't come out, so he gets the free throw if the button doesn't come out. You gotta do a light there. Oh, who to use? Like I said, I want to use different characters. Like the characters I use, like for example, I'm gonna get owned by Big Bison. Fuck it, I'll try Guile, but I'm probably gonna lose. I'm not good with Guile. I also have the wrong color.
I also don't understand the whole different color thing. I guess certain colors allow for certain movesets, which I don't like. I think they should all have the same movesets and then, you know, pick whatever color you like. I don't know. That's just me.
Can block. Can block again. Nice.
Also, it looks like Guile here looks like he's got a Hulk Hogan tan. Brother, let me tell you something. Ooh, with this tan, I have the pass. I can use the hard R, brother.
Got him. Close matches. Very good. Thank you to everyone wishing me happy birthday and contributing. After the set is done, I will do shout outs and update the leaderboard and everything, okay?
Oh, okay. Just what button you press will give you different colors first. Okay, okay. I thought it was something like it actually gave him a different move set. I think one of them it was like.
Right in the middle of a hit string, he did a Blanca ball and somehow counter hit through everything.
But you can still hear the excuses that he comes through in all of his things. Oh, Street Fighter 6. Oh, he did counter through, got through everything. It's like, yeah. This is why you were never a champion, because it was always excuses instead of learning.
Should have interrupted, but that's the online play of this game.
Again, online play, lag, all this stuff. It's all excuses.
Okay. Well, let's see. I'm gonna try Chun-Li for fun. See how this goes. I have no idea. I haven't used her in a million years. What the fuck? Why is it hitting me? What the fuck?
Why is it hitting you? I don't know. Maybe because the moves are connecting?
They fixed the glitch in this one. I can't charge super. Yeah, in this one you can't do a walk forward charge super anymore, I don't think.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Oh, they fixed the glitch in this one.
Fixed a glitch. He was gonna exploit a glitch to win.
Super anymore, I don't think.
Fucking scrub. Fucking scrub gonna exploit a glitch to try to win.
What?
Yeah, he played for 13, 14 years on stream alone. Yeah.
Close match.
But like, he was gonna exploit a fucking glitch, and then it's like, oh, they fixed the glitch.
Oh, she's fucked up. She won't crouch.
Like, he hits the wrong button, and because he's just mashing the buttons.
Got him! I got fucked up. I hit the stupid menu button and she wouldn't crouch in the middle of the round. What the fuck? Damn. That's it. Well, the epic rematch against Evil AJ, I win. Let me say this for the record. Evil AJ is not a terrible Super Turbo player by any means. He knows some of the stuff he's doing. He has over the years sadly abused lag and done a lot of mashing bullshit tactic. He does know his shit in Super Turbo. Alright, he's not an awful player. I'm actually glad I got to play him. He might be the only competent player I play today. I'm not kidding. Like, he might be the only one I find in this collection. So, there you go. Alright. You can credit where credit is due. Yes, that's the Detractor. That's the original Detractor. Evil AJ is the guy who made the original This Is How You Don't Play video. You didn't know that? He made This Is How You Don't Play. He's the inventor of it. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay.
Turling
so shout
zone
outs.
are
Let's
most
see here.
annoying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Game Speaking. No, I did. Oh no, Game Speaking did a 20 knock super chat.
Yeah, those matches were boring
it's definitely a
to
maybe.
watch.
I may play it. I may not. I don't know.
And you could tell, like, Evil Age just kept having to kind of like
certain people that I think would be pretty
go
funny.
out to try to do things, and that put them in a little bit of a disadvantage.
$5 super chat says, "Dan, feels pretty decent. Good matches I see in your heyday. You were a champ."
But yeah,
and it always comes back. Like that's the thing. I love these classic games. I love playing them. I wish that they were more viable to play.
Yeah,
you saw
that,
I literally
that
played
was
Super Turbo
kind
in
of
what years? And I just play like that. And Evil Age is pretty good. And
I think I'm gonna.
And it's laggy, and I still do fine.
If he's gonna continue doing more of that stuff, I think I'm gonna kind of call it a day on that. That was tough. That was a bit of a much. So, but yeah, I'm gonna call that on a day. That was. I'm not watching any more of him play that stuff. So, but I thank y'all for coming out. Oh, it was interesting to see that and to watch the Evil Age, the Turkey Tom video. But yeah, I will catch you later.